don't know.
No, we don't.
99% chances, probably 999, everything is legit, but we really don't know. And I'm not saying everybody would be in on it, but all you need is one referee, and we saw that in the NBA.
Yeah, we saw that in the NBA. Sure, it's possible that they could infiltrate.
Yeah.
But to think that the league itself, the powers that be in the league, have predetermined the outcome. Are we saying they predetermined the outcome of every game, therefore the outcome of who's even in the playoffs, where they're going to be, and the fact that the championship game is so scripted that they already know who is going to be the champions?
And the league realized there was going to be this love affair going on between Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. So they timed her foreign part of her tour that in a miraculous way she could actually, there'd be enough time in between for her to get from Tokyo to Las Vegas in time to see the game, still party with her boyfriend after the game, and then fly to Melbourne, Australia for her next concert. That was all Goodell.
I think it is so
Was
much.
she really there, or was it just on TV?
I don't know. Was that a hologram?
It could have been.
She even real?
Heather, did it look real to you?
It looked pretty real. Maybe it was a body double.
Oh, could be. Mm-hmm. And maybe she was with him at the after parties where,
Maybe it was Travis. Maybe it wasn't even Travis Kelce. He was a
That's
body
right.
double. And he was actually already in Melbourne for her next show, watching himself win another Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Why not?
There was some other tight end
It's
involved.
so stupid.
It was T.J. Hawkinson dressed up as Travis Kelce, who really wasn't hurt.
Who really was, didn't have the ACL. Yeah.
I think it is so much more likely that you have watched a fixed sporting event than you've watched a scripted sporting event. And it's not even close.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Sports aren't scripted unless you consider wrestling a sport, okay? Right. It is knowingly fake. These games are not, there's not some crew of people putting everything together. But
when you hear
I guarantee you've watched a fixed sporting event.
No doubt. There's absolutely. I'm sure I watched a game. Well, I don't know if it was fixed as far as the outcome, not just the point totals, but I've watched NBA games where Tim Donaghy officiated. So yes, I have.
I don't even know if you would really look back, was it really fixed?
No, it was the point totals. The point totals were.
You've watched a game in some sport where a couple players have uniformly tried to lose the game.
Maybe. Probably, yeah. Probably.
I mean, point shaving has happened. It's,
it's
one of the worst things that can happen in sports.
I don't know. College athletics, it happened quite a few times.
Tulane, now with the proliferation of
Northwestern basketball, Boston College, go on and on. Yes, it's been going on for a long, long time. Unfortunately, that's the way it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the original sin, but it's probably pretty close to it, in terms of the greed and people wanting to make money and know that they're going to make money by influencing the outcome of a sporting game.
I mean, there used to be, I'm not going to mention the person's name, but I know who it is. Back in the days when the Pistons played at the Silverdome, there were over-under totals, and the person who I know operated either the game clock or the shot clock. And when certain teams had the ball, he would start the clock like a half a second, later than he should. And all that time adds up over the course of a game, and the over hits.
And this is one of the biggest reasons why I actually think officials should be full-time. It is, because you are...
There's too much exposure if you're not. And that's the one thing that has always amazed me about the NFL is they try and remove all variables. And if you have NFL officials that this isn't their full-time job, if they are, and they don't have to be, state secrets as to, or have Secret Service, but if they're in another business and gambling wants to get to an official, they can get to officials.
It's one of the brilliant things they do with the clock in the NFL. What you just talked about, Stoney, it's easily to be manipulated if you want to.
Yeah.
And affect how quickly a game can go by simply chopping off a half second here and there.
Yeah.
It matters, okay? Yeah. But the NFL goes back, and you sometimes watch these silly delays, and you're frustrated that the game's not moving, and then they'll say, let's readjust the clock to this.
Right.
That is why they're doing it.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's say hello to Is this Ernest? What's up, Ernest? Or is this Nate? I'm sorry. What's up, Nate?
Hey, how you doing? How y'all fellas doing?
Good.
Good.
Y'all talking about the NFL. Now, I've been watching the NFL since 1974, because I'm a Cowboys fan. But I done heard
Thoughts and prayers.
multiple NFL players. The guy from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that won, he did a radio show and said that the safety from Tampa Bay, he said that NFL Super Bowls they're predetermined.
Okay, wait. Do you have a name? Do you have a quote?
The safety that got the interception for a touchdown in the Tampa Bay. I think it was Tampa Bay and against Peyton. No, I forget that Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl against the Raiders was Dexter Jackson.
Larry Johnson said it too. Larry Johnson from the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh wow!
He said it.
Larry Johnson, with all due respect, has some mental problems.
Yeah.
Tim Brown and Jerry Rice did an interview, but the guy from the Tampa Bay that won the Super Bowl, he got 2 interceptions that game.
Yeah.
He said, I forget his name.
It was Dexter
But
Jackson.
this is the question I have for y'all fellas. I'm going to get off the phone. That Super Bowl with Atlanta and
New England?
New England. You got 4 minutes left in the game, and Atlanta is up 28-20, and they on New England's 20-yard line. They averaging 5+ yards a carry. And you don't run the ball, kick the field goal, go up by 11. But instead, you pass the ball, get strip sacked, and New England comes. You're not trying to win that game. It just looks like you're not trying to win.
Well, that's one of Kyle Shanahan's biggest blemishes.
There's no chance.
Yeah. And then it went on.
Guys, to play to a script.
And then part of the
That's so
script was,
stupid.
that the NFL has this technology inside the ball, and that the ball stayed off the ground so that Julian Edelman could catch it. They could
It
hover.
just hovered.
Hey, make it float now. He's not going to catch it. We're going off script.
Yes. Uh-huh.
I mean,
yes. Well, that became a part of the NFL because of the Immaculate Reception.
David Tyree's glue.
Oh, the glue. Yeah,
Yes.
the double-sided tape that was glued to the top of his helmet so that he could catch
and
it.
in that same game, Asante Samuel Sr. was paid $1 million to drop the interception that led to
yes. Yeah.
I mean, come on. That's what happened. Mm-hmm. Ernest and Frazier, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
My only thing, I'm curious as to why the NFL is labeled as entertainment, whereas the only other sport that's labeled as entertainment is the WWE. So I'm not saying that it's scripted. I don't know for sure, but when you go back and watch and just, on a third down call where you get a defensive holding or something like that to extend the drive, that's where the plays are scripted, not necessarily, this person dropped the ball intentionally or this person ran out of bounds.
Yeah, they're not scripted.
By the way,
do you wear a tinfoil hat when you get up in the morning?
You know what, John? Sometimes I do.
Good answer, Ernest.
No, I appreciate you guys taking my call. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
for
And the
calling,
other
yes.
thing, all sports, professional sports, are, yes, under the genre of entertainment.
Correct.
Yes.
Because that's what it is.
Yes, we are entertained. We're not. It's not
Yes.
fixed. It's not scripted. 97 won the ticket. Well, Roger, is that the name of the station? Okay, thank you,
Yes.
Roger.
Hey, football season. Football season, unfortunately, is over. Now it's, pitchers and catchers. The Tigers report tomorrow. It's baseball season, basketball season. Nobody really cares here. And hockey season. So why not dive into the best pool in history at Stadium Swim, located.
Forget the Riddick and Trubisky.
Your mic is on. Catch all the biggest games at a view. That was scripted, yes. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen at Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all sports. You got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party going on every single game day. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside.
You need any milk to come home, honey?
located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Don't forget the undies. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket, the Red Wings begin their Western Canada road trip. They take on the Edmonton Oilers tonight, like I said, at 9 o'clock. On our brother station, WWJ, we got a basketball doubleheader. The beleaguered Michigan Wolverines taking on the Fighting Illini in Champaign. And then after that game, it is the beleaguered, but they have a pulse lately, Detroit Pistons taking on the Lakers in Los Angeles. That game starts, like I said, right after the Michigan-Illinois game. And by the way, happy birthday, Jaden Ivey.
Oh, good for him.
Yes, indeed. All right. This football offseason, we're going to hear lots of names, lots of rumors, innuendos. People are going to speculate, and we'll be right there with you, saying, so-and-so website says the Lions are going to get this free agent, or this guy's going to sign with this team, whatever, the mock drafts. This is when it really heats up, and usually for Lion fans, it takes place a lot earlier.
We're usually a month into it.
Yes, exactly. But there was a name that was released yesterday or the day before, somebody who definitely would fit a need for the Lions, who has been given permission to seek a trade, and that's Hassan Reddick of the Philadelphia Eagles. Edge rusher, really good, plays with a great motor, supposedly a great teammate. Anyway, but you'd have to trade to get him. He's got, I believe, 2 more years left on his deal. And would you give up, let's say, a second-round pick? Now, this isn't a second-round pick like any other year, because the second-round pick would be pick 58, I guess, or 60, I think. Something like that.
Right around there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, a late second. Yes. Now, the Lions have 2 third-round picks.
Yeah.
So
I would probably go with whatever their first-round pick is. I don't know how high that is.
The first round or the third?
No, sorry. Their
first of the third.
Of the third-round picks.
The one they got from Minnesota in the Hawkinson trade.
Yeah. So whichever one that is, it's probably mid-third.
Right.
That is about what I would be willing to give up.
Yeah, and it would affect the cap because he makes a decent amount of change. But he's somebody the Lions
he's not breaking
the
bank.
No, but yeah. The other name that came out yesterday, and this is not somebody who I sit there, the Lions have to have, or he's a really good player, because he's really not that good. It's more of an insurance to the insurance, and that's Mitch Trubisky. And you might sit there, Stoney, Mitch Trubisky, he blows. Okay. He's not going to be your starting quarterback. Let me say, hey, Stoney, Jansen, what about Hendon Hooker? Well, give Hendon Hooker some competition for the backup role. That's what I'm saying. Hendon Hooker still has not played in a preseason game. So if you have somebody, let's say for whatever reason, the Hendon Hooker deal does not look like this guy's an NFL player, and I hope he is an NFL player. This gives you another safety net, really, because Hendon Hooker's making like no money. So whatever you're going to have to pay Trubisky, which won't be a lot now, after how many teams is this for? Would it be for him, his 4th team, I think?
Yeah.
Right? Chicago, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, and now
whoever's next.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I think that would be smart, actually.
I think you explore the option, and it all comes down to what's it going to cost you and what type of value does he bring to the team. And is it the same as Teddy Bridgewater? It's about the same. You hope that you don't want to see him. Yes. Was Teddy Bridgewater a better quarterback than Mitch Trubisky? I think you're splitting hairs.
Right. What Teddy Bridgewater brought was like leadership to that room, and he's still going to be doing that. With Hendon Hooker, actually.
Right. And so then it is, are you somehow limiting the growth of Hendon Hooker? And then I would say no.
No.
And are those resources that you could better use elsewhere if you believe that Hendon Hooker is your number 2, that he could come in and get you out of a game?
Right. Then you don't do it.
Right.
All right. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
All right, I'm going to start with some post-Super Bowl little tidbits, some facts for you. So Super Bowl 58 averaged 123.4 million viewers, making it the most watched Super Bowl ever, which is absolutely incredible.
Oh, my God. How could that happen? Taylor Swift is ruining football.
She's ruining it. How dare she
I know.
even go
it's
to support
more
her boyfriend?
popular.
It's pretty cool, though. Pretty awesome. Drake, you might have heard, made this massive bet on the Chiefs to win. He walked away with a payout of $2.346 million. And I don't know if this actually happened, but he claimed he was going to make a fan super blessed at his show in St. Louis on Monday night and give away this money that he won, which is incredible. Usher, we all know he had a great halftime show. He also got married just moments or hours maybe after he performed at the Super Bowl. So congrats to him. And then also trending, people are trashing Alyssa Milano for posting a picture of herself and her son there at the Super Bowl. They're mad that she spent money. We don't know if she actually did. We don't know how she got the tickets, but they're mad that she spent money to go to the Super Bowl after she posted this big GoFundMe link to raise money for her son's baseball team. So there are some little trending facts about the Super Bowl.
Does the Drake winning bet, does that erase the Drake curse or just put a blem or just temporarily?
Well, you know what? There's other things I can't off the top of my head recall, but there's he placed another bet in another sporting event and that won too. So I feel like he's been kind of like erasing that curse slowly.
I mean, the 19 Raptors.
That's okay. You're right. But everybody's been talking about that. Or lately, he's had some other ones that have been bad. But
he has. Okay. So I think maybe that's going away. And maybe he's going to be good luck instead of being a curse. Hey, here in Michigan, several new laws that were passed last year will soon take effect this year. 3 new laws regulating firearm storage and access here in Michigan will go into effect actually today. So starting today, firearm owners will be required to keep any unattended weapons unloaded and locked or stored away in a gun safe if a child is in the home. And if you fail to do that, that could result in charges and a fine. And that's going to depend on the outcome if a child does get possession of that firearm or not. The 2 other laws going into effect today include expanding universal background checks on all firearm purchases, as well as authorizing a judge to order law enforcement to confiscate someone's gun if they're deemed a risk to themselves or others. And then there's multiple other bills going into effect as well. They're related to minimum wage, LGBTQ plus protections, the right to work policy, and a lot more. So you can check those out to be sure of what's changing. It has been 1 year since the shooting at Michigan State, and to mark this anniversary, there's no classes today taking place. Instead, it's going to be a day of reflection, of remembrance that's going to be held. 5 reflective spaces on campus will be open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. There's going to be a community remembrance event as well, held near the Spartan statue. That's from 7:30 to 9:30. And I'm sure a lot of other events are taking place on campus today as well. A 72-year-old Canton man is thankfully not injured after the plane that he was flying crashed in Livingston County on Monday afternoon. This man's small plane was coming in for a landing, and then a gust of wind also decided to come in at the very same time, and it kind of, his plane rolled left, cartwheeled into the trees, and that's what you see this photo of. It's just suspended in the trees. He was able to make it to the ground safely, uninjured, which is the good news. If you're a fan of American Idol, big changes are on their way.
Oh, boy.
Katy Perry just announced that she is leaving Idol after 7 seasons. So she actually appeared on Jimmy Kimmel last night, made the big announcement. She confirmed the news on her Instagram as well. No word yet on who might be replacing her, but this will be her last season.
That is big news, yeah.
It's funny. Do you guys ever watch it anymore?
Nope.
Me neither.
Nope.
It's on in the house sometimes. My wife and daughter, I think they like AGT and The Voice a little better.
I do too. I just feel like American Idol has aged a little bit more, but there are some big fans of Idol out there. So some big news for sure. Finally, Valentine's Day is tomorrow, and there's a new survey that shows people plan to spend, get this, $25.8 billion on the holiday this year. And consumers are going to spend on average $185.81 each. And they're not just buying gifts for their significant other. They're buying gifts for their children, for their pets, for their coworkers, guys. So
pets?
I like candy. Swedish fish would be good.
Okay.
Skip the flowers when you come to work tomorrow. I don't need those,
all
but
right.
I'll take some candy. And
how about some leftover Punchkis?
No, I don't want those. I don't want those.
Happy to leave one in your desk.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really into Valentine's Day. I like getting a card. I'll take a card with a little personalized note and maybe a bag of Swedish fish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm a happy girl with that.
Card and flowers usually does the trick.
Yep.
But the price of everything goes up on Valentine's Day.
Oh, sure
anyway,
it does. Yeah.
Like anything else.
Mm-hmm.
It's called gouging. Thank you very much, Heather. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797.
Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah. Coming up next, does the NFC run through Detroit next year? 97 won the ticket.
Well, I've got big news from Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. Aesthetic Everything just named him the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest and one of the top aesthetic doctors in America. So congrats to him. And guys, how incredible is it that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. So if you've been thinking about going to see him, get in now and look younger and feel more confident with a thicker head of hair by summer. Also, the sooner you go see him, the more options you have. Dr. B does so much more than just hair transplants. He has the most up-to-date, well-researched medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B takes the time to create a custom plan just for you, and he guarantees all of his treatments. So call Michigan Hair Restoration and speak to Maria. Make sure you mention 97.1 and you'll receive a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation. And hey, that's $1,000 value. So for more information and to schedule your consult with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Thank you to Korean radio.
Yeah.
The main deal in Seoul.
I always like hearing the enthusiasm, the excitement, and just the tone that they set on some of those foreign broadcasts. They're a lot of fun to listen to.
Oh, yeah. I heard him say McCall Hardman, and I think I heard a little Patrick Mahomes there at the end. But other than that, your guess is
as good as ours. Yes.
Damn right. Absolutely. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. ESPN had its power rankings, and the Lions' current power rankings, and the Lions right now are number 4 on the list. They start with the Baltimore Ravens at number 1, followed by the Kansas City Chiefs at number 2. The San Francisco 49ers at 3. The Detroit Lions at number 4. Buffalo 5. Miami 6. Dallas 7. Philly 8. Houston 9. And Green Bay 10. There's your top 10.
I think that's about right. That's about where they should be. Not going to put them at 1 or 2.
No.
And, I mean, it's not a shocker that all 4 teams that were in the AFC or NFC championship games are 1 through 4.
Right. I'd put them anywhere between 4 and 6. 4 is fine. 5. You're basically arguing over, nothing. If you sit there and say, well, Buffalo, it may not be as good. And
okay, you could argue Buffalo. I don't know that you can argue Miami.
Probably not. My thing.
Dallas. I get Dallas the head-to-head, but that was one where, the Lions should have won.
Dallas is 7. Yeah, you're right. The only reason I could see Miami, and I wouldn't put them there, but whatever, I'm not going to argue that much about it, is because Miami's weakness towards especially the end of the season was their defense, and part of that was because all the injuries that they had. They had tons of injuries from Phillips to didn't Ramsey get hurt for a while, and
he was hurt early.
Van Ginkel got hurt. There were a lot of guys on that defense. They were just beat up at the end. Now, would they have beaten Kansas City or beaten another team anyway? Who knows? But that's to me that was Miami's bugaboo, so to speak.
Well, that and playing teams above 500.
Yeah, but part of that was
and that was part of their track record. Well, that was before the guys got hurt.
I know, but the last part of the season,
he just won't learn.
No,
you're being fooled by offensive.
No,
flash.
I'm not
yes,
being.
You are.
No, I'm talking about their defense. They lost because of their defense sucked down the stretch. When Bradley Chubb got hurt,
better teams down the stretch.
When you lose, how good would the Lions defense be if they lost Aiden Hutchinson, pick your other best receiver, and pick your best linebacker? That's all I'm saying. They got crippled by defensive injuries.
What you're also saying is that you'd put the Miami Dolphins ahead of the Detroit Lions if they were healthy.
It'd be pretty close. I said I'd still put the Lions 4 or 5. I said I'm not going to argue between 4 and 6. But to sit there and say Miami wouldn't be in there, well, there are reasons why they lost those games.
Okay, well, they beat the Chargers, the Patriots, the Broncos.
Yeah.
Any of 3 of those good teams?
No.
All right, they lost to the Bills. They beat the Giants and the Panthers. Either of those good teams?
No.
All right, they lost to the Eagles. They beat the Patriots again. Patriots a good team?
Okay, besides the Chiefs.
The Chiefs they lost to.
Right.
They beat the Raiders, the Jets, the Commanders, the Jets, and at the end of the year they beat the Cowboys. So they won one quality game all year long.
Okay, and I don't want to do this, but I will. For argument's sake.
And that was because part of that was because Dallas was on the road at that time.
Could be. Probably.
It was a walk-off field goal, wasn't it?
It absolutely could be. All right, off the top of my... So besides the first game of the season, what really good teams did the Lions beat?
Why are you saying besides the first game of the season?
Because so they beat
the Lions
Kansas City.
won at Arrowhead. The Dolphins lost to them on a neutral field.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. Keep going. I'm just asking, what good team did the Lions beat besides Kansas City?
Green Bay.
The Rams.
When the Lions played the regular season, when the Lions played Green Bay, were they any good? Was Jordan Love any good then? Serious? I'm asking a serious question here. Was he? Yes or no?
It was in Green Bay.
It was a good win, but they were not a good team at the time.
All right, but the ones I ripped off in regards to
the Lions have a tougher schedule.
They were good all year long.
Yeah.
What?
Who was? The Lions?
The teams that I just talked about.
Yeah.
That Miami beat. Were they good all year long? No.
Okay.
All right. So when you're looking at the teams that the Lions beat, look at Tampa Bay. They were at least a playoff team.
True.
All right. I mean, how many playoff teams did the Miami Dolphins beat?
Probably one or two. Probably, right?
Yeah, the Cowboys.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. And the Lions ended up, starting off the season by beating the defending world champs.
If you're asking me, are the
champs.
Lions better than Miami? Yes, but I just said that I think they can be part of the conversation.
I don't even know how we got down this road.
Yeah, because anytime Miami is brought up, it's like, oh, Mike McDaniel's basically a doofus and they're all offense.
That's not at all what I said.
I didn't say you did. Tom brings up their offense. I'm blinded by the offense. No, I'm blinded by the fact of a team that's 3 of their 4 best defensive players basically were crippled the last 4 or 5 weeks of the season.
Yeah, but the rest of their season, they were there, and they still couldn't beat a good team.
Okay, that's fine. I get that. But they're in the conversation. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say they're better than the Lions. Did I? No.
I think you're using injury as an excuse for them to put them in your 4 to 6 category.
Yeah.
I don't think after we saw the playoffs, they belong in the Detroit Lions conversation. I'm sorry. I think you're being unfair to the Lions.
No, I don't think
we're not going to use the playoffs.
What?
We're not going to use the playoff outcomes in terms of.
We were talking about the regular. We mentioned all the season schedule, the team they beat.
No, we're talking about the power rankings going into next year.
Well, the Lions are. I said the Lions are better than the Miami Dolphins. Okay, but I think the Dolphins can be in the conversation, and I'm saying the reason they're not is because of their injuries. Yes. If you want us to call that as an excuse or a fact, that's fine too.
I don't think they're in the conversation.
Okay, that's fine.
I think you're looking at the Houston Texans, the Green Bay Packers, the Cleveland Browns, the Rams. I would put all of these teams. And if we're talking about injuries, how about if you get a healthy Joe Burrow, the Cincinnati Bengals?
Probably. They could be, yeah. Could be. They could be, yes. They could be better than the Dolphins. They could be better than the Lions if they had a healthy Joe Burrow. I don't know. So we were arguing about the Miami Dolphins.
Yes.
Where are we?
We're not. We're arguing that they shouldn't be in the conversation with the Detroit Lions.
Okay. And you keep putting them in the same conversation.
All right. More importantly, congratulations to John in Royal Oak. He's going to see Green Day at Comerica Park. He heard the team in Korea is better than the Dolphins, okay? Let's for a chance to win a pair of tickets. He won a pair of tickets to see Green Day with special guests, the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas at Comerica Park, September 4th, 2024. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com, courtesy of Live Nation.
Are you a closet Dolphin fan?
No.
Obviously he is.
No. I think I would.
Dolphins fan and Mike McDaniel fan.
Wait a minute. It is his 3rd residence down there, South Florida.
Oh, that's right.
So we got Philly, Detroit.
I'll say this.
Philly 1A.
I might have got
Miami 1B. Detroit 2.
I may have been blind. No, Detroit's 1. I may have been blinded by.
That's what he says.
No, if I thought I said Philly, I made an argument for them, and I was down on them for a long time.
Last 6 weeks.
Yeah. Well, but I called it early that they were playing like crap and still winning games. I think I'm blinded a little bit by Hard Knocks. I admit, because I watched it very closely.
Miami one?
Yeah.
The in-season one?
Mm-hmm. That I can be accused of.
Okay.
Right.
We'll accuse you of that.
Thank you. 97 won the ticket.
Legitimately. Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 pounds in just 30 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 pounds or 100 pounds or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. And there's no better day to call than on Fat Tuesday. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days, and I lost 60 pounds overall, and I got to eat real whole food. That wasn't shakes and in bars, and I'm more than 2 years into it, and I've been able to keep it off. Plus, you're going to get a weight loss coach that works with you every single step of the way. Your coach is going to help you lose weight, and they're going to help you keep it off. Go to idealu.us now and sign up for a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value free, and here's what you're going to get. You're going to find out your visceral fat percentage, water weight percentage, bone mass, muscle mass, a whole lot of numbers, and your weight loss coach is going to help you decipher that. But the best of all is you're going to find out how easy it is to lose weight and lose weight fast. Picture yourself 20 or 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Now is the time to make it happen. Go to idealu.us now. That's idealu.us.
Oh, yeah. My favorite TV pet is Flipper. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
Is this the Flipper song?
No, Flipper is the dolphin. The TV show Flipper was a dolphin. I was making fun of myself for my dolphin take.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it took me. I'm glad you explained the joke to me.
Yeah.
I did not get that.
You don't want me to sing the theme song from Flipper either.
I didn't even know there was that famous.
When was that show?
Yeah, too long ago. Too long ago.
Black and white?
No,
you know
Flipper was
what?
a movie.
I think it was actually. In
Flipper
black
was
and,
a
no,
movie.
Color. Yeah, probably. Oh, well, yeah.
I think it became a movie. I
don't
remember
remember.
Flipper with my kids. Are you Googling it?
I know nothing of either.
There's nothing on the internet about it. That's
Oh,
how old it is.
1996, there was a movie called Flipper.
Yeah.
There you have
With
it.
Paul Hogan.
Yes. I was single.
And
at that
Elijah
time.
Wood, yes.
Yes.
What
Did
the
not
hell's a
have
flipper?
kids.
With Paul Hogan? Wow.
Paul Hogan, the Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
By the way, I want to get this right, John. I put this in my prep, but I don't think we're going to get to it. So I'm going to mention it by name. I went to the Saturday night. I went to a restaurant by myself.
Okay.
And sat down and had dinner. Really good place. And just had a conversation with the person next to me, just, BSing around. And it turns out that he lived on your street.
On my street?
Growing up on Shenandoah.
I didn't live on Shenandoah.
Or right around there.
Okay.
According to him.
Yeah.
Matt Fisher's older brother is who he was.
Oh, okay.
And he said Matt used to play baseball with you all the time. And,
yeah. Matt was actually 1 year older than me.
Right.
Yeah.
He said either he lived or you lived. I don't remember because I tried to take down notes between the Gradys and the Downses. You know who they were?
I don't remember the Greens. I apologize, but the Shenandoah Court was the street that was behind us.
Okay, maybe that's where he lived.
Yes, we grew up on West Elmwood.
Yes, he said his brother used to play baseball with you all the time.
Okay. Yeah, Matt. Yeah. Pitcher.
Mm-hmm. So he says hello.
Oh, okay. Hey,
John, because he said
Matt's older brother. Hi.
Because he said he's from Clawson. I said, oh, the guy I worked with on the radio, John Jansen, former Michigan player. He's oh yeah, we were neighbors, and he started doing this whole thing. Maybe he was just BSing.
No. Yeah, I remember Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't remember his older brother, but
he said when he was a kid, he was always, who are you? And he'd have this big handshake, even as a 10-year-old. He goes, I'm John Jensen.
It's got to learn it somewhere, right?
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah. He had a nickname. There was a nickname, Higgs or something like that. I don't. Anyway.
He had one.
Or he'd hear his brother or something. Anyway.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
He says hello. Yeah, I like doing that though. Going to
random places by yourself.
Yeah, sitting at the bar, having a good meal. You never know who you're going to run into, and it's kind of interesting.
It can be.
My wife was out of town, so
yes. To me, that is something that I think it's older men would do and enjoy it.
I did it when I was a lot younger than I am now, too.
Old souls.
Okay.
If I'm not gonna go to a bar by myself and sit down and have a steak. I think most dudes would probably throw that on their own grill and stay at home.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I've gone
married dudes. I'm not talking about single dudes that are looking for some action.
No, I wasn't looking for some action.
I know you weren't.
Right. But I've like when in the summers when Cindy used to be on the horse tour on the horse tour with Jesse, I'd go to some Capitol Grill or the place in.
You're just looking for a conversation.
I'm just sitting down having a good meal, There's nothing. If you like to go to places like that with other people, why wouldn't you like to go there those places by yourself?
Do you sit at the bar?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen people, mainly
and
men that do that more than women.
And generally, how old are they?
50 plus.
Thank you. I'm not out of line by saying it's older dudes.
I know. I didn't say you were out of line. I said, but lunch I used to do is a much younger person.
Mm-hmm. Yes, old soul.
Yes, exactly. There's nothing wrong with being an old soul.
No, there's not anything wrong with that.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I can't remember there's nothing wrong with going to an establishment by yourself. Yes. I just don't know
You
that I
guys are
would.
so sophomoric. It's
My
unbelievable.
goodness.
It's incredible.
Well, I'm laughing at Tom. I'm not.
No, don't put the blame on him.
Don't put the blame on him. I had nothing to say about
With
Sydney riding.
laughing with me.
Yes.
When
The
Cindy's
horse.
out riding the horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
That
only
means
you
you're-
guys
you're
would take.
alone.
Yeah.
Oh, like
To
we
go
haven't
to
taken
dinner.
lesser things.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. It's not like it's a stretch.
Oh, I have 3 more sleeps, as you like to say.
Yes, you do. No, you have 3 more wake ups.
That's true.
Yes, because then after that, you won't have to wake up so damn early.
That is correct. But I give you credit. You're now like getting up even earlier and working out before the show.
You're crazy.
Well, if I don't, then I run out of time during the rest of the day, and
How long do
I
you
only
work
get
out
up.
for?
I only get up a half an hour, really 15 minutes earlier. I just don't spend
So you
as
do a
much
quick
time.
workout.
Yeah, I mean, I'm there. I show up at the gym at about 10 to 4. I'm on the floor at 4, and I'm done at 4:45. So it's a 45-minute deal.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But if I don't, I don't have time the rest of the day.
I get
so
that.
instead of getting up at 3:30, I get up at 3:15.
Oh gosh. Nope.
Would it be any better if you just worked out here before?
No,
Okay.
there's not as much equipment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no dumbbells.
Till I show up.
Yeah, yes. Then I throw you around for the rest of the morning.
Yes, exactly. All right, Carson Anderson are coming up next. Where's Gator?
He's out sick today.
Oh no.
Okay, so that means you have to do the 2
Oh,
grand
good.
slam. Well, you'll be happy to know. Let's see.
Nothing like getting the news that your radio partner is out sick, you're going solo, and the
And I
added
get to do
treat
the 2
of
grand
doing the
slam.
2 grand
Yeah.
slam.
Well, this will amuse people.
And the contestant got 2, and there's only 1 movie question.
So we're setting the bar at 2.
No, I'm setting the bar high, better than that.
No, I'm setting it at
got
2.
Top 2.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Who led the 49ers in receiving yardage in Super Bowl 58?
Juwan Jennings.
He is the new offensive coordinator at the Ohio State University.
Chip Kelly.
Super Bowl 59 will be played in this city next year.
New Orleans.
Who played J. Robert Oppenheimer in the movie Oppenheimer?
Is that Matt Damon?
Billy Joe Armstrong is the lead vocalist for this band.
Green Day.
Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Edmonton.
He was named 2023 NFL AP Defensive Rookie of the Year last week.
Pass.
Who do the Pistons play tonight?
The Lakers.
What is TJ Lang's real first name?
Thomas.
What is the capital of Nicaragua?
Denzel Washington.
He was named the 2023 AP Defensive Rookie of the Year last
This one's
week.
going to piss me off. Why am I blanking? I can't remember. Pass.
Will Anderson.
Okay.
You got 6.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Well done.
Yeah. Christian McCaffrey led the 49ers in receiving.
Okay.
Killian Murphy played
Matt Damon
Oppenheimer.
was a great guest, though, because
He was in the
is
movie.
In the
isn't
movie,
he?
yes.
I saw his picture
Yes.
on a
Advertisement. Yes.
And the capital of Nicaragua is Managua.
It's not Denzel Washington.
No, it's not.
No.
There was. Do you remember? All right. Do you remember when Johnny Carson used to do Karnak at all?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but I hate to
Never
admit
saw him
that I
live.
do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
So he used to say things and then come up with like questions.
He would hold an envelope up to his forehead.
Right. And he'd go.
And then
okay.
he'd say Denzel Washington.
Right.
He'd open it up the envelope and it would be a question.
Yeah, but it'd be something usually funny.
Yes.
So I remember one he used to do Nicaragua. You open the thing. What do you have to be careful of when shaving around your agua? Just remember that.
Don't ever change.
I won't. I won't. I promise, Doug.
He too can be yours soon.
Yeah. He will be. Like if this were next week,
Yes.
if this were next week, Mike would be it. Well, maybe
That's
not.
right. Well, next week I'll be in
That's right.
Florida.
That's right.
Hopefully we're going to go to Lakeland for at least a day.
Yeah.
What do you got on the show today?
Oh, we got a question for Lions fans. I can't look. It's Fat Tuesday, and
You want a Punchki?
no, but I may
Why
have
not?
to eat one.
Yeah, they're great. They are terrific.
I had two. They're very good.
They're,
All right.
they're better than very good.
Have a wonderful day, everyone. 97.1 The Ticket.
Coach, the courtesy of Coach Larry. Coach Larry? Yeah, Jack's sharp baseball coach.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. Today isn't just Mardi Gras, it's the unofficial start of baseball season. Pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training across the majors, including the Tigers, whose first workout is tomorrow in Lakeland. Two newly minted Pistons expected to make their Detroit debuts tonight. Quentin Grimes and Evan Fournier both came over from the Knicks as part of the Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks trade at last week's deadline. You can hear that and the Pistons take on the Lakers in L.A. tonight on WWJ News Radio 950. Coverage starts at 10:05. Red Wings at Oilers tonight here on 97.1. That coverage starts at 8:45. And today marks the one-year anniversary of the shooting at Michigan State that claimed the lives of 3 students and injured others. Tom Izzo is asking those in the MSU community and beyond to reflect today and to ensure the victims are never forgotten. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so Gator out today. Come down with a bit of a cold, and so we hope to get him back this week. And yeah, indeed, Beanie, wrapping up the update there. 1 year ago today, the shooting at MSU, and our thoughts are with those families today and the MSU community. May God bless you and be with you on this day and every day, because it's an incredibly difficult day for so many people in our community. And just want to let you know we're thinking about you today. In the meantime, it is indeed a lot going on. In the wake of the Super Bowl, got a Lions question we want to get to, because we already kind of had the unthinkable happen, so I guess we want to continue in that way, and I'll explain coming up a little bit later on. Today is Fat Tuesday. There's a box of Punchkis out there, and we're sitting here thinking, and for people who are not familiar with the show, I do not eat a ton of sugary foods. I do not judge those that do. You do you, and I especially don't eat sugary foods in the morning. But here we sit with a box of Punchkis out there, and Kang's like, do we have you eat one on camera and give you 4 hours to do so? And I thought about it, and I'm like, here's my concern. Do these things have 3,000 calories? Is that correct?
No, I think that's
You think that's a fake number?
Yeah, it's probably more. No, I'm kidding. I don't know the exact. Don't think about it, Doug. Don't think about it.
Okay, but here's the deal, right?
Dude, you work out enough, man. It's nothing for you.
It's not about that as much as Gator is out sick. What happens if I get sick?
You're not going to get sick.
You don't think so?
What do you think the sickness will be, Doug, if you ate a Punchki?
A reversal.
And then you'll be fine, right? Isn't that how it works?
I mean, yeah, I suppose it could. I don't know. They're sitting out there.
Well, that's why I'm giving you 4 hours. I'm not asking you to just, throw it down before the segment's over.
Well, that's true.
Pace yourself. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Have you had one yet today?
No.
Are you going to?
I wasn't planning on it, but if for support, I will do it with you if you want me to.
Will you? Well, we'll give it some thought. But I better get on it quick, right? Because if
yeah, it's only going to be worse.
And I realize that people are just like, you're an idiot. But to understand, if you don't eat a lot of food like this, it's a bit of a shock to the system. And I will guarantee this. I think a reversal is unlikely. I think me feeling a little sick to the stomach is a strong probability if I ate one of these things. But, hey, man.
I think it might amp you up for the show.
Oh, a sugar high.
Yeah. You might crash it, too.
Maybe the show will be better. Maybe this will become part of my daily routine. Is anybody do these things make any other appearance? Like, do you see Punchkis available? Are people eating Punchkis in like August? Or is this like the Thanksgiving turkey? It makes an appearance and that's it.
They're definitely not as popular, right?
No.
But I feel like they're, if you go to your grocery store, Kroger, Meijer, wherever, they're in the bakery area. You know, maybe it's just not as prominent as it is during this week or today.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, for those that do observe Fat Tuesday, lean into it and have some fun. So Super Bowl wraps up. Got a Lions thing we want to get to today at 10:18. Big day for the Red Wings. I will say I have a degree of excitement. I think when you start the post-All-Star break playoff push against two of the best teams in the West, you beat one of them on Saturday in Vancouver, which is the best team in the West, and come back and play Edmonton tonight on the road. I think it really signifies that they mean business if they come out and start with a sweep of Vancouver and Edmonton. And, you know, the post-All-Star playoff push and really the push before the trade deadline. That's the other scenario here that we need to talk about is they could get to the trade deadline and be buyers. And if you need help on the blue line, there is help to be had on the blue line. Chris Tanev from Calgary, Noah Hannafin as well. Jacob Chikrin's 25 years old in Ottawa, and he might be on the market. That is a bad hockey team right now that I wonder if Steve Staios and Steve Yzerman, the GMs at Ottawa and Yzerman in Detroit, and I think they go back to Team Canada ties, but they worked out the DeBrincat deal. DeBrincat was rated today. That was rated as one of the best offseason moves made by any team, which is awesome that we're getting a return on that move. But, there's a chance for them to go from being sort of this fringe playoff contender to, hey, let's try and make a run in the postseason. But first, you almost want to guarantee that you're going to make the playoffs might be strong. But in the next 3 weeks leading up to the trade deadline, before you make that big move to try and because it'd be great if you can sort of solidify a playoff berth, really create some distance between yourself and any team chasing the wild card to move out of the wild card spot before you go make a big move. I would love to see it, as all of Detroit would be. And I mentioned yesterday the freshness of a return to the postseason. We just saw it with the Lions, the freshness of that. And then, when you break a ceiling that you haven't done in a long time, like the Lions did. I mean, the Red Wings haven't been in the playoffs 7 years. They've missed it for 7 consecutive seasons, haven't won a playoff round in 10. They prior to that, they were 3. I think it was 3 straight. I'm pretty sure it was 3 straight one and dones. They made the playoffs and were bounced in the first round, then 7 years without. So getting back would have a freshness and a renewed excitement to something that became just part of our spring. Was Red Wing postseason hockey. You book it. Well, and it wasn't just making the postseason. It was a chance to make some noise. So if they could come out white hot here right after the All-Star break, and there were moments in that game Saturday where it looked like the 10 days off was killing them. But if you can make a bit of a push and maybe be more than just a team that's trying to make the playoffs, a team that is trying to make a run in the playoffs, that'd be great to see. So anyway, just some things to consider here with the Red Wings playing that game tonight in Edmonton. Got a Lions topic we want to get to today at 10:18. It is centered around, we've already had something happen this offseason that would be described as unlikely, that we didn't expect, that some people would argue was the best thing that could happen in the offseason, and it's already happened. Could there be something else looming? We'll get to that again today at 10:18. Carson Anderson, Gator out sick today, 97.1 The Ticket. So those of you watching the video stream, I now have in my possession a Punchki that was brought in for the morning show. And I really don't want to eat this thing. But we're thinking about doing a little radio stunting. And so maybe I will. Kang, this is custard. And if I chose this specifically, if I were to go with one of these, it would be the custard flavored.
Why custard? I figured you were more like a fruit guy.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't know.
Don't know?
I don't know why custard, but as I looked over the options with the custard Punchki here.
I think it's more mental for you, man.
What? That
you think you'll be sick or, have a reversal or, I think you'll be fine once you get over the mental hurdle. Your body's going to adjust. We're not asking you to eat more than one.
No, and it's not like it's a piece of bologna. That was awful. That was just terrible. But I did see something here on Twitch. None Special Here Now, responding to Nayrock, says, I've been told the Punchkis in stores aren't even real Punchkis. Is there a fake and a real?
Oh, like the grocery stores are knockoffs or something?
So I've heard this about what's it you put on sushi? God, I'm completely blanking.
Wasabi.
Wasabi. I've heard there's real wasabi and fake wasabi.
Yeah, most wasabi here is not the real typical Japanese wasabi.
Are most of these Punchkis out here in the community fake Punchkis?
I don't know what a fake one is, but maybe it's how they make them, what they use to make them.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. Is there anybody from the Punchki elite that can call up and clear this up for us?
Someone from Hamtramck right now.
Yeah, what's real?
In the heart of it.
What's real and what's fake? And what do you think I have? Do you think this is a real one or is this a fake one? Is there any way of knowing by looking at it?
Oh, but just by looking at it, I was going to say just look at the box. Maybe we can see where it was from.
Yeah.
Just by looking. Well, you definitely won't be able to tell the difference. You're the last guy.
I know, right? Do I put wasabi on this? Not sure.
Come on, man.
Not sure. Come on, what?
Take a bite. Gator would have eaten one at least today.
He would have had one when he sat down and then probably had one more going on right now. But so Jansen walked out carrying a box of them.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, and he said, this is going to be my biggest test of the day. And I said, what? Not eating another one? He goes, no. Not eating another one on the ride home. So anyway, he is he's pushing his willpower. Like the funniest thing about this is this could sit here for 4 hours and wouldn't tempt me at all. And it may just sit here for 4 hours. It's like a hockey puck, man.
You like hockey?
I do like hockey. Do you you haven't had one, right?
No, but like I said, I will have one if that'll make you feel better and we can do it together.
Yeah, maybe we will. Let's go to Anthony here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're doing good.
Hey, what I wanted to say was there is a difference between the grocery store ones and the ones you get from the bakery. The grocery store ones, they can be 3, 4, 5 days old, so they're not going to be as nice, as fluffy. The outside's going to fall apart. It's just not going to be as nice unless you get it maybe on the first day and you got lucky. Otherwise, get them at the bakery.
Well, okay, but is it the same product, just one is older?
Yeah, they're a little smaller too, like like to fit like 3 or 4 of them in a box, so that they're maybe a little smaller. The ones you get at the bakery are typically maybe a little bit bigger and have better ingredients in them too.
Okay.
Better.
I mean, that would make some sense. The idea that, the grocery store, they're not the same thing. They're old. Well, they might be the same thing and old, but smaller in the grocery store, huh? Let's go to Mike. You're next. Hi, Mike.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going today?
Okay.
Hey, no, I've worked here in Hamtramck for going on 30 years now, and back in the day, when I started here, a Punchki was something special. I mean, it was big, it was filling, but the ones now, even here in Hamtramck that they're selling, it's not the same. Now it's basically a jelly donut. That's all it really is. But like I say, when years and years ago, they were really big, and it was, when we'd have the Punchki eating contest, we had a guy, he weighed in probably about 400 pounds. I think he ate 13 of them the one year. Now these people, you get people in there that are eating 35, 36 Punchkis or that. So,
and they wouldn't be able to do that
than it used to be.
They wouldn't be able to do that back in the day when they really had some girth and some heft to them, huh?
Exactly.
Yep.
That's all I wanted to share with you. As far as how good they are, I've got bakeries by my house and that I think do just as good or better of a job as the ones down here. I hate to say it. I love the city and that, but it's kind of shame on the bakeries for, just trying to cash in now on these.
Hold on. Which bakeries you're saying? I'm a little confused. You have bakeries near you, which is where?
Well, in where I live, I don't live in Hamtramck. I have bakeries I'm in Garden City. We've got a place, Villa Bakery. To me, I think theirs are just as good, if not better,
than Hamtramck.
The ones that, as far as they're bigger and they taste just as good. So
that's they feel like fighting words. 248-539-9797. Are Garden City Punchkis as good as Hamtramck Punchkis?
Everyone knows Garden City's rivals Westland. Doug.
Yeah, he's calling out Hamtramck, which isn't it Garbage City versus Wasteland? Isn't that what they call each other?
Hey, you said it, not me, man.
Well, that's what they call each other, but Peter, you're next. What's up, Peter?
Hi, I'm Peter Black from Windsor, longtime listener, first-time caller.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. My dad actually brought over Punchkis to Windsor in the 1980s.
Meaning what?
So
what do
my
you mean by brought him over?
we have a long-standing bakery. Our family, we have a family of bakers for about 100 years.
All right.
It's called Tony Black's Union Bakery, and my great-grandfather was a baker in Poland in the early 1900s.
So you got some authenticity
we're still doing
behind
it today.
You got the
yes.
original recipe straight from Poland?
Absolutely. And we're still doing them to this day. We bought a bakery about 8 years ago, so instead of frying them, we bake ours today, but they're very, very, very rich. There's a lot more fat in them, sugar, and the point was to, get that last little bit of fat in before you fast for Lent.
I got to tell you, right, I remember that. I got to tell you, I think if I want to go with a Punchki, I want one straight out of Warsaw. Like my man here has brought his recipe. This is from the old country. And that sounds like the way you want to do it.
Yeah, his Punchki bloodlines run deep, Doug.
Yeah, they do. There's a degree of authenticity.
There's a lot of cholesterol on that bloodline.
With what they're selling over there. Bob. What's up, Bob?
Well, there were two different types of Punchkis. I was born and raised on the Southwest Side, and there was a lot of local bakeries that had light cakes, and they injected fruit fillings or the custard or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The Hamtramck style Punchki was deep fried. In fact, on those we used to call those grease bombs.
Okay. And which is better?
I prefer the ones from the old neighborhood in the Southwest Side.
Okay.
They seem more palatable, whereas the ones from Hamtramck, to me, I mean, you took a bite and you could literally feel it hit the bottom of your stomach. I'm not kidding you, Doug.
I got to tell you, that's kind of the impression I get of any of these things when it comes to me.
I can taste that trans fat.
You can feel it at the bottom of your stomach.
It just hits different.
All right, thanks. I do appreciate all the intel. All of this is taken under consideration. Hey, all right, the Lions have already had something happen this season that was like the best thing that could have happened. Could there be something else looming? We'll explain today at 10:31. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today, sick. He hopes to be back tomorrow. Got a bit of a head cold. 97.1, the ticket. All right, get a couple of these texts in, and then let's get to some Lion stuff. I've lived in Vegas for 3 years. I work at a major bank. None of my coworkers know what a Punchki is. No wonder I miss my hometown so much. That's from an unnamed texter listening on the Odyssey app, which you need to download for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can stream the show anywhere in the United States and Canada, like Vegas. But there's going to come a time when you're out of town, a big sports story is going to break, and you go, ooh, I wonder what they're saying on the ticket. Well, you'll have the Odyssey app to be able to listen in from no matter where you are. You can also stream to our website, 971aticket.com. Stream with video, youtube.com and twitch.tv. You can comment there and see the video of the Punchki that I have yet to consume. We'll see. John in Lake Orion says, I think the supermarket Punchkis are usually baked and the real ones are deep fried. Here's an interesting one from an unnamed texter. If it has a hole in it, it's fake.
Yeah, that's just a donut, right?
I guess. Having moved to Hawaii last year, I've been shocked and disappointed by the lack of Punchkis. My blood pressure probably loves it, though. That's from Chris in Honolulu. What's up, Chris? Aloha. Alex in the car. Doug, I looked it up. They say anywhere between 300 and 700 calories for a Punchki, depending on where you get it from. And the filling. Far cry from 3,000. You'll be good. Sir Don says, I've seen them in the local Kroger in the last month. I downed one, worked out, and having a second one this afternoon. Vince says, pretty sure Punchkis have under 500 calories. They aren't as bad as you might think. Take it down on the air. Let's go. Punchkis are like the Thanksgiving turkey because ham is better than turkey and donuts are better than Punchkis. That's from Scott. I will argue the ham is better than turkey, but that's just me.
We know that's you, Doug.
Yeah, I know. Look,
and some people are saying, by the way, that a quote-unquote real Punchki is fried in lard and not in oil.
Okay.
That could be another difference.
Yeah, it's hard for me to want to eat this one if I don't know its origin, so I'll probably pass. All right, let's go. Some Lion stuff. We are 2 days removed from Kansas City raising the Lombardi Trophy and crown champion of the NFL. And we know the deal. We're a player in this thing now. And in 361 days, somebody else is going to do this. 360 days, whatever it is. Somebody else is going to do this on February 9th of next year. And that someone could be us, right? I think we all feel decent about our chances. But what's the one thing this offseason which would make you truly believe, oh my God, I really think we're winning this thing? Like the one thing, the best thing that could happen this offseason. And we can sit here, we can try to operate in the confines of what could realistically happen, but I'm not even that concerned with that. Because I feel like if you got a dream list and you want to dream, go for it. Because, and I shouldn't say dream list, something that would seem far-fetched, I guarantee you there's going to be a move that happens this offseason that seems far-fetched. I guarantee it. Something that people will go, I can't believe that happened. And I'll never forget, we did this, whatever it was, a decade ago with the Tigers in the offseason and the name Prince Fielder. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. We took calls, and half the calls were, how could it happen? And half the calls were, why are you even talking about this? And then it happened. Okay? And when you do a show like that, you're driving home and you go, did we step out of bounds there? Did we did we break through a guardrail and veer off into unrealistic, sports talk? But I'm kind of encouraging it today here a little bit. What's the best thing that could happen this offseason? Now, I would argue we've already had one best thing that could happen. It didn't quite seem realistic, did it, that Ben Johnson would be back? And that's already been announced. That already happened. And we could have sat here and talked about it the weeks leading up to that announcement and probably been accused of smashing through the guardrails and off into the wild blue yonder of unrealistic sports talk. So, yeah, we're encouraging it here a little bit. And we're going to put a couple of rules in place for the purposes of this exercise. Like, let's presume they take care of most of their important in-house free agents. And we could debate on some of those guys, and we're not going to do it. That's a topic for a different day. But, I mean, Jonah Jackson, let's say the market isn't as bountiful for Jonah Jackson, and they can bring him back on a reasonable rate. And so we start with keeping the offensive line intact, although that may be the number one thing you want to do. And I don't want to worry too much about the how. Like, if you have a free agent out there that you're like, that guy would be perfect, we don't necessarily need to go into the, you don't need to go into the how. Let us do that. And I'll give you an example. The Detroit Lions could absolutely use this player. There's questions about whether or not he's going to get to the open market. And there's questions or not whether or not that they could actually sign him. And Brad Holmes has indicated he doesn't expect there to be a lot of external players brought in. But that doesn't mean things can't change. The example is L'Jarius Sneed, the best cornerback in football, arguably. Obviously, he would help, okay? He'd be immediately CB1 on almost any roster he joins. You bump Cam Sutton to number 2. He was the best against your best all season long. Kansas City, they held number 1 receivers to less than 50 yards a game receiving. He didn't give up a touchdown in man coverage to the Buffalo divisional round of the playoffs. So how does it happen? Well, Kansas City has 2 elite defensive players, and Chris Jones as well. And it feels like more of the reporting out of Kansas City is that the priority is going to be Jones. So you can't franchise tag them both, most likely. And the thing about the franchise tag, it's kind of equal number for a defensive tackle and a corner. And then you go, how do the Lions make it work under the cap? Well, it would start with not signing Goff to an extension. That could save some money. Or any extension you sign players to, they're heavily backloaded to have money to spend this offseason. Now, is this pushing the boundaries, is crashing through the guardrails? Yeah, it might be, but the point is, we kind of want you to do that today. Now, it could be something in-house. You know, we are asking for what's the best thing that could happen this offseason. And like I said on the air already, we've had one. Ben Johnson coming back was one. What would, and maybe it's somebody in-house that explodes, that blossoms. There's a lot of players that feel like they have that possibility. So what is it going to be? Some player on some roster is going to explode. Some trade is going to be made that makes people go, wow. Some free agent is going to be signed where people are going to say, how did that happen? Why not us? Why not us? We used to, and let's, part of the reason I want to do this is because we used to have an NFL destination nobody wanted to come to. That's not the case anymore. That's not the case. So if you take that out of the equation as a variable, everything's a little bit more likely than it ever used to be. And I'll give you an example. I'm not saying players will take less money to come to Detroit, but let's say Detroit and Chicago. Chicago's got a ton of cap space. Let's say Detroit and Chicago both are after a player, and the player's agent says, here's Chicago's money. Here's what Chicago offered. And Detroit says, well, match that. We will give you that exact contract. Send over the terms. We'll give you the same contract. Is that player choosing a Detroit team that's close or a Chicago team that isn't? Like, we've got that now. So I'm saying I think we now have license to dream a little bit, a license to push the envelope. Probably the biggest thing that works against this is Brad Holmes' comments that he doesn't expect external. But you don't know what's going to happen. He doesn't know what's going to happen. So what is the thing that could happen this offseason? The best possible thing that could happen this offseason that would make you think, holy crap, we are really a legit contender, if not the favorite.
So just to be clear for the listeners, Doug, I'm asking,
Yep.
you're taking the guardrails completely off here. Like
Kind
as far as
yeah.
trades.
I mean, and some, yeah. If somebody's got a trade, I'd love to hear it. And here's the thing about it is, yeah, you could cross a line. It's almost like bold ass predictions. You can cross a line, but we're encouraging people to get a little bit out there. Because am I wrong? Is there going to be some move this offseason that makes people go, whoa?
In general, in the NFL, yes. That happens in sports all the time.
Yep.
Will the lines be involved in that whoa move? And you're letting people dream today.
A little bit.
Right? A little bit too.
Yeah.
Within reason, of course. But did that move to put them over the top to say, dude, they're not the fourth favorite. They are the favorite.
They are the favorite. Like, they have, if this happens in the offseason, I could see them being a favorite. I could see me feeling like, holy crap, they're the best team in football. All right, I mean, the Snead thing, right? That's pushing the envelope. That's crashing through the guardrails. That's going against what Brad Holmes said. Got it? Understood, but I'm using that as an example. 248-539-9797. What do you want to hear? Now, I even am cool with people saying, I just want this type of player. Whatever that player is. And again, we'll do some of the heavy lifting for you. It's Carson Anderson. Gators out sick today. Get to your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, having a new Connecticut water softener installed by CGC Water has so many health benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Connecticut Premier Softener. Special financing options available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Need plumbing? CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will take care of your plumbing needs quickly and efficiently. CGC Water Treatment, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Doug Harsh, Gator out sick. Hope to have him back tomorrow. 248-539-9797. What's the best possible thing that could happen this offseason for the Detroit Lions? And we're taking the guardrails down a little bit, not because we necessarily want crazy stuff, but it's kind of the premise behind bold-ass predictions. And we've already had one thing happen this offseason that I think most people would say, well, that's not going to happen. And that's Ben Johnson's back and Aaron Glenn's back. I mean, they kept the coaching staff intact. That seemed like a low probability scenario 2-3 weeks ago. And bam, here we are. And with the Lombardi Trophy just being handed over to the Kansas City Chiefs, how do the Lions make their bid even stronger next year? And yeah, let's go. Let's hear some crazy stuff. Let's hear some pushing of the envelopes. We'll shut it down if it goes too far. But let's get to your phone calls. Art, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Art?
Hey, Doug, here's my wish list. I want Glasgow, Jackson, and Reynolds re-signed. I'd love to see Snead and Hunter from Minnesota, either or both, and it would make my day if I hear they're going to spend some money.
Well, I will tell you the both thing is probably smashing through the guardrails and off into the wild blue yonder of fantasy, but could they get a Danielle Hunter or a L'Jarius Sneed? Look, Sneed's got to hit free agency first. There's a franchise possibility, and I think Chris Jones, and I guess the same thing's true of Hunter. Chris Jones appears to be the priority in Kansas City. That could change. But, I mean, yeah, if you were given your first of all, Kang, do you see any scenario Sneed comes here if he gets the free agency?
If he gets the free agency, no, just judging by what Brad Holmes has said, and he's intentional, as he'll let you know.
Yep.
And it seems like it's draft, develop and re-sign. So I don't see a big free agent signing like that because Sneed would be a very big free agent signing.
Yep. What about
I like
Hunter?
the player a lot.
What about Hunter?
Hunter would be more, I think, in the range. He could be a guy where, because of his age, a C.J. Gardner-Johnson type where, hey, he kind of waits things out. The market doesn't play out as he expects, and he could be available for a little bit of a discount. And so I could see Danielle Hunter a lot more than I could see Snead.
Yeah, it would feel like an ideal addition to this roster in helping to pass rush. And that pairing that Brad Holmes talked about, I'm seeing his name show up here in some of the text, Danielle Hunter. But it would be a really nice fit.
And the Snead thing, if he hits free agency, because I personally would re-sign Chris Jones if I were the Chiefs, but there's a chance they don't because they had that issue to start the year and they never got it settled. He sat out all of camp, obviously missed the first game against the Lions, so there's a chance they still don't work it out and they bring back Snead and Chris Jones is available.
Yep, and that. I mean, again, he would be coveted, and there'd be teams with more money. But if you are a player like Chris Jones, you've already got your rings. So do you just go after the most money, or do you want to go another place you can win? I guess that's a personal question. Joe in New Hudson says Max Crosby from the Raiders.
That's probably the most popular ticket text we're getting.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So that came up during the trade deadline, and I don't know where it came from. The thing about Max Crosby is he's only 27, he's a dominant player, and he's under contract for another couple of years. Though it says potential out. Is that a player out or a team out? His cap hit goes from 24.4 to 27. I guess if you're the Raiders, this is where it would be great. It would be fantastic. Is there any way they would part with him?
No.
I don't think so either.
No. He was one of the main people that spoke up and wanted Antonio Pierce as their head coach. The last thing they would do was trade this guy after he did all that for Antonio Pierce.
Yeah, I mean,
And by the way, he's a great player.
We're asking you to crash through the guardrails, so I'm not mad at anybody that sent it in. I'm not. The thing about a trade is you have to get unlike a free agent, there's multiple things that have to happen. You have to get an organization that's willing to trade a player, and you have to have what that organization wants. if Vegas is moving Max Crosby, they're looking for multiple first-round picks, but not at 29. They're not looking for that first-round pick. 248-539-9797. Jacob, you're next. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
I was saying I saw Hassan Reddick the other day requested a trade, so I was like, we should trade for him. And then the free agency I was talking about, L'Jarius Sneed, too.
Yeah. So when a player starts talking about when a player wants out, that's a little bit different. Reddick is a player that I coveted in the draft years ago. And did you see the reason why he wanted to be traded? I haven't seen this report.
No, I didn't see it. I just saw that he requested out, like he wanted to seek a trade.
Interesting. At his point in his career, a little bit older, I'll have to look at his contract situation. Would Philly be willing to move on from him?
He's been very productive his time with the Eagles, but yeah, I saw the same report as the caller. He was looking to get out.
Wonder if it's Sirianni related. I just find Sirianni. It's a fun storyline to push. Is Sirianni so unlike the players want out? Eagles grant Hassan Reddick permission to seek trade. There you go. Interesting. This feels a little bit more. This feels a little bit more possible. But what would you give back? What would Detroit give back? I mean, if you're Philly, you're looking for. Is the pick at 29 a starting point? And probably another pick, a high pick, and maybe a player? And which player does he make? Does he make most expendable? I don't think Malcolm Rodriguez. I think he's a great throw-in to kind of sweeten a deal. And I don't want to get rid of Malcolm Rodriguez, but it feels like he might be the odd man out. Is Derek Barnes have a market for him? Probably not. Would they want Jack Campbell? They probably want Jack Campbell and a pick. I mean, I'm trying to think if I'm doing this in Philly, what I'm hoping to score from the Lions. This is a tough one, but it feels a little bit more possible as far as trade possibility than Max Crosby.
See, I don't think this happens, but I know, we're talking about, we're bringing up all these scenarios. Brad Holmes and the Lions are in a position where they're not desperate. They don't have to do anything. Nope. We don't have to give you Jack Campbell. We don't have to give you a first-round pick. So they're trying to build something sustainable here. So he's not going to sell future assets for a guy that they feel like they could probably develop on their own team.
I've got a theory, Kang, and you tell me that I am. You tell me I'm wrong. I feel like when a veteran player gets traded for a draft pick, I'm always surprised at the draft compensation isn't as high as I expected it to be. I often look at that and go, huh. Now, sometimes when you get to the elite guys, the draft compensation is extraordinary. I don't think Reddick would get an extraordinary return. I think he'd get a good return, but I don't know.
No, I agree.
Would they budge at 29?
I don't think Holmes would even think about giving up a first-round pick for Hassan Reddick.
Don't you? 248-539-9797. Joe, you're next. Hi, Joe.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
I'm really thinking the Lions need to get rid of Goff, and you got a guy like Fields in Chicago who's looking for a place to go, and Chicago's looking to load him. So I just don't think Goff's going to get you there.
Why not?
Well, you saw that two-handed pass in the first playoff game. He's just not it. He's good, and he got us this far, but a lot of times those playoff teams need that extra boost or that extra player. And I think it's time to shop them.
Okay, so he can't get him there because of a two-handed pass in a game they won. He has gotten his team to a Super Bowl before. He's got a winning record in the postseason.
Right. What did his team in the Super Bowl when they lost? They got rid of the missing piece.
I'm sorry?
Again, it's a business. The Rams got rid of Goff and they went with Stafford.
And he's come here and he's played the best football of his career.
Right. And he's done a great job. But again, this is a business. We need somebody to get us over that hump.
And you think that guy is Justin Fields?
Yes, he's a different player. He's got that Mahomes style of play. He can beat you with the pass, and he can run it. I don't know why Goff didn't run 4th and 2nd and 5, 3rd and 5. A lot of that quarterback could have got.
Suppose I asked for this. Suppose we did ask for this. Look, part of my issue, look, I like Justin Fields. And I'm going to guess, and he did use the word run. There are people that don't think you can win with a quarterback that can't run. Unless that quarterback is Tom Brady. And there have been guys who won. Stafford wasn't a runner. Stafford did win it. Ben Roethlisberger wasn't a runner. He won it. There are more running quarterbacks now than there have ever been before. My concern with any running quarterback or quarterback that runs as much is that player is subject to shelf life isn't as long. They're subject to injuries. They eventually have to change their game. I'm not going to get mad at him. I asked for it, but I don't see that one in the cards. But he wants to move on from Goff and get Justin Fields. 248-539-9797. Remember, to get Justin Fields, you have to give something up. And would they take the pick at 29 for Justin Fields? They might. They might if there's no better offers. But because I saw something written about them taking a 2nd-round pick for Justin Fields. So 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Red Wings have been one of the NHL's best teams over the last 6 weeks, posting a 10-2-2 record in the new year. What's that gotten them? Clinging to the last wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. Detroit coach Derek Lalonde says it's indicative of the competitive level of the NHL, and he expects it to be no different the rest of the way. Wings are at Edmonton tonight, where the Oilers have won 7 in a row and 13 of 15. It's the beginning of a 4-game Western Canada/Pacific Northwest road trip for Detroit. Hear it here on 97.1, coverage starting at 8:45. U of M basketball visiting number 14 Illinois. You can hear that on WWJ News Radio 950. Pregame starts at 6:30. Then tune in for Pistons at Lakers, coverage starting there, also on WWJ at 10:05. And a top Michigan football signee is asking for a release from his national letter of intent. 4-star North Carolina linebacker Jaden Smith, a top 300 player nationally, wants to play elsewhere this fall. He signed with the Wolverines during the early period back in December. Since then, all 5 of Michigan's defensive assistants have left, 3 of them following Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So to a degree, I've certainly asked for this. I'm not going to get mad. But as the core of the question is, what's the best thing that could happen this offseason? And we're asking you to push the boundaries here a little bit, almost go offseason bold-ass predictions. I did not expect the get rid of Goff and go get Justin Fields call, but we got it. And
can we embargo? We got to put one guardrail up after that call. No, honestly, if someone says trade for, Justin Herbert, I think, can we embargo the Goff stuff? Maybe that.
The quarterback stuff?
Yes. Just Goff is your quarterback.
Yeah.
Now we move forward. What's the move?
It seems like such a given. But that guy thinks that's the best thing that can happen this offseason. Better than Jamison Williams blossoming into a top 5 receiver, better than James Houston being healthy and continuing the upward arc of his career, better than signing Danielle Hunter. Let's take a possible step back at the quarterback position. Now, I know what we're wading into. We're wading into the Goff can't run, but and that really drives a lot of people's opinions about him as a quarterback. Although he did say, "Did you see that two-handed pass in the first playoff game, the one that they won?" He said, "Yeah, you can't do that." I mean, didn't Patrick Mahomes do that in the Super Bowl and get called for intentional grounding?
Yes. All right, you want to take those calls? Go for it.
I should embargo. I should listen to you. I should. 248-539-9797. Colin, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Colin.
Hi, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, wanted to bring the temperature down in the room a little bit. A lot of people calling in about wanting Max Crosby, wanting Ladarius Sneed. I don't know why. Justin Fields, this is getting a little out of hand. Let's bring the temperature down a little bit. I feel like something they could really do is sign a couple veterans to this team, get us to that Super Bowl mark. And I think an underrated position that they really need is linebacker. And I think Valentin David in a 1 or 2 year deal is feasible and possible. It wouldn't cost a terribly amount of money. They're in their latter half of the career, toward the end of their career, really could really help this team. Stephon Gilmore as well, 1 2 year deal, draft a corner, really get them developed behind Cam Sutton and Stephon Gilmore. And then I want to ask you guys a question. Who do you what position on the defensive line do you see him signing? Defensive tackle, defensive end? I feel like we need to fill one of those voids in free agency. I just don't know which one.
I think it's going to be defensive tackle.
I do too.
And look, I mean, Tyson Alulu has been around, but he doesn't feel like an answer. They let Isaiah Buggs walk. Yep. I mean, it starts getting pretty shallow after that. Can you count on Anzarike being healthy? So now is Benito Jones going to be around? So now you're getting down to Aleem McNeil and Broderick Martin, who barely played. Guys do slide inside for them. But it feels to me like that position, you have more guys that can play outside right now that you can rely on than guys that can play inside. So I would say defensive tackle.
What defensive tackle would you target? I think DJ Reader is a good book name. He wouldn't require probably top dollar. Is there anybody else that you think that would be available that would be a good fit for this team?
Reader's a good one. I was just going through this the other day, and I'm trying to go through my notes and see. Hold on, give me a minute because I'm kind of caught off guard by it. But as far as Levante David's concerned, this is a player I have had a football crush on dating back to his days at Nebraska. And when they passed when they passed on him and took Ryan Broyles in that draft, I was so distraught. I called up Valentin to commiserate because I couldn't believe that they didn't have him. And I hadn't given much thought to linebacker, to an addition at the linebacker, because I think they love Jack Campbell. I think they love Derek Barnes. They obviously love Alex Anzalone. But if they take their own advice, and Dan Campbell said it, you cannot fall in love with your own guys. You really, really run the risk of making bad decisions when you fall in love with your own guys. 248-539-9797. Got some Tiger stuff I want to introduce today at 11:20 with pitchers and catchers officially reporting tomorrow. Let's go to Ethan next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ethan?
What up?
Hey.
Hey, so the question about, moving past the quarterback, I called before that because I was leaving the gym and I heard what the gentleman said about Justin Fields.
Yep.
I had to call. There's no way I couldn't. I respect him and his opinion. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Yep.
But I don't see how you can go from Jared Goff, who's as great as a passer as he is, to Justin Fields, who has 7 wins in his NFL career. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or, not 7, but you know what I mean. He doesn't have very little.
I have a ton of. I'm not giving up on Justin Fields as a player. Like, I think if I'm the Bears, I'm keeping Justin Fields and moving the draft pick. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of door number 2 to me. And I'm gonna guess. I don't know this. I waited for him to say it himself, but I'm gonna guess a lot of it has to do with that guy loves players who run, quarterbacks who run.
Yeah, and I get that. I love players who run too. They're electric. Everybody loves a good quarterback run. But when you have a guy like Jared Goff, don't get me wrong, Jared Goff is a great quarterback. He's not Patrick Mahomes or anything, though. What the other guy said about Justin Fields, he's like a Patrick Mahomes type player. I completely disagree.
No. I mean, it's I guess because he makes throws on the run, but that's a huge connecting of dots.
I like Justin Fields. You think there's in any world the Bears would trade Justin Fields in the division to the Lions?
No,
I mean,
no.
And the fact that I don't even like talking about this because I think it's so dumb trading Goff for Justin or trading a first round pick or whatever.
He's moving on from Goff and he wants Justin Fields. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning or this afternoon?
Good, thank you.
So first, I was definitely prompted to call because of the Goff call, first of all. Like, that is just ridiculous. Listen, Detroit, I'm going to say something Carson Anderson can't say, okay? You guys are idiots. Stop it. Jared Goff has won an NFC championship game. He almost won a second. He's been in a Super Bowl, and the guy is one of the most consistent passers in the NFL. Is our offensive line built for a running quarterback or a pocket quarterback? Let's ask that question. We have one of the best offensive lines in the league. It's built to protect Goff in the pocket. It's not built to run downfield with Goff, okay? So let's just stop it. That's first. Secondly, I think, we're talking about the defensive line, which is nice. I think we do need some defensive line pieces. I'd love to get Daniil Hunter in here. But here's the thing. Where were we the weakest on defense? It was our secondary. Yep. I mean, we were giving up bombs all year Cam Sutton looked like a wet piece of paper out there half the time. And I mean, God bless him. I know he's doing his best. He's going against the NFL. He's best people in, most talented in the world. But we need help in the secondary. I think if there's anything I could say that would make me happy, it's that we don't do much because we have the pieces. We have a great recipe. We have a great offense. We have a promising defense. We were like number 1 or number 3 in run defense all year. We have the pieces, guys. The question is, there's 2 questions. One, can we add to the secondary to create some strength to maybe stop some of those bombs from going off? Because that was one thing we just kept playing shootout. I mean, if we can take a lead, we have the running game to keep the lead. We have the offensive line to keep the lead. We don't need to keep throwing passes. And when you say Goff is throwing, an emergency two-handed dead duck, well, once in a while that's going to happen. A play will break down. But what happens the rest of the time? He's 30 for 35. He's 22 for 28 with 2 touchdowns and 275 yards. He's one of the most consistent passers in the NFL. He's like the rich man's Kirk Cousins. I mean, the dude is great. So I don't want to ask any questions.
Yeah,
about Goff.
I mean, we might need to shut down. Kang might be right about embargoing it, and a lot has been said. We might just need to embargo that part of the conversation because we're talking about what's the best thing that could happen this offseason. I mean, my man, we come in with one extreme opinion, and it begets a whole ton of phone calls, and we get sidetracked. What do you think the best thing that could happen this offseason is, Chris?
Okay, so here's what I think. We don't do much. We don't change the recipe. We tweak it, add a little bit of spice. So secondary, I think, is where we need to focus. And I think one of the questions needs to be, is Aaron Glenn the answer? Because to me, I mean, is it the play calling? Is it the defensive schemes? Or is it the personnel? We need to identify what that is and fix it. And I think we can do it in the draft. It's not a deep draft class. Kool-Aid looks good, but what do you guys think we can do to improve the secondary? Because to me, that's it. Not even the safeties. The safeties, we look great. It's the corners.
Yeah, our guy who called up, because if we, again, try not to smash through guardrails, I mentioned L'Jarius Sneed, and that's kind of smashing through a guardrail, but I think he's going to hit the market. I think when it comes down to it, Kansas City is going to go with Chris Jones, and Sneed's going to become available. And then you're like, okay, how do you restructure contracts to go make a run for him? It's out of Holmes' character. But Stephon Gilmore, that the caller brought up, still had a good year as a cover corner. And I think that he is a player that wouldn't come and need to break the bank. And if you can find a way, that seems like a secondary signing that isn't a top-tier contract. It wouldn't come with a top-tier contract. Now, did he benefit from playing opposite of Diggs and then Bland, who came on for them? Yeah, he did. But I still like him. And I still think he's good in coverage, even at his age. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Got a little Tiger thing I want to bring up. Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. We'll get to that today in 5 minutes here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator's out sick today. It's Carson Anderson. We've kind of taken some guardrails down. And whenever we do this, I know there's a little bit of what's the point. But I'll tell you why we're doing it. Because at some point this offseason, we're going to go, hey, remember when we did that show, Take the Guardrails Down? This would have been a move that would have been talked about during that segment. Because there always are moves like that. And we're looking for what is the best possible thing that could happen to the Lions in the offseason that in 360 days, they'll be the team holding the Lombardi Trophy overhead, where you really, really like it. Now, I did find some possible trade data here, some stuff that we can use, including the Lions mentioned in it as a possible trade candidate here for a desired player. We'll get to that today at 11:31. I did promise some Tiger talk. Let me mix it in here before we get back to your phone calls. Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow, and they play the Yankees in 11 days. So the Tigers appear to strongly be settling in as the second best team in the American League Central. Most of the predictions, the over-unders, the win totals, most of them have the Tigers as the second best team in the Central. CBS came out with their power rankings today. They got the Twins, the 10th best team in the majors. The Tigers 23rd, Cleveland 24th, Kansas City 26th, and the White Sox 28th. So they're bunched together. They're pretty close. But it seems like everybody in that cluster of teams, shouldn't say everybody, but most prognosticators have the Tigers as the second best team in the Central. So any season, when projecting a season, you start talking about how it could go a little bit better than expected. Not even a lot, but just a little bit better than expected. What has to happen? Could Colt Keith be a Rookie of the Year contender? Yeah. Could Kenta Maeda return to his Dodger form? Yeah. Could the Tarek Skubal that we saw in August and September last year continue it into this year? Yeah. I mean, Skubal finished in September. He had a .9 ERA, and his whip was below 1, and he threw 30 innings and 5 starts. Before that, against a tougher schedule in August, his whip was still 1.16, and his ERA was around 3 against better competition. So some things could happen here that aren't a stretch where we could see this Tiger team being better than expected. You hope for nobody takes a step back. That could always happen too. I mean, Torque hit a ton of bombs last year, 31. Riley Green, what's next for him? There is regression that does happen at times. But, I mean, if you're going to regress, then, pull the plug on the season. There's not going to be, you just hope that your young players continue to get better. And I'll say this, I'm refusing to believe. After watching a lot of Jackson Jobe, minor league, just watch him pitches, that slider is so stinking filthy that he got a big league camp invite. We'll see about that, but I'm going to keep my eye on Jackson Jobe. So I'm excited.
Look at what the Orioles did last year.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the Tigers can do the exact same thing because the Orioles, that was a hell of a turnaround, but you need some young players to develop quickly, and Scott Harris seems to be, I don't want to say frugal, but he's very, to use Brad Holmes' word, intentional about the signings he's made. And so in baseball, we all know there's a chance, So, yeah, I'm excited too. I actually feel like there's something possibly going there. We could see the beginnings of, a run, right?
Yeah,
like a start.
There's some percolation that we need to keep our eye on. Is it gonna turn into a raging boil? Because the team has promise for the first time in a long time. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Don. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Don.
Good, Kane. How you guys doing,
We're
man?
good, thank you.
Okay, good. Listen, this might be a surprise to you guys, but this is a move that I think that'll get the Lions over the hump, man. Re-sign C.J. Gardner. We didn't have him for hardly none of the season. You got an experienced guy who would have won the Super Bowl before. I know Brad Holmes will do some other things to get that secondary tightened up, but re-sign him, man. I think that'd be a good move. I'm going to hang up and listen to you
Well,
guys.
I'll just say this, Don. If you liked C.J. Gardner-Johnson a year ago, you can make a strong case for why you should still like him. Because his season was robbed from him. And he's a strong personality. I'm going to assume that they don't bring in a guy like that unless they love his presence in the locker room. It seems to be something they value a lot. I don't know if it's going to happen, but if you liked him before, there's no reason to say you got to get rid of him. His season was robbed. So what's changed? If you liked him before. I know some people didn't like the video of him waving goodbye to the fans in San Francisco at halftime. It didn't age well. But he is a gregarious out there player. I liked him before. He's still not that old. I could see it. I could totally see it.
I'm not saying I don't like him, but what's changed is, one, he's coming off an injury.
Yep.
And two, the development of Iffy, Melifonwu. I don't think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's a starter on this team right now. You got Kirby Joseph as the other safety, of course. If he's okay with this 3-safety rotation or coming off the bench, I personally don't think Tracy Walker's coming back. So, you have your two starters, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson's great depth, of course. And I like the energy he brings, to be honest with you. I'm not sure he'll come back, but I think you asked what changed. I think those two things have changed.
Melifonwu emergence. Yeah. I mean, sure. But I wouldn't be comfortable if Tracy Walker's gone and C.J. Gardner-Johnson's gone. I really hope they're bringing in somebody else.
Hey, you know how he does it. Draft, develop, right?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joel. You're next. And we're asking, what's the best possible news the Lions could have in this offseason where you feel much better about them winning a Super Bowl, even though we're in the mix already? But what makes them, in your mind, maybe even a favorite? We go to Joel. Oh, Joel put us on hold. We will come back. Drew, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Drew.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
So for me, the best thing that could happen to the Lions this offseason is Goff's extension averages under $45 million a year. We got a lot of guys we got to pay and some moves that could be made, and I just want to make sure we're not blowing it all on the QB.
I love this call. And I don't know what he's going to get, right? But the quarterback position right now is Joe Burrow at 65, Herbert at 56, Deshaun Watson at 46, Mahomes at 45.7. If we can get him 45 or less, seems about where he'd fit. I mean, every year the contracts go up, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's above it. But I don't think it's too much of an ask to keep him below Patrick Mahomes, right? And I know people are going to say, oh, wait, what are you doing? Mahomes is the best in the league. This is how it works. The cap goes up and the free agent quarterbacks that hit, and he's not a free agent yet. So you're hoping to get him a little bit cheaper by extending him before he becomes a free agent and giving him a bonus now, so he gets some money in his pocket right now. This is a great call, Drew, because it does create some flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta find some O-line needs. Amon-Ra's going to need an extension. If we can keep that number down and we can keep our guys in, at a solid percentage of the cap, then we can make these big splash moves that we need to just put that exclamation mark on the team.
Like it. I like it a lot. It's well thought out, makes sense. You can help the team in a lot of ways if you keep that price down. All right. We had a player mentioned earlier, and now there's a price tag associated with him, and the Lions mentioned as a trade candidate for what was once huge name. We will get to that today at 11:31. Plus your phone calls and feedback. What's the best thing that could happen this offseason? 97.1 The Ticket. Today is Fat Tuesday. Still got the Punchki sitting here that I have not. Hank shakes his head in disgust. We'll see. In the meantime, we introduced some Red Wings stuff earlier in the show. Love talking Red Wings. And, of course, big game tonight at Edmonton. It feels like if they open up the post-All-Star break playoff push with a win over Vancouver and Edmonton, it's hard to say that this team, this organization doesn't mean business and shouldn't be buyers come the trade deadline. Would absolutely love to see it as the Wings have a big one tonight in Edmonton against the Oilers after a couple of days off. Follow that up with a trip to Vancouver. If they can make it back-to-back wins over Vancouver. Yeah, they mean business. Calgary's a vulnerable team than to Seattle before they come home. But I would just say this. There are some guys out there that can help them on the blue line, keep the scoring down. They're scoring more. They got one of the best offseason acquisitions in the league in DeBrincat and Dylan Larkin playing at a high level. Alex Lyon stepped between the pipes, and as Newsy said on the morning show last week, it's his net now. We'll see what he can do with it. Seems like a bit of a stretch, but it does happen. I remember talking to somebody in the league that says you really just never know with goalies because they have a long runway. Some develop late in their career, some develop early in their career. And the Lion thing has been just a wonderful, hopefully sustainable deal. It's bounced around the league here a little bit and has started more games this season in Detroit than he has at any stop in his career. So 248-539-9797. In the meantime, we're asking, and we threw some Tiger stuff out there. There's pitchers and catchers reporting tomorrow. What's the best possible thing that could happen this offseason? And we've crashed down some guardrails for sure. But Pro Football Focus did a couple of trade possibilities. Somebody mentioned making a move for Hassan Reddick, who had double-digit sack totals last year. A little bit older, been around, had a football crush on him for a while. The trade compensation that they're asking for, they're proposing a trade of Reddick to the Houston Texans for a 2024 second-round pick. So that's at 59. I believe, let me double-check this, the Lions are at 61. So you wouldn't have to do much to sweeten the pot there a little bit, maybe throw in a later pick or a player of some sort. But could they get involved with Hassan Reddick for a second-round pick? Would I be interested in that? Yup. But here's one that surprises me. This would be costly and a player that might be getting a little long in the tooth. But would you be willing to give up a fourth-round pick for Khalil Mack? Because Pro Football Focus suggests that the Lions trade a 2025, so next year, fourth-round pick for Khalil Mack. Now, across the board, his productivity is down. And he is 33. And he would take up some cap space. Let me see exactly how much. But you're talking about a guy that he'd be a big cap hit this year. Be a massive cap. Well, let me see. Take away the roster bonus. His base salary. You're only responsible for his base salary. Still be pretty big. 17.5. Interesting. It would be a draft pick next year. And we'd only be under contract for 1 year. Is there gas in that tank? Intriguing. I'm probably less likely to do that, but 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. What's the best possible thing that could happen this offseason? Joel, you're on 97.1. Hi, Joel.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Good, thank you.
This is such an easy, obvious one. I can't believe no one's mentioned it.
All right, let's hear it.
We need a kicker. I mean, come on. I mean, I know Dan Gamble and his fourth downs and everything. I mean, I don't want to debate that with you, but you saw a 55-yarder, a 57-yarder in the field goal in the Super Bowl. You need a kicker. You need to make those points. That's what they need to do. They'd be in the Super Bowl if they had a kicker.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily true because I don't know that he would use the kicker the way you want him to use the kicker. But I would say having a more reliable option, it would be intriguing to see. We would learn a lot about Dan Campbell if they went out and they drafted a kicker in the fourth round and he's great. Does it change the way he coaches? It could.
Well, historically, Detroit's had great kickers. Fox is doing an incredible job. Special teams are such a big part of the game, and I'm not going to second guess those calls and everything. But man, you're that close. You could go up 17. You can, really put the pressure, change the momentum. And I don't know whether, if he would have had, Jan Stenerud back there, if he would have attempted it. But you got to look at all facets of the game. And you look at the Lions roster, that's the weakest link is the field goal kicker.
Well, Jan Stenerud's 81 years old, so I'm guessing that they probably wouldn't go with Jan Stenerud. But, you could have somebody younger might change the way he approaches things. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ray. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ray.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's the best possible thing that could happen?
I got a couple of suggestions and then a comment. I would think the one gentleman that called and said that we're a bunch of idiots and we need to go get secondary. Guess what? The secondary doesn't mean a hill of beans. You can have Deion Sanders back there if it's going to take the quarterback 5 seconds to release the ball. So you got to go get Daniel Hunter. Flat out, he's going to give you that outside pass rush that we've been needing for at least the last 4 or 5 years. And then here's a bold pick. I say let CJ go. And if you want to get a leader in the locker room, go get Bobby Wagner. Okay, he will solidify the linebacker position. He's a little up in age, but the guy does nothing but produce. At cornerback, you go get Aruze from Cincinnati. Okay, he can solidify your cornerback position. And then just one comment about the Jared Goff situation. You mentioned about Ben Roethlisberger. That guy would shrug off a tackle and he'll run for 5 yards. Stafford will run for 5 yards. If you look at the Super Bowl, Mahomes won the Super Bowl because he was able to run on those particular plays. Purdy beat us because he was able to run on those particular plays. So I'm just saying, that is a aspect of the game unless you have a perfect line.
Let me ask you a question. Ray. What's the best possible thing that could happen in their offseason?
That they go get Daniel Hunter.
Okay, that's it. That's all we need. That's all we're asking for. And Daniel Hunter, I mean, it looks like he's going to get the free agency. It looks like he's going to be out there. Do I think it's possible? I think it could be possible. Do I think that Brad Holmes has hinted they'd be a player for it? Of course not. But things can change. They could get to this offseason and things could change. And as far as the realistic edge rushers at the high end with their kind of cap space, yes. Now, how do they have that cap space? It might be that's where you get into, all right, whose contract can get restructured to allow that thing to be affordable. But he would be a really, really good addition. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We're asking for the best possible thing that could happen. It already feels like we've had one best possible thing that could happen. And that was Ben Johnson coming back. That felt like it was not realistic. Best possible thing that could happen for the Lions is bring back Matt Prater. That's for an unnamed texting. Jair Alexander, I'll beat the drum for this. He's not wanted in Green Bay. He's expensive for a rebuilding team. It's the same as the Rams trading for Jalen Ramsey. You know what's interesting with Green Bay is quickly right back in the mix, it feels like. I mean, as much as I hate the idea that they might have scored, and the kid might be good, I just don't want him to be elite. But if Love is elite, then I'll be mad. He's allowed to be good. But if they did it again, pulled off the passing of the torch, and he had some throws this year where I'm like, oh, God, no. But you got to do them a lot before you fully believe that it is, but Green Bay is right back in the mix, to their credit. And this is suddenly a very dangerous division in which I think you could see some teams taking some real steps forward. I'm not so sure about Minnesota, but Detroit, I think it's safe to say they're here to stay. Green Bay is on the rise, and Chicago could be too. They could be too. 248-539-9797. Now, as far as Jair Alexander's concerned, that could be interesting. I don't know what their plan is with him, and I've got to go look at the contract situation. But anyway, just something to keep an eye on. He did not have as productive a year this year. 248-539-9797. Hey, something happened here at the station. I want to take 10 texts on it. Whether or not it was way out of bounds. So I'll explain today at 11:55. Gators out today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's $150 if your team wins in bonus bets. How about that? So you can bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and shoot your shot. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Got Red Wings in Edmonton on our station tonight. Fired up about. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are discussing the best possible thing that could happen. That could happen to the Lions this offseason that would make you feel really good about their chances to win the Super Bowl. And look, they already have a good shot, but what would you like to see happen that could take it to the next level? We've had some interesting suggestions. We've admitted that we're allowing you to kind of crash through the guardrails, but not wander too far off into the wild blue yonder of fantasy land. We're doing our best not to do that. And people might say, what's the purpose of this exercise? I guarantee at some point we're going to look back and say, remember when we did that show on February 13th? This is one of those moves we didn't see coming. It might not be for our team, but why not? In the meantime, something happened here at the station. We're going to take 10 texts on it, whether or not it's way out of bounds or totally cool what this person did. 248-539-9797. Martin, you're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Martin.
Hey, Doug. How you doing, man?
Good, sir.
Yeah, I love listening to you.
Thank you.
But you know what, Doug? I'm gonna say the thing they need most. The thing they need to do most. I know you're gonna disagree with me. They cannot sign an extension to this quarterback. I know you mad. I know you don't want to hear it. But the main reason, man, is that they're gonna need money in the future, and I just don't think this guy.
So let me just
take up too much money.
You just told me what you don't want them to do. What's the best possible thing they could do?
It's the best possible scenario is they don't extend this guy's contract.
Okay.
That's the best thing they can do.
All right. Thank you for the phone call. Nick, you're next here on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. So I think for me, the number one thing they could do, and I don't think this is possible, but if there's somehow some way they could get Chris Jones on a 2 or 3 year front-loaded contract, I think that's the piece right there. The guy's 30 years old, 3 Super Bowls. I know he's chasing a payday, but if you could front-load that contract and get him in here for 2 or 3 years, that's a Super Bowl right there.
That's the one where we're getting off into the wild blue yonder a little bit. I've kind of asked for it, but he'll be the most coveted free agent in the market. I don't think he's going to get the free agency. And once he does, I think it's full-on payday. I don't think he cares if he goes to Carolina or Chicago, one of these bad teams, and signed. I think he's got his rings. I just don't see this being a fit whatsoever. I think that's the one that's the bridge too far. Kang, am I right?
Well, I mean, you're pulling down the guardrails. I don't think that's crazy. Is trading Goff or trading for Justin Fields?
Okay, but the trading Goff thing is never the answer to the question.
All right, well,
what's the best possible thing that could happen? Right?
Because that caller, it was.
I
think Chris Jones. Okay, to go back to your original question, if Ladarius Sneed's a target, if he is available, why wouldn't Chris Jones be? If they re-sign Sneed or franchise Sneed and they have to let Jones go?
I think they're going to franchise Jones.
But if they
don't,
I think a lot of things. Like, you haven't asked my opinion on what I would do. I don't think it's possibly going to happen, but if you're pulling down the guardrails and we're allowed to dream, I'd go get Jalen Johnson from the Bears. I don't think there's any way the Bears let him go to the Lions. He could be franchised, but I think you do two things. You obviously shore up your secondary if you get Jalen Johnson. He's instantly your number one corner, and then you make the Bears weaker. Like I said, I don't think that happens, but that would be my dream scenario.
But he's a free agent, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, if with a free agent, the Bears have no say over it.
Well, they can franchise him.
Well, that's true. 248-539-9797. Bob, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Hey, how are you today?
Good, thank you.
Listen, I'm a senior gentleman, not all that sympathetic, but I got a good memory. I think they ought to rely on Brad Holmes. His strong suit has been the lower level of the draft. If you remember back with Arkansas and Frank Broyles with the wishbone offense, he said, I'm going to dance with the girl that brung me. Why get away from that? What they should get is another edge rusher, a defensive back, and I would love to see him get Amon-Ra St. Brown's brother from Chicago.
Well, one thing that we got to remember about Holmes, and maybe there's a little bit of just let the man cook here, might be the best possible thing that could happen. They got 4 picks in the first 3 rounds. And if his track record is any indication, then we're talking about a guy who has done wonders with that kind of stuff. Give him that material, and he has done a great job. And 4 picks in the first 3 rounds for him. Now, given they're 2 third-rounders. But without high draft capital, I mean, they're picking at 29. What if they get a player as good as Laporta, who they got at 34? I'm picking at 61. What if they got a player that's as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown that they got at 112? The 2 third-rounders, what if they got a player that's as good as Ifeatu Melifonwu and Kirby Joseph that they both got in the 3rd round? You know, I mean, if he's as good as we think he is, my man, he quotes Frank Broyles. Okay, cool. He could have just quoted Brad Holmes. But there's an element of letting the man cook might be the best thing they can do this offseason. Jim, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how you doing?
What's
Hey, going back to the guy who suggested that a kicker might be a good thing.
Yep.
Not the most important, but if you get a kicker who's dead nuts, long distance accurate,
mm-hmm.
that would be a great wrench in Campbell's toolbox. The man has nads the size of the Las Vegas Sphere. Would he use that guy? I kind of think he might.
He might. Okay, let's just say, all right? Let's just say that one of the reasons why he kept going for it was complete and total lack of faith in the kicker.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
If that's the case, would he have ever said that publicly? I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think he would have. And so, all of the go for it might have been truly influenced by lack of faith in Badgley and Patterson before him.
Yep.
And he wouldn't say that because those guys still had to kick for him.
Mm-hmm.
And so, your question, do you think he might use a guy who could bomb it from all distances? Yeah, he might. Now, last year I thought was a particularly good kicker draft. They very well might have been eyeing kicker and didn't go that direction because they were off the board before the Lions wanted to pick.
Right.
Moody and the kid from Maryland. But it was a transfer from Eastern, ironically. It could be. Totally could be. On their board and on their radar, and that could be a big development this offseason. Whether it be through draft, which I haven't done my kicker draft preview yet, or free agency. But we'll see. Let's go to Joe next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you doing today, Doug?
Good, thank you.
Hey, I think the Lions are going to end up with one more pick in the first 4 rounds because I think they're definitely going to trade out of the first round, going to trade up to get a quarterback late in the first round.
Wait, I'm sorry, you were breaking up. Who's trading for a quarterback?
I would think a team that wants to get a quarterback is going to want to get one at the end of the first round that's not in the top just to get that extra year.
A lot of teams do that.
So
Makes
I think
these picks coveted.
Yeah, so I think we will trade down. So I don't know if we can get a 2 and a 4 for that, get another pick, which would be great. But personally, I would just sit and wait to see whoever Kansas City franchises and go bananas for either player.
You could.
Jones or Snead.
You could.
I'd sell out either way. I'm one of those guys.
Yeah,
they're game changers.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, like I said, it's pushing the boundaries and into the wild blue yonder fantasy, but why the hell not? In the meantime, what you just brought up is something that I think we need to buckle up for. Because you're right. Second round quarterbacks go late in the first round because teams know they're going to get that extra year. And so you see guys with second round grades go off the board at 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 because teams go, well, if I move into back into the first round, get to sign him for a 5th year, get a 5th year option. And quarterback's such a coveted. Those teams that are after that typically don't need the quarterback to play right away, so that 5th year is even more important. And I can just imagine, like that scenario, draft in Detroit, Lions fans partying all night, end of the first round, really leaning into it. And when the Lions are on the clock, commissioner walks out and says, we have a trade. And the Lions trade out of the first round. I'm not convinced that drunk people at the draft won't boo. And yet, it might make all the sense in the world to make that move. It might make all the sense in the world to make that move. So that's something to keep an eye on. And if and when it happens, don't say we didn't warn you. All right, let's do this. 10 texts right now. Is this out of bounds? Somebody here at the station in the men's room shaved. They shaved in the men's room here at the station. Yesterday, I walked into the men's room and I noticed that the sink to the left was kind of full. I'm like, wasn't draining, which is kind of nasty, but whatever. So I used a different sink, washed my hands. Later in the day, when I walked back, I looked and said, it finally drained. Whatever, they must have been fixed. And when I looked in there, I'm like, nope. There were whiskers everywhere. Somebody shaved in a sink in the men's room here at the station. Is that a total personal foul? 248-539-9797. Or is that efficient use of your time and nothing wrong with it? I want opinions. 10 texts. First 10 texts will get read on the air next. 248-539-9797. Get those texts over. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Tigers pitchers and catchers are reporting to Lakeland, slated to begin workouts Wednesday. The first full squad practice is Monday. One position player already in Lakeland is Riley Green, who's added 10 pounds of muscle mass to his frame in the offseason. This after Tigers president Scott Harris challenged Green to transform his body in the wake of Tommy John surgery on his non-throwing arm. Green expects to play when spring training games begin in 11 days. Red Wings, Pistons, and U of M basketball all in action tonight. Here the Wings continue their playoff push at Edmonton right here on 97.1. Pre-game coverage starting at 8:45. The Pistons are at the Lakers looking to get to 3-1 on this West Coast road trip. You can hear that on WWJ News Radio 950. Coverage begins there at 10:05. And Michigan basketball at number 14 Illinois. Hear that also on WWJ. Coverage starting at 6:30. A U of M two-sport athlete is defecting to the enemy. Joey Velasquez, a linebacker/special teamer for Michigan football and also an outfielder on the baseball team, has transferred to Ohio State. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Some spirited Lion calls, and we do appreciate all of the suggestions. Just before the break there, we took 10 texts on a topic that something happened here at the station. And just figured, all right, we'll ask. Because somebody shaved in one of the sinks in the men's room. And it was backed up with water most of the day yesterday. By the time it drained, there was whiskers everywhere. And the worst part is, it's still there today. Like, the whiskers are still in that sink. So, is this out of bounds? Here are the 10 texts that came in from TT in Brooklyn. Shaving in the men's room is totally gross and way out of bounds. David in New Baltimore. Absolutely unacceptable. Shave at home. Tony. Shave, it's okay unless they leave little clippings everywhere. That's just gross. Next text, unnamed texter. Out of bounds, gross. Was it Stoney? Next text from Mitch in Allen Park. Can't have it. This is a society. There are rules. Here you go. There's nothing wrong with shaving at work. If you need to get there and you could, then shave on your break. The problem is, you got some crappy plumbing in that building. Unnamed texter, someone does it at my office. It's even worse because in the bathroom, there's only one sink. It's disgusting. Next text, shaving okay, leaving the mess, not okay. Sean in Portland, no, not appropriate. That's a home activity. Never. JD in Ipsy, shaving is okay. I find brushing teeth in the bathroom to be more annoying. Well, that's interesting. Look, I shave about twice a week. I don't like shaving. I hate shaving. It's a pain in the butt and whatever, but I would never do it at work. I don't even like doing it in hotel rooms where I'm assuming the sinks are cleaned every single time. Now, maybe you run the water and rinse your razor off if you shave with a normal razor. Rinse your razor off. I like to put a little pool of water in the bottom of the sink and then tap the razor off, but I'm not doing that in a hotel room, even if it's supposed to be clean. Because I just think of people spitting their toothpaste in there, and then I'm grabbing my razor, putting it on there, and then rub it on my face. In the meantime, at work, even if the sink drained, I think it's disgusting. Because any guy knows when you shave, little hairs fly everywhere. Nobody wants that. I thought this was clearly out of bounds, but we decided to take 10 texts, and about 8 of the 10 said, yeah, this is nasty. Kang, did you notice that yesterday when you went in there?
No, I always go to the further sink, so I don't look at... It was the first sink, right?
Yep.
We have 3 sinks. I go to the third one always.
But you did notice it today, the shaving shrapnel?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
Mm-mm. I trust you, Doug. That it was there.
I want you to go take a look and have your report back at some point.
I know it probably looks gross. I don't need to see it. Here, you're like that guy, hey, taste this. It tastes terrible.
No, I mean,
right?
yeah, I don't...
Yeah, something's wrong with this. Would you try it?
I mean, I guess I just want your observations.
I think that...
I would be disgusted if I found out I washed my hands in that same sink because water, like,
Well, I got news for you, man. Our bathroom is pretty disgusting in
Yeah,
general.
that's probably true.
And the one text about the plumbing, yes.
Yep.
We have some plumbing issues at times. I think it's not optimal to shave at work, but maybe in an emergency only case, but it's not one of those like,
yeah,
well, you should be doing it on a regular basis.
Yeah, I've had emergency only situation. Not this, but could it be explained away as an emergency only? Could it be acceptable in emergency only? The biggest problem is, I guarantee whoever did it, like they had a sink full of water and whiskers, and they expected it to drain, and it didn't. So they couldn't even clean it up. So do we have plumbing issues? Yes. We appear to have some plumbing issues.
I feel like, is it that bad where you have to shave? Because, the 5 o'clock shadow, the unshaven look is kind of, that's a look, right?
Yep.
How bad does it have to be where, like, I got to shave? Like, or, like, maybe grow in patches? I don't know.
I mean, considering I shave twice a week.
I shave twice a year, so you're
I
asking
know,
the wrong
right?
guy.
Yeah, I know. But when you shave, it's the people that have to shave all the time. Maybe they do have to. Maybe they just have to. But, God, it was nasty. All right, well, there you go. Most people say it's way out of bounds. 248-539-9797. Okay, speaking out of bounds, I do want to talk about the chump of the weekend. We'll get to that today at 12:20. We've asked the question regarding the Detroit Lions offseason. What is the best thing that could happen this offseason? Truly the best thing where we've even knocked down some of the guardrails and flown out into the wild blue yonder, trying not to venture into fantasy, but hoping that we could come up with some creative ideas. But what do you think is the best thing that could happen to the Lions this offseason? And one of the reasons we took the guardrails down is because if we'd done this 3 weeks ago, some people might say that Ben Johnson comes back, and we might have said, it's not realistic. Then it happened. So we're okay with some, if you got to stretch. Look, the Chris Jones, L'Jarius Sneed stuff has really been pushing it, but I brought it up as an example, and some people have targeted Chris Jones.
What about this player I love, and he'd be a little bit cheaper than Chris Jones, I believe. Same position, though, and I don't think he'll be back with his team, is defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. This guy's a stud, okay? Yep. And I think he's going to be too much for the Dolphins to bring back. I think he'll be a little less than Chris Jones. But, I mean, we're operating in a world where we think, what if? We're dreaming a little bit, because I don't think, Brad Holmes is going to make this big splash free agent signing. You don't either. But in a dream world, for the people that want defensive tackle, Christian Wilkins is a guy you should be looking at as well.
He's going to be, it would be exactly like you said, not a player that would be probably on Brad Holmes' radar, but he was trying to get an extension done this year, and it didn't happen. And so now he's likely going to end up on the open market. And, yeah, I like it. Good run stuffer.
I know a lot of people are looking at defensive tackle, but I got to feel like if Big I, Big F, if they were going to make a splash, I think it's elsewhere because, first of all, the Lions' rush defense was so good this year with the people they had. I mean, with the Bugs, the Benito Jones, the Tyson Alulus, whoever they still, Levi Onwuzurike, they still believe in Broderick Martin. Brad Holmes has brought it up a couple times. You got to let these players develop. Don't grade us. Don't judge us until they play. Broderick Martin basically has not played. And I don't know if next year is the year he makes an impact, but he was just a rookie. I think the defensive, like the middle, we'd all like to see more pressure, but I think they're so good at stopping the run already. The edge thing, I think maybe it has more validity to it if you want some, QB pressures.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Jacob in Plymouth, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, guys. I'm going to repeat what Tank just said. I want defensive end, either like Josh Allen or Burns, or maybe even a one-year guy like Clowney. I think that pressure from the other side, I think Houston could lead this league in sacks or be top 3 if there was somebody helping from the other side.
You don't think that's Aiden Hutchinson?
No, helping Hutchinson from the other side. Somebody on the other side. So every quarterback just walks away from Hutchinson or as the pressure comes.
Okay.
If there was someone to keep the quarterback honest and in the pocket a little more in the middle, I think Hutchinson could have 17 sacks.
Okay, you said Houston could lead the league in sacks. You meant Hutchinson could lead the league.
Hutchinson, yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
fair enough.
I love Houston and I love the idea of him, but the guy is only
It's a
played
wild
9
card.
games.
Total wild card. Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen with him. I mean, part of one of the best things that could happen is he has a healthy offseason and returns to form. But yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, look, I mean, getting an edge rusher on the other side, I don't know what's going to happen with Brian Burns. I suspect he's going to get a huge contract, but the one thing that most of these big signings would take some restructures in-house to free up some cap space, which isn't crazy. It's not crazy.
I'm even all right with a Clowney. Just somebody like in a stopgap, maybe and let some other guys develop, and maybe Houston comes back and is coming from the linebacker while you got a Clowney on end. I think that fixes a secondary more than anything else, in my opinion, is a good defensive line. I'd rather have a good defensive line with quarterback pressure than a great secondary.
Well, I mean, yeah, an incomplete pass is one thing. A tackle for loss or sack is even better. But the thing about it is we all know that they have a very symbiotic relationship. Your pass rush and your secondary, the better one is, the better the other is. Jadeveon Clowney is probably not going to score big in free agency. And could he, be a pretty decent? He had a decent pass rush win rate. So, I mean, 1-year deal is what I've seen projected for him. So we'll see how it plays itself out. All right, how far is too far? How far is too far? Because, well, when it comes to Chump of the Weekend, I want to talk about it today at 12:20. Hey, February is the month of love and chocolates, and Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has sweet deals that you're going to love. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox arriving daily. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is showing their love for the community with their quarterly blood drive on Friday, March 1st. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke. In Sterling Heights, call 87-SAY-SARAH. That's 87-SAYSERRA. Or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Took a call yesterday from a caller that admitted he did not watch the Super Bowl and gave us a great line. I don't even know who I am anymore. Kang, you have a relative that didn't watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah, my brother-in-law.
Now, he did it because he's just not a sports fan.
No, not at all.
Will you please tell the people what he did instead?
He did laundry and rewatched a movie.
I just can't wait to hear what movie.
I wonder if you watched this movie. I think it was straight to Netflix. He rewatched Bird Box. Because you're on Netflix a lot.
I am on Netflix.
Do you remember Bird Box?
I don't.
It was all the rage. Was it pandemic or post? I mean, right after pandemic?
What was the plot? Do you remember?
Basically, you couldn't. Oh no, it was before pandemic. You couldn't. It was Sandra Bullock. You basically had to you couldn't look at something in the eye, or you couldn't look at these monsters, or you become, a monster yourself, or whatever.
Okay.
Or a zombie, or whatever they're calling them.
But did you see it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah, it is good.
Okay.
You have to blindfold yourself to be sure.
Wow.
I don't want to give anything away because you actually might watch this because you're on Netflix so much and you might run into it.
But you think it's a good movie, huh?
Oh yeah,
a little bit. I mean, that sounds like an intriguing type of. I mean, is it a mystery?
It's a horror type drama, I guess you could say.
Okay. Well, I guess. Yeah, and I mean, when did the movie come out? You said
2018.
So we don't need a spoiler alert.
No,
the movie is pretty old.
Plus, I didn't give anything away. I mean, that's the basis of the movie.
Well, the Super Bowl, as it turned out, was the most watched telecast in the history of television, according to the NFL, if you combine all the platforms. So, Bird Box instead of the Super Bowl, Protest instead of the Super Bowl. Hey, if you're not into sports, I guess why would you watch it? But this is the most. The NFL is saying that. I find it kind of hard to believe that was the most watched television show ever. And for 3/4, it was not a great advertisement for the NFL. I mean, it was okay. There was some good defense played. I will admit that. But there was some sloppy play as well. Then it took off. Then it got to be really good.
Sorry, just to just correct something real quick.
Yep.
If you opened your eyes and you saw these whatever, you would actually commit suicide or harm to yourself. So,
really?
So it was definitely you didn't want to see anything.
Okay. Interesting. So basically a bunch of people walking around blind because they didn't want to see anything.
Yeah, you had to be blind, basically.
So did you ever see the movie way back in the day? I mean, probably not. Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
No, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, right at the end of that movie, and again, spoiler alert, but this movie came out in the 70s. It was these people trying to avoid aliens that would take over your body, and Donald Sutherland was in the movie, and right at the end, the woman and Donald Sutherland get split up, but when your body got snatched, you made this screeching noise, and she saw Donald Sutherland, ran up to him and said, "Oh my God," was all happy to see him, and he just looked at her and went, "Ah," and started screeching. So I'm going to guess somebody in this Bird Box movie, that happens. One of their crew gets taken up, and then whatever. I've given this too much time. Bird Box instead of the Super Bowl, huh?
Yeah, I guess. And he was watching these people fictionally hurt themselves instead of watching Kyle Shanahan hurt himself
right
by taking the ball in overtime.
There you go. What was really weird is that it was up against the Waste Management Open, which is the tournament in Phoenix, the golf tournament in Phoenix, which would normally might get us. We might talk about it a little bit because it's always had a great wild fan atmosphere, specifically the par 3, 16th or 17th. I don't know. I've never been there. I always think it's 17th, but I know the wild hole at the Buick Open was the 17th back in the day up in Grand Blanc from my days working at Channel 12 and Channel 25. And I went there as a fan a couple of times after that. But on 17, it was kind of acknowledged this is the rowdy hole. And the golfers would get into it. They'd kind of lean into it a little bit. And the Waste Management Open in Phoenix, or the Phoenix Open, the Waste Management, whatever it's called now, that 17th hole is a stadium hole with stands all around it. And yeah, the people would yell at the golfers and they'd yell back and they'd tell them to cheer while they're swinging and all that stuff. And it was kind of a part of the charm of that tournament. But this past weekend, and at one chump of the weekend, the fans there got carried away. By just about all accounts, it was out of hand. And I want to stop and say, before I say this is old guy ranting or older guy ranting, and we'll get to that in a second, is my nephew was there and said it was chaos. And he's in his 20s. And there'd been rain, so there was mud, and there were fights and drunken squalor. And I mean, we're talking about like to the point where some of the PGA Tour pros are like, I'm not coming back. Now, what's weird is you're talking about the live golf, which is kind of leaning into the wild side of golf where they play music and they're trying to make it a little bit more, the sport more tolerant, all this stuff. And then you got the Waste Management Open where they've said, okay, everything's on, but apparently it went too far. So I wanted to bring this up, but talk to the under 30 crowd. Because I remember that. It doesn't feel like that long ago where you kind of live life through some of the pubescent years and into your 20s where the fun, you get to the point where you're recounting the next day all the crazy stuff that happened the night before. And that's just part of growing up and partying and having a good time as you get the, oh man, do you remember that? You know, did you eat a hot dog straight out of the package without cooking it? Yeah, I think I might have. You know, that kind of thing. You get to those where you're recounting the craziness the next day, so you're leaning into it so much, you don't care. You don't care. And then there's probably a tipping point in life where the drunken and rowdiness and the chaos ruins the good time. It can go too far. Because I said it yesterday. Everybody likes a good party. You really do. I mean, I guess not everybody, but the bulk of, even when you were in your middle-age years, you still like a good party. But maybe the tolerance for some of the out-of-control behavior rises. So I'm bringing this up as a little bit of a Carson Anderson experiment. I want to talk and hear from the under 30 crowd. And the question is, were you ever part of anything? You're under 30 where you go, you know what, that was too much. It went too far. Or when you're under 30 is pushing, short of being arrested or making some life-altering, terrible decision, is the drunken squalor, as I mentioned, is it always fun? Is it always fun? Like these people, they had to cut off alcohol sales at a tournament that's been known to lean into it because it got out of control. So, under 30 crowd, 248-539-9797. We want to know, can it go too far for you? Short of DUIs and I got in a bar fight and that kind of thing. Right? But just at a party or a concert or a game, it can go too far for even you.
Doug, first of all, it's the 16th hole, by the way.
Is it? Okay, thank you.
People are texting us.
Thank you.
Secondly, do they even care about the golf, or is this like, hey, this is for us, the people?
Well, I mean, I think they did care about the golf and combined it with partying. I'm not sure the people that went to the Waste Management Open this weekend cared about the golf at all.
So with some players threatening to not come and not play, do you think that would even matter to the fan? Or is this, hey, if they start, if the names don't show up, this isn't going to be the same anymore. It's not going to be, what it was before this past weekend, at least.
Well, I mean, the big picture and probably the part that people aren't interested in is I do think with Liv being around, the PGA is kind of wants to not seem like the old stodgy tournament and wants to embrace this stuff because Liv plays music. Like Liv plays music at the tee box. Loud. They have DJs and There was a video that went viral this week of Phil Mickelson teeing off to Eminem Lose Yourself blasting in the background. And I mean, right as the chorus hit, he swung, and I mean, it was actually kind of sweet. And I hate live golf. But that moment was kind of cool because Phil just going through his pre-shot routine, it timed out perfectly for when he hit his tee shot. But 248-539-9797. I'm just intrigued. If there's a tipping point in life or even the under 30 crowd, if you've been a part of something where you're like, hey, man, that time at Faster Horses, that was too much. That time at the Detroit Grand Prix, it was too much. That time at that Lions game, it was too much. Because I think pushing the envelope and being too much is part of being young. But I want to hear from that young crowd. 248-539-9797. The fans at the Waste Management did win Chump of the Weekend. It's 97-1 the ticket. So the fans at the Waste Management Open this weekend were voted Chump of the Weekend. And look, I seriously, and I mean this, there's nothing like a great party. I love a great party. But when it becomes as disruptive, when fights break out, and I mean not just a few, when they have to cut off alcohol sales, when the golf is being interrupted with great regularity, when the athletes are saying, I don't know if I'm going to come back here, I think it's a pretty good sign that it went too far. But I guess my question is sort of, doing something that gets you arrested. When you're in your 20s, is there such thing as too far? Isn't pushing the envelope part of it? And I just wonder in life if you hit a tipping point where suddenly you can't have as much fun if people get way too hammered and out of control. I've told this story before. I went to a Seattle Sounders game and I had my wife and kids with 3 kids, and they were in their 14, 11, and 9. And we're sitting at the Sounders game and we're in a corner of one of the end zones, and they have a very clear rowdy section, which is right behind a goal. Well, there were 6 guys in the row directly behind us that everything that the rowdies did, which was stand and sing and wave their scarves all game, everything the rowdies did, these yahoos behind us wanted to do, and which I had no problem with, until they turned and started getting belligerent to the people around them about how we all needed to stand, and we all needed to sing, and we all needed to sway back and forth, and we all needed to yell vulgarities at whoever they were playing. I don't even remember who they were playing. The point being, then it was okay, hey guys, I get that you want to be part of that rowdies group, and that's cool. Then go sit with the rowdies, but not everybody here wants that. And not that I said that, but I'm hey, got it. You want us to play along? Probably not going to happen. And one of the guys got out of the seat, came around to our row, actually it was the row in front of us, and said, don't you want the Sounders to win? And I said, I don't care if the Sounders win. And then they turned on us. And so we had a couple choices. The biggest one is said to the wife, take the kids and go. It's about to go down. And we just removed ourselves from the situation. But I said my piece before I left. But I'm if you want to be drunk and belligerent, that's fine. I'm not staying here. And I thought they crossed the line. But so can it get to be too much? And at the Waste Management Open, when it was interrupting the play to the extent that it did, when they cut off alcohol sales, when they were arresting people and there were fights, I'm all right, it went from being fun to too much. But if you're under 30, and that's who we're asking right now, can it be too much? Matt, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
Good. I just wanted to say, so first of all, yes, I mean, I feel like part of being young is having that fun, but it definitely can go too far. I mean, you wake up with a MIP or a civil infraction, you get in some fight, you can make some really bad mistakes when doing it. So there's definitely a point that you get too far. But what I want to say about the Waste Management is I feel like it's the crowd just keeps getting younger, and I think it's less and less golf fans that just want to be in Scottsdale for the weekend and, maybe get a ticket to Saturday or something. I think it's kind of ruining the tournament, to be honest. And I mean, you could kind of see it this weekend. It just looks like, it's less golf fans and more people just going to have a good time. And I think the PGA is in a weird spot where they're trying to compete with LIV, but then the players are also expecting, that same respect. So it's they're somewhere in the middle right now where people are, feel like they have more freedom at a tournament to be loud, to be more, belligerent, but it's still a PGA tournament that, on the 16th hole, it's fair, but other holes, I'm sure it's spread throughout the whole entire golf course this weekend.
Yeah, in fact, that was part of the storyline I heard, is that it was no longer just isolated to the one hole where the players have kind of come to expect it. And if it looks to me, I mean, I've never been there, but it looks to me like they've started to embrace it. And I've always thought, Matt, watching that thing, I want to go. I want to be part of that. This looks awesome. And then I saw it this weekend, and for the first time I said, oh, no, that looks awful.
Right. I felt the exact same way. I mean, obviously the weather didn't help. If it wasn't as muddy and slippery around, maybe there would have been less problems. But
Yep.
People being as drunk as they were, and then that kind of mess. I mean, it was bound to fail.
Matt, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Nick writes in, remember the Waste Management is called the People's Open for a reason. Austin in Ann Arbor writes this, I am 27. I'm in my master's program. I'm not a huge partier, but I also will always say yes if one is offered. I don't get hangovers unless I go way too crazy. I prefer social gatherings or events that involve going out or over to a house party, whether it's college style or even just a welcoming house party. I'm definitely getting more mature where I have to slow down, not significantly, but I also do monitor other people's behavior way more than I used to. So his tipping point has come before 30. Another one here. My opinion is that there's a time and a place to act a certain way. People don't seem to know the difference nowadays. That's from an unnamed texter. Charlie in Grand Rapids. I've enjoyed the Waste Management in years past, but it's starting to give off Happy Gilmore vibes. They probably need to tone it back a bit.
Do you think the same crowd that is at the Waste Management is the same crowd going to other tournaments where you just have to act like not like the Waste Management, I guess, like a normal tournament?
No, I don't. That's one. And two is this doesn't really impact us, which is, I almost didn't want to bring it up, but sort of the full circle thing is I would hate to see this happen with tailgating. I don't get to do it as much, so maybe it's already happening where people, because it's not unusual for people to drink too much at Michigan State, at Lions games. But I don't think it's ever gotten to the point where they're taking calls in Phoenix because we're taking, people in Detroit here, we can take calls on this and we're getting feedback. It's not to that point, right?
No, but look at Bill's Mafia. I mean, you've seen those videos, those viral videos. They're nuts.
They are
I
nuts.
mean, there is no foldable table safe within like 30 miles of, a Bills game, right?
Yep.
The other thing I ask is, that's why I was asking you about the crowd. Is it the same crowd that goes to regular golf tournaments? What does this have to do, with golf, I guess? Is this just a one-off? It kind of is, but you're asking them to – it's a different crowd. You don't – at football games, you're supposed to be rowdy.
Yes.
This is the only golf tournament and only hole, apparently, right, that you're supposed to –
Yeah, I mean, look, there's other places. Like I've talked about 17 at Warwick Hills during the Buick Open days. I think once you get that reputation, I don't even think the PGA Tour pros mind it if it's kind of agreed upon. Okay, it's going to happen at this hole at this tournament, but I don't know what the other ones are because I'm not following it that closely. But that was the case up at 17 at the Buick. Was people would really go nuts, and I mean, I remember covering that hole and watching golfers, wave at the fans, come on, get up, make some noise, and it was cool. But it obviously in Phoenix went too far. Let's go to Brandon. You're next on Nice Someone a Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
So a couple years back, ESPN had a video that was kind of like a 30 for 30 about the Phoenix Open, and they showed 16. So not only did these fans get drunk while they're there and whatnot, but they have they line up at 3 a.m. because there's no said seats at hole 16. So it's first come, first serve. So as soon as they open up the gates, these guys just bull rush the stadium. So they start getting drunk at 4 a.m. So imagine getting drunk at 4 a.m. and having that last until,
Yep. I mean, the videos of them charging to the 16th are pretty, they go viral pretty quick because the fans are there early. But Brandon, how old are you?
I'm 33.
Did it look like too much to you at the age of 33?
Yeah, from what I heard, it was too much. But there have been some times, like you said, where you might see your friends the next morning. And you're like, "Where did you end up last night? Where did you end up last night?" So it might have looked a little bit more than that situation. But I mean, it's insane. Not only do they go to this, they go in groups. They wear costumes.
Yeah.
It's like the drunken version of the Kentucky Derby.
Brandon, I mean, the recap. The recap is what I swear it's what guys do in their college years and into their 20s. Where'd you end up? Is that a stop sign? Did you ride a cow last night? I mean, you just start laundry listing all the crazy stuff, and it's funny, but did you ruin other people's time? I'm wondering if for the under 20 crowd it even looked like too much. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so the Lions just did something interesting. We will get to that in a moment. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jared. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jared?
Yeah, hey guys. Just wanted to weigh in on the waste management conversation.
Yep.
Actually I lived out in Phoenix for a couple years, and I'm 30 now. But early on, we had some friends that their company had a box at the waste management every year, so we got to go to that at the 16th. And man, it was a blast. But a little different experience sitting on the other side. You know, we were watching this party go on. When I got to arrive at noon, those guys got there at 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
And, you know, but I'm going to tell you, now we're getting to that age where my generation has got the money to go to these things. And this is not your father's PGA anymore, man. And even the players are embracing a lot of that. You see these guys on full swing, you know, Spieth and and Fowler and these guys, they like to go out and have a good time, and the PGA is going to have to adapt.
So, did you hear some of their reactions to this?
Even the young guys?
Oh, well, I don't know. But I don't know. I know that Zach Johnson in particular was really upset.
Yeah.
And the headline on ESPN was "Unruly Fans Draw the Ires of Billy Horschel, Zach Johnson at the Phoenix Open." And, the rain didn't help. But, here's the irony. Is that Full Swing show, the Netflix show, where they've got guys mic'd up and they follow them around, and it's really, really a cool show. Their first weekend filming happened to be this past weekend. So we're going to see all about this when Full Swing comes out on Netflix.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. I really actually like that whole Netflix series they're doing kind of behind the scenes on all these sports.
Yep. Well, did you hear the one they're doing?
Appreciate it, guys.
Yep, the one they're doing in baseball this year is they're bunkering down with the Boston Red Sox, which could be interesting. But all right, well, I mentioned it there moments ago. The Lions have made a move. Now, I've watched this over the years, and I'm going to say I think fans love this kind of stuff. The turning over of every stone. The try, and for lack of a better term, the try to be the smartest guy in the room maneuver. And that is, we're going to do something a little outside the mold and find a guy. Like, remember that rugby player? There was a rugby player. There was Kicklicious. I think there was a quarterback named Pringle. Wasn't there at the Lions side for the CFL? And they've just made a move like that. According to @CFL.com, the man that led the CFL in sacks last year, Matthew Betts, has signed with the Detroit Lions. Last year, he played in all 18 regular season games with the British Columbia Lions, and he had 18 sacks. Led the CFL in sacks, 6'3", 250, straight out of Laval. The Detroit Lions have signed Matthew Betts.
Bet. Right, Doug?
That was really bad, but yes.
I think Gator would appreciate it.
He probably would have.
Or maybe not.
He's 28 years old. He originally did have a stint in the NFL. He was drafted in the CFL May of 2019, but signed as an undrafted free agent with the Bears instead. Went to Bears camp, made it to the final cuts in the preseason. He was cut, and then he bounced between Edmonton and BC. And at 28 years old, he led the CFL in sacks last year. Do I have an expectation now for Matthew Betts? No, I really don't. But I think fans love this stuff.
You're absolutely right, Doug. Fans do love this stuff. And I actually, speaking of Gator, I think he would too. Like, these are, you mentioned the rugby and the Kickalicious and all that stuff. Remember Caleb Campbell from, I think it was Army or Navy? He had to sit out a couple years or whatever. I think people, you're right, they love, don't leave any stone unturned. Go beyond where everyone else is willing to go. Find the dude at the grocery store, like Kurt Warner, whoever.
Yep.
This guy, he's going to be brought up by Lions fans this offseason.
Without question. And do you remember Pringle, the quarterback? Wasn't there a quarterback named Pringle? I'm sure I can do a Google search. A quick Lions sign CFL quarterback. It'll pop up. Now, is this ridiculous that people like this? No. Because that's what got you the Russian 5. Right? That was thinking outside the box. That was expanding into new territory. That was checking on an overseas dude. And what happened? They started getting first-round talent in every round in the draft.
This isn't the first time the Lions have hit the CFL. You mentioned the quarterback. Wasn't there a kicker, too? Didn't they sign a kicker from the CFL?
I don't know. By the way, if you Google search Lions, make sure you use the word Detroit Lions because there's the British Columbia Lions as well.
Yeah, and that's where he's from.
Yes, exactly.
Matthew Betts. Well, Aubrey, the kicker for the Cowboys, who was probably right behind Justin Tucker, he came from the USFL. I mean, this is go get talent is talent, right?
Yep.
Maybe it took him some time in the CFL to develop, but people talk about pairing up Hutchinson with somebody else, maybe whether it's James Houston or someone on the team, but the Lions went and got somebody at least. This would be just another signing, but the fact that he's from the CFL, the fans are going to bring this up. You're right.
They are going to bring it up, and I'm not mad at him. Don't get me wrong. I think it's like talking about uniforms. I'm not sure you can expect it to have any impact on anything, but I think fans love to think about it, talk about it, come up with their suggestions, and I'm not finding who that quarterback was. I'll figure it out. But anyway, long story short, okay, why not? Why not? It doesn't really cost you anything. What's interesting is I wonder if any other team was after him. You know, was he a coveted player? Was he a player that multiple teams wanted and he chose Detroit? Are Lions ahead of the curve here? You know, they went out and they got the leading sack guy in the CFL.
Well, this isn't a guy like they just hey, we think we see something here, which they might, but he won the Defensive Player of the Year. He's probably, if you're a CFL fan, you know who he is.
Yeah.
Right? Doug, you're a CFL fan.
Well, I mean, I like the Hamilton Tiger Cats, but I don't think I could name one player on their roster. I remember Rocky DiPietro as a kid growing up, so he seemed to do everything for them. But, I mean, who are the greatest CFL players that have ever joined the NFL? Warren Moon is number one, right? I mean, so I'm going to have to see if we can find some great CFL players. All right.
I'm reading an MLive article from December 20th where the Lions hosted Matthew Betts for a tryout. So
here's a list from just some blogger. Warren Moon at 5, Doug Flutie at 4, Ricky Williams at 3. What? Cameron Wake at 2, Joe Theismann, the number 1 CFL player who opted to join the Toronto Argonauts after his negotiations broke off with the Miami Dolphins. So there you go. Maybe we'll get the Joe Theismann of defensive ends here. And Matthew Betts. Go Betts. This did not come up earlier in the show when we asked you, what is the best thing that could happen this offseason?
Go to the CFL and sign the best defensive rush end they have.
Not one person said, go get Matthew Betts. Should the Lions trade Hutch? 248. No, this is cool. This is seriously, sure, why not? Why the F not?
Parker Romo, someone texted us. That was the kicker from the USFL.
Okay.
Is it that the Lions tried out?
Okay. I don't know. But good for the Lions. Good for Brad Holmes. Do the Lions have, I mean, I'm assuming, does every NFL team have a scout in the CFL?
You would think they should.
Yeah, you would think. Why not? I mean, the game's different. Some minor differences in the rules. There's a bigger football. The field's 110 yards long. There's 3 downs to get a first down instead of 4. It's wider. You can illegal motion all you want. You can be sprinting at the line of scrimmage when the ball snapped. I mean, there are 12 players on the field. They have 12 guys instead of 11. There's all kinds of stuff. But I still think you should be scouting it. All right, coming up next hour, let's get into the Wings a little bit as they have started the push for the playoffs. It got off to a great start on Saturday. Can they continue it tonight at Edmonton? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out sick today. 97.1 The Ticket. Get to some Red Wing stuff here in a second. Still got feedback coming in on the Waste Management Open and whether or not it's gone too far. It used to be fun and part of the charm. But here's the feedback we've gotten from an unnamed texter. People don't care about the golf there. I went there last year. It's all about the party. The girls were dressed like they were going to the club, chatter at every hole. Everyone was drunk. That doesn't mean like there's a time and a place for all that, and I don't have an issue with that. It's just when it gets so disruptive that it's one thing to throw some beer cans on the green, but when the place stops for 20 minutes to clean it up. And I lived in Phoenix for 17 years and moved back 2 years ago. They definitely gear up for the Waste Management Open, and it's not golf fans. Next one, Waste Management crowd is basically the Faster Horses crowd and opening day crowd mixed into one. As a 35-year-old, no effing thanks to that.
There's truth to that because it's like the people that don't care about the main event. Basically, a lot of people go to opening day, they don't care about baseball. No. A lot of people that go to Faster Horses, they don't care about the act. A lot of people going to Waste Management don't care about the golf. Nope. They care about the party.
Don't appear to. My friend moved to Arizona, and she told me they stopped selling alcohol because they accidentally let in over 10,000 extra people because of a ticket malfunction. That's from Nick. And I heard there were a lot of people in there without tickets. I don't know why it happened. I guess it was a malfunction, according to that person. But like I said, I had a 20-year-old nephew there. I said it was chaos. But okay, Red Wings tonight playing at Edmonton. Second half of the schedule, it's not the second half, but the post-All-Star break half of the schedule to me is extraordinarily interesting because the Red Wings open up with two of the better teams in the West over 3 games, Vancouver, Edmonton, and Vancouver again. And they acquitted themselves nicely with a win over Vancouver to open the second half 4-3 in overtime. Kenny Cott, who answers phones for us and also is a frequent contributor and commenter on all things NHL, has joined us in studio. Gator out sick today. And Kenny, Saturday's game, I don't want to overstate what one game is, and I don't want to overstate what one 3-game stretch is. But if they do well here, Vancouver, Edmonton, Vancouver, I really get the sense that it signifies this team means business, and it's no longer about if they're going to make the playoffs. I think they start thinking about we're battling for seeding.
Well, this is the time of year where the good teams play even better and the bad teams play even worse. You're going to see playoff pushes. The Oilers, that's a tough draw, man.
Yep.
It's tough coming out of the All-Star break going Canucks, Oilers, Canucks. I mean, the Flames after that and Seattle after that, those are winnable games. But if you're a team with designs on making the playoffs, this is the time you need to start stacking wins. And you know what? A good 2-game, 3-game stretch right now, I'm willing to ride the roller coaster. I'm willing to overreact a little bit. I reacted pretty poorly during the second period of that Canucks game over the weekend.
That was one of the absolute worst periods of hockey they've played all year. They went through 7 minutes of power play time, a 5-minute major followed up immediately by a 2-minute minor where they not only, I think they got outshot, and then they gave up a goal right after the 2 minutes expired. It was, I would argue, I would put that up against any stretch of 7 minutes of power play ever. Now, how often does that happen? Not very much, but it was awful.
Not often, but also look at the team last year around this time. I mean, this was around the time I'm not exactly remembering when that Ottawa 2 games actually happened, but that was when this team collapsed. I mean, if that happened to this team last year, I feel like there's a lot of, that's something we can't overcome, and they overcame it. They ended up winning against a very, very, very talented Vancouver team.
That was Ottawa back-to-back, February 27th to February 28th.
That's right. Okay.
So a little bit later in the calendar. But with that said, the addition of DeBrincat has paid dividends without question.
He's been slumping though.
Well, hopefully
it's a concern.
Yeah, his signing was listed as the number one. I can't remember what website it had as the number one free agent acquisition, or I'm sorry, number one offseason move.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to make sure that the production continues, but Larkin playing the way Larkin's playing, and then finding Alex Lyon.
Alex Lyon has been a godsend. Alex Lyon, he wasn't our starter at the beginning of the season. It was Husso. Husso gets banged up. Lyon gets a bunch of starts, and he's really separated himself from the pack. It feels like a bunch of teams this offseason could have had Alex Lyon, and now there's a ton of teams that desperately need goaltending. I'm not saying move Alex Lyon, by the way. I'm just saying that we were extremely fortunate to be able to make such a valuable pickup, and he's been paying dividends tremendously the last, let's say, month or so. We've really found out who our starting goalie is.
Yeah.
And that's no shade on Ville Husso. He's been fine. but I'm much more comfortable with him as a backup now.
So what happens here trade deadline, assuming that they stay? Because I feel like there's three directions this can go. They can collapse in the next 3 weeks. They can take off in the next 3 weeks, or they can continue, probably more realistically, winning enough to fend everybody off and be one of these wild card teams. I mean, I just get the sense you got one of the higher scoring teams in the league, but they give up goals. I mean, is it a blue line move?
It's a blue line move. I don't think, because now it was either a blue line move or we need a new goalie because we don't have any goaltending. I think that has been reasonably fixed, would you say? I think it's a blue line move. The name that I had my eyes on always has been Chris Tanev in Calgary. He's a lockdown defenseman. He's more of a long-term solution if you decide you want to trade and then pay him. But it definitely needs to come at the blue line because if I have to watch Petrie anymore, I'm gonna lose it.
Is Tanev realistic? I mean, is he going to be the most coveted player?
He is. He will be the most coveted, one of the most coveted defensemen coming out of this trade deadline. But you know what? You picked up Alex DeBrincat. Your goaltending is working. You didn't do this just to, maybe we'll miss the playoffs. I think this is a year where you're like, I don't know if we're going to make a real cup run. I don't know if we make it out of the first round alive. But you didn't do this just to fall short and sell at the deadline.
I feel like Tanev is the kind of movie maker. It's where if in the next 3 weeks they assert themselves, kind of to the point where it's not if they're going to make the playoffs. It's let's see the Red Wings make a postseason run, because I think you're going to have to pay a steep price.
You will.
And that's fine, but that it almost like their play has to dictate that this is the move that you make.
Their play would have to dictate it, but, look at the stretch coming up. This month is actually very Jekyll and Hyde. You have, we just talked about it. You have Calgary, you have Edmonton, you have Seattle coming up. I think at the end of the month you have the Avalanche, and then you have, the Blues and Chicago, which are two games that, I'm sorry, but if you don't win both of those games, I just don't want to hear the words playoffs anymore. No. It's on a back-to-back, but those are two metrically, and I get super into the weird, nerdy analytics, and I apologize if I bore anybody. But those two teams are analytically two of the worst teams that hockey has seen in quite some time.
Yeah. Well, look, man, I'm fired up for this stretch. I just wanted to get your 2 cents on
Isn't it good to be talking about this right now, man?
That's the thing. This is fresh. This is really, really fresh from a standpoint of if they make the postseason.
Oof.
And LCA.
That Chevy Plaza?
I have said on multiple occasions, because they'll go on the road for the first 2 games, whatever they get, most likely. And if they win one of them and come home with a series tied at 1 for game 3, that might be the most coveted ticket in LCA history.
You know what's funny is I was at, I think the Leafs were in town earlier this year. I went with my buddy. And something about those games against the Leafs, but the crowds just show up. Even Leafs fans will show up. But when that building gets loud, I don't know that I've been in too many louder crowds. I've been to plenty of concerts. I've been to plenty of events. That place, when it is loud, it is maybe the loudest place I've ever been in.
Wow.
Next to Ford Field, which was unbelievable.
Yeah. So I'd love to see it. And it seems like it's within the realm of possibility.
It is. It absolutely is. We should be excited now. This is where the fun starts.
We should be. And seem to be heading the right direction under Steve Yzerman. Thank you, Kenny, for stopping by.
Yes, sir.
And one thing about it is we've so many times been the team at the top. I don't mean recently, but the team at the top that had to struggle to win first-round matchups. I want to make somebody struggle to beat the Wings. Make them work to beat the Wings in the postseason, whether be a Boston or a Rangers or whomever. I will take it all. So feels like a big game tonight at Edmonton. Big stretch. They can start this post-All-Star break off, and then you take off and run for when we get to the trade deadline. 248-539-9797. If we keep wanting to talk NHL. We'll get back to something we said regarding the Lions earlier in the show. It's Carson Anderson. Gators out sick today. Happy Fat Tuesday, everybody. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, turn up the heat because it's Sweethearts Week at Twin Peaks. From now through Valentine's Day, they're rolling out the red carpet with all your favorite Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress in their finest red and pink lingerie. The girls are looking for their Valentines and ready to serve up awesome drink specials all week. Swing by for awesome pricing on their house beers like the Dirty Blonde or the Naughty Brunette. And there's also the round of baller or naughty shots for the table. Stop in tonight for hockey and take advantage of the wall-to-wall TVs and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls as they're serving up all your favorites. Hand-cut New York strip steaks, lobster mac and cheese, smoked and grilled wings are just a few of their favorites, sure to satisfy your appetite. There isn't a better place to watch a sporting event than Twin Peaks. Minimum requirement, 50 TVs. They pump up the volume for the biggest games. No one can compete with their 29-degree frozen draft beer, scratch-made food, game day atmosphere. Twin Peaks. Why go anywhere else? To find the location nearest you and to get up to speed on all their specials, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carskater out today. Hope you're having a great Tuesday in Detroit. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Charlie on 97.1. Hi, Charlie.
Hey there.
What's up?
Oh, another day, another dollar.
Good for you.
I just wanted to say that if Husso plays anything like he did before his injury, I would not expect the Wings to win tonight. But with that said, I hope he bounces back. And if they win, that's not only huge for Husso, but that's huge for the team.
Look, if you put yourself in his shoes and you see the way Alex Lyon is playing, there is an element of it's time to respond. And when he gets his opportunities, he's kind of fighting for his job, right? So That's life in the big city. I thought it was real interesting. I think it was late last week when Derek Lalonde was on with the morning show and said it's Alex Lyon's net now. We believe in Husso. We believe in Reimer, but it's his net. We're gonna ride this for a while and see where it takes us. So,
Yep.
Are you gonna respond? Is the question.
I hope he does, because I think, especially with the last game against Edmonton, that would probably be huge to the team and Husso.
Well, look, Edmonton, keep this in mind too, right? It's really funny. They won 16 in a row and one of the hottest teams in hockey. And then they dropped 2 or 3, and there was a story in Edmonton about them losing their mojo. And I'm like, they won 16 in a row. Did you think they were just going to win out? 16 in a row. I got to see if I can find this headline. I was cracking up. And I'm like, yeah, we do it too. It shouldn't be too critical. We do it too. There's a degree of, there's ups and downs, man. Here you go. Is it too soon to worry, or are the Oilers losing their mojo? That was after a stretch where they won 16 in a row. They dropped 2 of 3. Is it too soon to worry? Yes! But who am I kidding? We do stuff like that too. All right. Brought this up, and earlier in the show, circle back to people who didn't hear it. We're entering right now, of course, in the offseason of the NFL. And the Kansas City Chiefs were just a couple days ago raising the Lombardi, won the Super Bowl back-to-back. The cool thing is we're in the mix now, right? Here in Detroit, we're in the mix. You can expect this team to come back next year, and it won't be a surprise. It won't be a shock. It won't be laced with doubt if they're playing well. It won't be an undercurrent of when is it going to collapse. It's kind of expected. And it goes back a season and a half. And they've been playing as good a football as just about anybody. And we all know about the mistakes that they made, and physical and on the field, and maybe off the field with coaching stuff, or maybe they didn't get, aggressive enough at the trade deadline, but they got their philosophy, and the philosophy they have for how they're building it to the way that they are coaching it got them to where they are. But what's the best thing that could happen this offseason? We're trying to keep it realistic, but you know what? We decided maybe we'll take the guardrails down a little bit, because 2-3 weeks ago, if we asked this question, one of the responses would be Ben Johnson would stay. And I don't think we would have allowed it. I don't think we would have said that's realistic. I think we would have said, oh, come on. But not only is Ben Johnson staying, Aaron Glenn's staying. Disner's staying. Their cap guy. Now, when you didn't feel as much of a threat, but if I told you that nobody would get rated, no facet would get rated. They didn't lose anybody, right? They lose a position coach? I don't think they lost a position coach. They went out and signed a D-line coach that everybody says is a great signing. But, so what's the best thing that could happen this offseason? Where it would make you truly believe, hey, this is a Lombardi Trophy team. I mean, you might believe it now, but it would make you even more confident, that much more confident. Now, we're going to kind of presume that they bring back, for the purposes of this conversation, bring back some of their key components. And maybe Jonah Jackson is the best thing that could happen. Maybe it is. Maybe it's somebody develops. I mean, there's one name on offense and one name on defense that I think everybody is called, talked about, and expects big things from, and more moving forward. Maybe it's a trade. When we brought this up earlier in the show, I mean, we kind of had to shut down the Max Crosby trade moves, even though we said we took the guardrails down. That seemed like too much. Is it a free agent? I mean, I threw out L'Jarius Sneed. Seems unrealistic. Probably is. But if you get a bunch of restructures, Kansas City seems to be leaning towards Chris Jones. Could that happen? I wouldn't expect it. All right. I wouldn't expect it. But could they get better at that position? Yeah. It's amazing when we first brought this up how many people called and texted, get a kicker. That was a very popular answer. But we want to know from you, what's the best thing that could happen this offseason? 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I love L'Jarius Sneed. I've been asking for him since, before the season ended because I knew he was going to be a free agent. But I'll go a different cornerback with Jalen Johnson. It's my dream scenario. Do I think it's realistic? No, not really. I think Brad Holmes, he wants to keep things in-house, draft, develop, and re-sign. And I totally understand it because that's a way more sustainable way of doing things. But for whatever reason, if Jalen Johnson can't work out a deal with the Bears and they don't franchise him, I'd love to go after him. He's a young, solid corner. He'd be your immediate number one corner. I think the thing with getting a cornerback, Doug, whether it's Snead or Johnson, is I don't know if that answer is in-house. Other than Sutton, I'm not sure who could play opposite of him. Now, if you want to talk D-line, those answers could be in-house.
Could be.
James Houston, Pascal played a lot more at the end of the year. I mean, he may not be that pass rusher people want, but he sets the edge and he got better and he could continually get better. Defensive tackle, Broderick Martin's a guy we haven't seen that they really, really like. He's always said, judge these guys when they hit the field, judge them when they play, when we develop them, then then judge us, because it took a little time with a few guys on this team, right? So yeah, the reason I go with a corner is, like I said, I don't know if they have the answer in-house, and they might have to go outside to get it.
Well, yeah, it's hard to think. I think you're right. It might mean there's an emphasis on that in the draft. It would be, we've already talked about some things that are uncharacteristic of Brad Holmes, and things that Brad Holmes has said seems unlikely. He has mentioned himself that getting external help might not be the direction they go. He said everybody wants to pair somebody. Everybody wants to pair Aiden Hutchinson with this other elite pass rusher, or pair, somebody in the secondary with that guy. And he's like, we're into depth. We're into building depth. And he kept saying draft and develop, draft and develop. But some things might emerge that were unexpected. Quite frankly, do you remember how surprised we were when the Lions got C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't work out. An injury was a deal, but we wouldn't have thought of that as particularly possible last year. And they got him. He is going to be an interesting one, because I feel like if you liked him a year ago, you should like him now. Now, you made a great point that Fatima Lafamu came on, and yet I feel like they prefer to have three safeties.
I think everyone wants depth at every position, but I think even Holmes admitted last year that they were surprised C.J. Gardner-Johnson was available, because he was a guy who tested the market. Maybe it didn't turn out the way he wanted to, was willing to settle for a one-year deal. The Lions were able to capitalize on that. And unfortunately, he got hurt pretty early, so that didn't work out as far as during the season. But, yeah, I think the thing is, Brad Holmes is definitely BPA, best player available. So when he talks about pairing guys up, he doesn't care about, we need to pair Hutch up, we need to pair Sutton up with somebody. No, they're looking for the best football players available. And so when they go into this draft and this offseason, they've got players in a bucket, and they're just going to go after those certain type of players. And they don't care what position they are necessarily. If they're just good football players that can help this team, that's how they're going to do it. So, yeah, I don't think they go in there looking, we need someone opposite Hutch. We need someone opposite Sutton. No, they're just going to get the players they want.
Yeah, and, they did want Witherspoon out of Illinois. That was clear. And their evaluation of him seemed to be spot on, given the season that he had. I would think that they are at a point where they're going to try and blend the best player available in a position of need. You can't get to this point and keep doing what you're doing. I can guarantee there's going to be some corners in this draft that they like. And I really hope that they can maneuver around and get who they like, whether that's move up or move back. It doesn't even matter. I think when they're on the board, when they're on the clock at 29, there's going to be a corner there that can help. And there's probably going to be a corner that can help when they're on the clock at 61. It's just the way it is. Holmes has got to do what he does and solidify it. I mean, the best thing that could happen this offseason is simply Brad Holmes does Brad Holmes things. Because if you think of their first 4 picks last year, what they took their first 3 picks in the draft and what they turned them into, which was 4 quality players. I mean, if Brad Holmes doing Brad Holmes things means they take their first 2 picks in this draft and turn it into 3 quality players, that might be the best thing that can happen this offseason.
I think every team is looking to blend need and talent, but I think the Lions actually they put talent so much further ahead of need, you know what I mean, than other teams. I think that they look at St. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown. They needed a receiver that year. They didn't see anyone worth taking in the first 3 rounds, so they waited and they got their guy at the 4th round. The 4 players you mentioned that the Lions got this past draft, the first 4 players they picked, those guys, they had first-round grades on those guys. So they're like, we're only taking the guys we want. And they're like, they just seemingly got lucky or whatever. You know, other teams took other players. They were able to get those 4 guys. They only had, I think they had a low amount of guys in the with first-round grades, and they were able to get them.
248-539-9797. You tell us, what do you think the best thing that could happen to the Lions this offseason is, where at the end of it you go, wow, they're a legit Super Bowl contender. Like, I'm confident now. You might already feel that way, but even more so. Take it to the next level. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gators out today. Big fella not feeling well. Hopefully he's in tomorrow. Bit of a head cold. No big deal. So good chance we'll get him back tomorrow. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. And we're asking you, what is the best thing that can happen to the Lions this offseason? And we've kind of taken the guardrails down a little bit and allowed the people an opportunity to dream. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Ronnie. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ronnie?
Thanks for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
I saw an article that possibly linking Joey Bosa to the Lions if he gets released on charges. I think that would be awesome and really says a lot about our culture in Detroit and how everything's changed from the same old Lions.
Well, let me start with this because this is catching me off guard. Where did you see this article?
I think it was on Bleacher Report in the app. I followed the Lions, and one of the articles said Joey Bosa possible to Detroit. If he gets released, but
well, that would be something. That would be something, and that I wonder what he'd be looking for. God, I'd be shocked. I'd be absolutely shocked. But I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel and make something up. I had no idea that would even be on the radar, and who knows if it even is. But one would think that would help the pass rush. All right, thanks, Ronnie.
I would worry about how often Joey Bosa has been injured the last few years. He seems to not be active as much as he should be.
But is that why he'd be released?
Yeah, I mean they're looking to trade Khalil Mack as well. They got a lot of money over there that they've spent the last few years.
So Mack to Detroit for a 2025 fourth rounder or fifth rounder is what they wrote on Pro Football Focus as a deal that would make sense. Max cap number would be like $17.5 million, and his production has gone down. I'd probably shy away from that. Bosa would be a risk. I
mean, look at his last 2 years. He's played 14 total games.
And his cap number would be 15 this coming season and 17 after that. That's a lot of money to commit to a player that's been hurt. And if they're not going to do it for... Well, I mean, who knows? I don't know that they're not going to do it for Jonah Jackson. In fact, I think they might do it for Jonah Jackson. But
I'm starting to think that more and more every day.
That they're going to bring back Jonah Jackson?
Yeah. And I think it's really important, actually.
Well, look, if you're going to tell me that that's their biggest offseason signing and it's draft develop, sign your own guys, it's been a formula that's worked. And the key part of making that work is that you're going to get more out of the draft than other teams, that you're going to be better at it than the average NFL team. And 3 years into Brad Holmes, it feels like they're better at it than the average NFL team. So 248-539-9797. Brendan, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Brendan?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
Hey, so I just had a quick call about something you guys talked about earlier, talking about Brad Holmes doing Brad Holmes.
Yep.
I couldn't agree with that more. I think a lot of fans obviously are very disappointed with how this season turned out. Not like super disappointed, but, and I think if you just let Brad Holmes do what Brad Holmes can do, maybe pick a corner in the first round at 29 and then do something along the lines of what San Francisco did and pick, they picked Jake Moody, third round, I believe.
Yep.
Address your needs with the best skill player available. I mean, I just feel like you got to put the game in Brad Holmes' hands. He's done nothing but make us into a team that's, done something that hasn't been done in 30 years. So I feel like a lot of people just need to kind of trust him,
So I can't really argue with you. Look, that might be the simple answer. Is the best thing they can do is keep doing what they've been doing. They've gotten better every year. They've drafted players that they want to be able to develop, that they want to be able to keep around. It's not overly complex. Don't make it more complex than it needs to be. And I mean, one thing they haven't really done, though, they didn't address the kicking. They kind of took some chances with kicker. That doesn't mean they weren't going to. That doesn't mean they didn't have Chad Ryland on their radar or Jake Moody on their radar or thought they were going to get this free agent or make that trade, but when they don't work out, it doesn't get talked about. But that might be the simple answer to this complex question is just let Brad Holmes do his thing. We got the people that can build a Super Bowl contender. So that could be it. And I don't know that I could argue with you. More feedback coming in. What's the best thing that could happen to the Lions this offseason? Marlon in Walled Lake says, all I want Brad Holmes to do in the offseason after extending and re-signing key guys is to make one big free agent move for Snead from Kansas City. 3 years, $49 million, half of it guaranteed. First pick in the draft, they can get a defensive tackle. Almost every mock that I have seen in the 48 hours since the season ended, and the juices aren't flowing quite again for the mocks. That may happen this week. Hell, it may happen tomorrow. But has been defensive tackle, defensive end, or corner. Almost every one. But the great thing about having a competent organization is we know, hey, you don't have to use a first-round pick to get a good player. You don't have to use a second-round pick to get a good player. Brad Holmes got Amon-Ra the fourth. And he's a great player. From an unnamed texter, I'm going with resecuring the offensive line. This offense works so well because of that group. Re-sign Glasgow and pick up another interior guy that can play guard or center when Ragnar goes down from time to time. We didn't mention to get Jonah Jackson. And that one's going to be really interesting. And this is where the respect for the organization and their ability to maneuver and to get the buy-in. I mean, people love playing for Dan Campbell, but will they do it to the extent where they don't try to milk every dollar out of the organization? And one of the big keys here is ask Jared Goff, yeah, you can make a case for 50+ million. But if you come in at 45, you get Jonah Jackson back and Graham Glasgow back. And if I'm Jared Goff, that matters to me. Now, again, we're talking about guardrails and trying to be realistic. This is a money cannon contract for Jared Goff. Over the course of, and you go, 53, 40, 45, what difference does it make? Well, $7 million per year. And if this contract is 4 years, an extension of 4 years, you're almost giving away $30 million. Now, to keep the offensive line intact, maybe worth it. Jack and Dexter, since the guardrails are down, Jared Goff takes dance lessons with his significant other in the offseason and incorporates his moves into becoming a seriously mobile quarterback. It's amazing how often there was one text or tweet we got. Might have been a tweet earlier in the show that somebody said, he really should get with an Olympic speed coach. Do you think Jared Goff isn't trying to work on his footwork? Trying to get faster?
Or just more mobile? And we're not talking running quarterback, just more. They do this. They train in the offseason. It's part of their regimen. Yep. I don't know how much more they think they can get out of Goff on his feet here. These people texting and calling.
Yep.
I hope he's trying to improve every aspect of his game.
Exactly.
Right? It's not like all of it. Everything. Just more athletic in general. Arm strength, accuracy, the whole nine. I don't know what people are expecting from Jared Goff at this point. He's not going to be as elusive as Brock Purdy or Lamar Jackson. Pick any quarterback in between. I think he is who he is. He operates in a clean pocket almost as good as anybody in this league.
Almost as good as anybody.
And if it breaks down, he did show some times where he could, sidestep a little bit, and other times he's going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and he still finishes games like it's 65, 68, 70% completion percentage, and that's what we really care about.
Pocket presence is a huge thing, and that can come with experience, and that can just get better and better, where you're keeping your head downfield, but still avoiding the rush. So,
and I'm a guy, and I understand the mobility thing. I would love a quarterback that was a little bit more mobile than Jared Goff. But I also understand how hard it is to do what Jared Goff does with his arm and his head.
Yep.
And so this is what you take with Jared Goff.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. What's the best thing that can happen to the Lions this offseason? 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Anderson out today. We've got rising interest in our hockey team, our baseball team. We're entering into what should be a fascinating offseason for our Detroit Lions. We've got March Madness right around the corner. We got the draft coming to town. We've got Michigan looking to reload and probably major roster turnover, new coach, all that. Got a new coach in East Lansing. These are good times and fun times here for Detroit sports teams. But we've been asking people, what is the best thing that can happen to our Detroit Lions this offseason? Hey, man, one of them might already happen. Ben Johnson's coming back. We'll see what happens with the But the offensive line, I think keeping that intact has to be a priority, and then improving the defense. If they come back next year with essentially the same offense and all the rest of the resources put into defense, who would be opposed to that? Who would be opposed to that? Same guys on offense, every resource spent on defense. Nobody ever does this. It's the kind of thing guys like us talk about. But would you be mad if they used all 7 draft picks on players on defense? But they brought back Jonah Jackson. They brought back Graham Glasgow. And re-signed Goff. Re-signed Josh Reynolds. Yep. Would you be mad? Or is this offense good enough with the players they have, young enough to still get better? You assume Teddy Bridgewater's gone. Hendon Hooker's now your backup quarterback. Montgomery and Gibbs are under contract. The entire offensive line is back. Laporta in year 2 should be better than Laporta in year 1. Brock Wright and James Mitchell are back. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams, and Josh Reynolds are back. Khalif Raymond is back.
I mean, technically, they could bring back all the free agents, Doug, and not have to do anything with Goff because he is under contract for a year.
They don't have to
sit and wait if they wanted to.
Look, the reason to do it, to strike a contract with Goff now, is to get him long-term a little bit cheaper. You know, give him a contract extension before his contract expires. And so that comes with a signing bonus. And the signing bonus, for people who don't get it, I mean, you get that money up front. Then it doesn't count against your cap. It gets divided by the number of years of the contract. So if you get a $20 million signing bonus and a 4-year extension, it counts $5 million each year, but you get the $20 million right now. So Jared, here's $20 million. Bam. Or whatever the amount is. The amount's irrelevant, but I mean, bring back the same offense and put all the resources defensively. Who's going to say no to that? Now, I guarantee Brad Holmes isn't going to do that. Seems like teams never do that. But I would sign up for that right now. Would you, Kang, sign up for that right now? Same offense.
I mean, it's hard for me to operate in that world because I just know how Brad Holmes operates, which is best player available. It doesn't even matter if his first 4 players available are offensive players that are best on his board. He's going to draft offensive players.
I think people would be upset if he did that, and I get it.
Really, at this point, with the cachet of Brad Holmes is run up in this town,
yes,
and, his credibility is at an all-time high.
I know. Well, let me put it to you like this: I don't think as many people would be upset, but I do think people would be upset if he did that. So
I only can speak for myself.
No.
I am done questioning Brad Holmes in the draft.
I hear you. No, I hear you. As a general rule, it's not going to get you very far. It seems like he's got a pretty good handle on that thing.
I feel like if he drafted a running back, I'm like, I get it.
I mean, how much though? Like, if you did best defensive player available, you can't tell me when you get. I'm saying you can't tell me. I hate it when people say that.
Yeah, don't say that, though.
No, I shouldn't. When you get to 29, it seems highly probable that there will be a defensive player worth taking at 29 and 61 and 73, I think it is, whatever it is in the 3rd round. You got 2 picks in the 3rd round. I mean, really, it would seem likely that there would be defensive players worth taking at all of those positions. But, I mean, if he's evaluating the next Sam Laporta at 61, does he take a tight end at 61 because he's the best player available? I mean, I guess ideally you try and trade out of that spot a few spots back, but I don't know.
Like Jahmyr Gibbs, when he took him first overall, not overall, but first for the Lions,
yes.
right? 12th overall pick.
People freaked out.
Because running back wasn't necessarily a need, especially after signing Montgomery,
I guess whenever we hear best player available, you wonder how far is that commitment really to best player available? Because does best player available mean a tight end in the 2nd round again? What if he's the best player available? How committed are you to best player available? Because I think there is a line.
Oh, there's a line. I mean, I don't think they're drafting a quarterback with their first pick.
No. So I am moderately comfortable that they will be able to find defensive players at every spot in the draft. Every single one. And not veer too far off their best play available approach. And you're right, questioning Brad Holmes, he's not going to get everything right, but he's going to get more right than wrong. And what's weird is, I said it last year, boy, if they have a good offseason, they could really take that next step. And they did. If they have a good offseason, the next step is the Super Bowl. Like, they're at a point now where the next step to take is to go to the Super Bowl. So, yeah, a good offseason, another good offseason, and another good next step. The result is you're playing in New Orleans 360 days from right now. Not that anybody's counting, and I'm not sure that's totally accurate, but it's pretty close. Jim Costa just made his way in studio.
Have you not taken a bite of this?
No.
Because I heard you earlier, and I thought you were going to pay this off. This is kind of the time to do it, Doug.
I've let this thing sit here all day.
It's still good.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Pop it in the microwave 5 seconds, you're good.
Or not eat it.
Gooey warm center.
Oh, did you lose a bet or something?
No, I was debating eating it. I brought it in here, and it sat there the entire show.
I thought you lost a bet. Doug, yeah, you can't eat that.
I can't eat it?
No,
your system won't handle it.
You don't eat that type of stuff. You'll be sick all day.
See, and Gator was out, and I'm like, there's a difference between
you
being
let Gator down, though, because Gator would have eaten it.
You got to eat it for Gator.
Gator would have eaten several. And
do it for the Gator.
You know what's funny is Jansen was walking out with a box full of Punchkis, and he was going to his car, and he goes, "This is going to be my biggest challenge of the day." And I said, "What? Not eating another one of those?" And he goes, "Not eating one on the way home is going to be my biggest challenge." So
I thought the challenge was going to be eating all of them.
Oh, he might.
Yeah, if you, you don't eat that type of stuff. So
I really don't.
I would strongly suggest you don't do it.
No.
Now, I heard a rumor there are cannoli filling Punchkis in the building. And I'm curious.
This one's allegedly custard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to go there, it would probably be with custard. But
I heard the guy earlier who called in had the family connection all the way back to Poland.
Yeah, he was straight out of Warsaw with the old school Punchki recipe.
Yeah, you got to get the stuff from Hamtramck.
Because there is a difference, right?
Yeah. Well, he was Windsor.
Yeah, because
he was Warsaw.
Most of these store-bought ones
That's right.
are inflated jelly donuts.
Yeah, well, there was some debate about that.
Hard
yes.
pass.
How many?
Say no.
Have you guys? There's boxes here. Anyone?
I haven't had one yet.
No. Well, there's one right here. Help yourself.
I'm gonna try to pass this off.
I'm just gonna try to walk past. So, no.
Yeah, Detroit just put on Twitch. Doug can drink beer out of a used shoe, but not eat a Punchki. Punchki? No, I can't.
See, here's the thing. Because Doug doesn't eat this, it'll destroy his system, and you will be sick because it's just way too much sugar that you're not used to eating. It's just like if you ate meat. You wouldn't feel good.
I might, depending on how much I ate, I would get physically ill.
Did you have to do bologna on air one time?
I did bologna on air, and it was awful.
I like how I said that like it was a drug. You did bologna.
I did bologna, yeah.
Chopped up?
No, it was a bologna. It was a bologna and mayonnaise sandwich, and it was the most disgusting thing.
Mixed with fentanyl.
I ended up throwing one of the pieces of bologna. It stuck to a window over here. It was... I mean, you know what bologna reminds me of? This is going to sound disgusting, so I've fought saying this on the air.
Don't say it.
Human skin. It's like a circular piece of
I'm
human
sorry,
skin.
guys. That's on me.
You asked for it.
I said don't say it.
Yeah, you did. That's true. All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
So many more questions.
We're going to do what food resembles human body parts.
When did you ever eat human skin?
If that's what that's what made me think of human skin. I was like, I'm eating something that feels like the texture of eating another human skin.
Like an Ann Arbor party.
That's right. What do we got coming up? We're going to talk about the offseason priority list now that the Super Bowl is behind us. You saw what it takes to win the whole thing. What is the top priority for the Lions? Rico's got some odds for next season, begs a question for Lions fans. And Doug, how about a little Michigan football chatter on the show today? We got way too early top 25 and questions involving Michigan football.
Are they in it? Well, I guess I don't want to give away the tease. Who knows who the hell's on the team next year?
I know.
Right there.
Yep.
Ding, ding,
Right
ding.
there.
And let me tell you something. Those guys are out there training other places, getting ready to bring their awesomeness to Ann Arbor. That's what I'm thinking.
All right.
Because I still say
Arch.
I was about to say your quarterback is not on the roster right now.
It might not be. All right, have a great show, gentlemen.
I get what you did.
Stay safe and treat each other with respect. And 97.
Pulling a Herb Street.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. They're calling it a season-defining road trip. The Red Wings are out west for 4 games, starting tonight against the Oilers, who've won 17 of their last 19 games. They're red hot in the West. Captain Dylan Larkin says it's really going to be important to start fast in Edmonton. The Wings enter tonight at 60 points, holding down that second wildcard spot in the East. Robbie Fabry, who will miss tonight's game for personal reasons. Puck drop at 9 o'clock. The pregame show at 8:45 right here on 97.1. And also out west tonight, the Pistons continue their 6-game trip. They're still in L.A., this time playing the Lakers at Staples Center or Crypto.com Arena. Detroit had a 2-game win streak snapped Saturday against the Clippers. Tip-off late tonight at 10:30 over on WWJ. And staying on the hardwood, Michigan, they've got a tough test against the Road Warriors, number 14 Illinois tonight in Champaign. The Wolverines, they're last in the Big Ten right now with just 3 conference wins. Tip off at 7 o'clock tonight, also on WWJ. And the Tigers are going to be sporting some new uniforms this season. They've got new City Connect jerseys that they're debuting for 2024. That design has not been released. Of course, it's a holiday tomorrow. Pitchers and catchers report to Lakeland, Florida. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
How about that introduction? 97.1. Would it have been sacrilegious for Doug to just have like half the Punchki?
Yes. Doug would have been sick. Doug's not used to eating that much sugar.
But he could have had some.
No.
He walked out with the Punchki. I don't know if he threw it away.
I don't know
that
why.
That feels like unacceptable.
Maybe he gives it to his kids.
Okay.
If you haven't eaten sugar like Doug, extremely healthy, that will make, it's not going to kill you, but it's going to make you feel very uncomfortable.
And then Luke Sloan tells us, who you just heard in the update, that they're pressuring him over in the newsroom to go for the record. He had 6 Punchkis a year ago. I don't think Luke's body
you know what?
could hold 6 Punchkis down, and they want this guy to go 7, 8 Punchkis.
Punchkis is a young man's game. It is.
It's like 4 days worth of food.
Like
calories.
Like Kenny may be soon to opting out. Okay, I can imagine Kenny from like 5 years ago could probably put away about 6 to 10 of them. Now he's probably to the 2-3 range.
Yeah, back in my fighting days, I could put at least half a dozen down, no problem at all.
It's a young man's game.
It is.
Do you age out of Punchkis?
I think you do.
You do.
Because I'm down to like a 3/4 of one right now, and I'm like, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that.
See? And Kenny, here's the funny thing. And this isn't what we were.
No, we're just having fun for a second. You're good.
I said I was going to become the person I hate, and I was going to cut it in half. Because I used to be like back in the day, like, who can't eat a whole one? Why are you cutting it in half?
Be a man.
Like, be a man.
See, they looked at me weird. I came in here with a knife because I'm going to cut it in half.
David, right? I said, I may take the other half from you because it's like, I don't want to eat a whole thing.
We got a group of washed dudes around here.
But
walking in with little plastic knives and eating little bites.
Back in the day when I worked for Fox 2, with Al Allen, we would come back, we would each have a box. Yeah, that's Al Allen. You go ahead and hit that. Al's an icon. I don't know what else to say. Walking around with Al, man, it was like walking around with the president. Al has clout like you've never believed before. We never pay for stuff. I can say that now because he's out the business.
We didn't plan on going an hour into Punchkis. If you want to call in about him, great. But I would like to reflect on where the Lions sit as we kick off the offseason. Super Bowl was Sunday. The offseason's officially here. And I want to know the priority, the biggest priority that you have for this team. And I don't think there's just one area this team needs to improve. You saw what it takes to win a Super Bowl. I don't think they would have beaten Kansas City, but it doesn't mean they can't win it next season in New Orleans. To me, Rico, the biggest priority is the offensive line. You got 2 guards hitting free agency. The reason this team was even in a position to win the Super Bowl this year is because of what they do up front. If you're going to pay Goff, if you want to win with Goff, you got to keep him clean. He's elite when he's clean. You cannot have a drop-off on the offensive line. 9-1 when the top 5 starters all played. 9-1, and the only loss, the Dallas game. To me, the biggest priority is making sure the O-line is as good, if not better, going into next season. And then, of course, you address things on defense and whatever. To me, the biggest priority is the offensive line. But I do want to hear from Lions fans today because we are into off-season mode. And this is the most exciting offseason that we've ever had because you're that close to a Super Bowl. 248-539-9797.
Man, you made some strong arguments, man. This is the heat that I want you to bring in the morning. Okay?
Sure.
Bring that heat in the morning because that's some strong arguments. You and Gov, yeah.
People, we're not going there. Rico walked into work today. He got stuck in the vortex. Anyway.
Gov was shot out of a cannon. I like where you're going with that. And what you're saying makes sense because when that line was all together, you're healthy. You got, your guards, you got, Ragnow, never going to be fully healthy while he's playing. Decker says he wants to be here. He wants to be a Lion for life, but that may be a business decision you have to make. You may not be able to sign everybody. So I like that. And I still say that that's priority number 2. Priority number 1, you have to upgrade your defensive line. We're thinking line, but I'm thinking the other side of the ball. You have to upgrade your defensive line so that you don't have to constantly blitz and blitz and blitz, that you're able to just rush 4 and not even get to the quarterback, contain the quarterback, make the quarterback move. So then you have 7 in the back. So now, you're muddying up the waters that completions aren't going to be easy. I think your defensive line, especially, you got to go get Aiden a playmate. He needs somebody where it's not just, you know what, just kind of get Aiden out of the play and you're okay. Because that's what it felt like. And Aiden is still young, so a lot of times he would fall for the okie doke where he would get sucked in. Like when you were watching the Super Bowl and they were looking at Bosa and they were like, Bosa's being smart. He could go after, but he knows, stand your ground because this is actually hurting Mahomes. Aiden still falls for that type of stuff because he's thinking sack, quarterback. I can do my Thriller dance. Get him a playmate. Get him.
You want defense?
Yes. Get him somebody else. Improve the defensive line. Get some depth in there that you can rotate guys in there so they can go out there and just give it their all, almost in hockey shifts where you just know, hey, go out there, give me everything for 5 plays, come back, catch your breath, and I'm going to get you back in there in about another 3-4 plays.
It's probably the second biggest priority for me is the defensive end opposite Aiden Hutchinson. You do want to be able to put games away. You don't want to have to rely on a blitz. I want to make sure that first things first, the offense is taken care of because that's going to be able to put games away.
But see, here's what.
If you told me, hey, they're keeping Glasgow and Jonah, or they're replacing one with a high priority free agent guard or a high draft pick, I go, great. Now the focus is exclusively on defense, but I need to know the offensive line is secured before I can move on.
248-539-9797 in case we didn't get off the phone number. Guys, I'm not trying to say that Jim Costa is wrong because I think that that's the number 2 thing. But unfortunately, in this world, if I don't agree with you, you're wrong.
He's an idiot. Yell at him.
But here's why I will say the defensive line is more of a priority. Look at all the top offenses in the NFL. They really didn't make the Super Bowl. Teams that had defenses went the furthest along because they could shut down the opponent. The Miami Dolphins had the offense to end all offenses. They hung 70. But when it came down to it, they couldn't stop anybody.
I get you. The teams that were left standing in the conference titles, the first, second, and third best scoring defenses, and the Detroit Lions.
Right.
I'm not telling you. And this doesn't need to be this, we're not fighting each other because I see what you're saying.
Right. And it's not salt in the wound, but your defense couldn't hold a lead for you. You have to improve it. I know you can score. I know you can put points out there, but can you keep the opposing quarterback from scoring? That's why, to me, it's number 1, the D-line. Because, offense, think about all the offensive teams that are out there that score a ton of points, and they were all sitting at home watching.
Yeah, I think if you're going to match up with the Niners or the Chiefs, the 2 teams that played in the Super Bowl.
Where was the brotherly shove? It was at home.
You're going to need to get to Purdy at the end of the NFC title game if you play it a second time, right? You got to get home and finish that game. If you face Mahomes and you have to blitz, you're probably not beating him. So I agree with you, but my concern is to get back to that point. To get in that game, you got to have this offensive line. It is the engine that drives this football team. It's what makes Jared Goff, whatever you think of him, a top 5, top 10, top 12 quarterback. He is at his best when this team protects him. When you have the run game, when you can pick up all the 4th and shorts that Dan Campbell wants to go for, this O-line needs to be not good, great. And it was this year. And it can be next year, but you can't allow any slippage, Rico, because if we talk about last year being their best shot or not being their best shot, if the O-line slips, that will have been their best shot because then Goff starts to regress. The run game's not as potent. You don't have a 17-point lead in the NFC title game. You got to come back, and you don't have the O-line to keep them upright.
See here, I'm going to help make your point. I still think it's the defense, but because I'm just sick and twisted, I've gone back and rewatched games, including the Super Bowl. Don't ask me why I watched it last night because guess what? Same results. Niners lost. But in the Lions game against the Niners, a lot of the interior push, you could tell that whatever Ragnow was on was wearing off. And the interior, and you could tell where Jonah wasn't.
Yeah.
And the interior was getting beat on a lot of plays where in the first half, man, they were pushing guys 3 yards forward. In the second half, as the game went further and further along, they were getting beat at the point of attack.
I think what makes this conversation so interesting is they need to both their D-line and a reinforcement on their O-line. If someone wanted to say a better sure-handed receiver so you catch those 3rd and 4th downs.
No.
Rico, my point is someone could say corner, kicker.
I was about to say, that's actually right up there was kicker.
But why this is a conversation is
Kicker.
you got to prioritize. You might want all of these things. You got to prioritize. What's one or two at the top of the list? What do you mean, kicker?
Go. I'm interested in what you were saying there. How that should be number 3.
Yeah.
Or in the
kicker. Yeah, kicker's number 3, and the reason being, but see, you have to have a coach that believes in this kicker because I just don't believe that Campbell does. But here's why kicker is important. And I know people are like, oh, anybody can kick. No. Guys, go online. We don't know the dates, but you could see the Lions' opponents for next year. The Lions are going to play 14 games in a dome, controlled environment, which means that kicking a 50-yard field goal should just be automatic. There is no wind. There is no rain. There is no snow. There's none of that. 14 of your 17 games in a dome. One game's going to be out in California, so you don't know. You could have good weather.
Probably will.
And then you got Chicago and Green Bay.
Yeah, can't avoid it.
But other than that, go do your thing.
Yeah. Okay, 248-539-9797. Prioritize it. Super Bowl's behind us. Off-season's here. You tell us what's at the top of the list if the Lions are going to finish this thing next year and be Super Bowl champs. It's 97-1.
Just finished watching the big game, and Xfinity connects me to more of the great game that I love, and now that football season is over, it gives me a chance to catch up on some of my favorite shows. I've actually been passing some things along to Cookies for him to watch.
He doesn't miss people.
With the Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price because there's nothing worse than trying to watch your show and you get the wheel of death. You don't get that with Xfinity. You get the speed that you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And if you haven't seen a game in 4K, man, you got to do that. This means you get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates. Look, choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Super Bowl's behind us. Off-season's here. Lions have 4 picks in the top 100. $60 million in cap space. I know cap's not real, but they got a lot. And the goal's simple. Go win the Super Bowl. What's the biggest priority for the Lions? That's our question to start the show today. What is the biggest priority for Brad Holmes with all the draft picks, with the cap space, with the goal in mind of winning the Super Bowl? You just saw Kansas City eke it out in overtime. How do you topple the dynasty? How do you win the whole thing? Priorities for this football team. For me, I put offensive line number 1 just because I don't want any slippage. This team's close. And the biggest reason they could have won the Super Bowl this year, that offensive line. 9-1 when all 5 play. The one loss was the Dallas game. Some of you would say they were 10-0. Keep that unit going. It's the engine that drives the team. Lets them run it, pick up 4th and shorts, makes Jared Goff's life easy, allows him to look like a great quarterback. 27 touchdowns, 3 picks, I think, when clean. No slippage. If you got to re-sign your guards or if you need to address it in free agency or the draft, that's the biggest priority. Then, of course, guys, they need to be better on defense. Get Aiden a buddy, add a corner. If you want to add a kicker, fine. But number 1 is you got to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. You got to make sure the offense stays great. Otherwise, none of this matters anyway. The defense can get a little better, but if the O-line takes a step back, you're not actually making any progress.
I get what you're saying, but I think that you need to lock up your defense. I think that the O-line, yeah, it was nice watching them score all those points and doing all that fun stuff and the touchdown play and the whee. But in the end,
the touchdown play,
you have to be able to stop teams. I mean, once again, look at Kansas City. They let Tyreek Hill, yeah, you can go. We care about the defense now. We're all about locking people up. That's why I think defensive priority, defensive line, 1.
Well, they have Mahomes.
Offensive line, 2.
Okay.
Kicker is 3.
Okay, I would put corner 3.
See, here's the thing.
That's what I would put 2. Yeah.
No. Let me help you with that. For people who want corner, let me help you guys. If your defensive line is great, your corners don't have to cover as long.
Agreed.
Why do you think Kansas City corners look so good? Because number 95 is saying, hi, I know your play. Okay, I'm about to tackle
Rico,
you.
Big picture, I agree with you, but their corners are legitimately good corners. McDuffie was an all-pro this year.
They are, but the longer a corner has to cover somebody.
Make their life,
you're right.
Yes, no, you're right. It's a symbiotic relationship, coverage versus pressure. I agree. I'd rather have pressure than corner, which is why I put D-line 2 and corner 3, but you can't leave corner off your top 3 priorities, Rico. They have to address that.
No, but if you address the defensive line, your corners are going to be everybody like, oh my God, Cam Sutton is horrible. Well, Cam Sutton won't have to wait that long.
But that's it. And that's why I think it's my number 1 priority. Because Cam Sutton can't be number 1. I don't care who you have on the defensive line.
David,
he can't be number 1.
David, but if you could cut the time that you attack the quarterback by a second and a half.
You're right.
All of a sudden, it's going to be like, man, that Cam Sutton, he's the man. I want to get his jersey.
But it's buyer's remorse right now with Cam Sutton. I don't think
because
if
you can't
get
an
elite defensive line, he's still liability on your defense.
Because quarterbacks know. Lions are going to blitz, won't be a safety, identify where Cam Sutton is, throw ball deep. Very simple.
Okay, 248-539-9797. You watch that Super Bowl. Do they need to be able to get to a guy like Mahomes more consistently? Yes. But you also got to put that game away. The Niners kicking all these field goals, even the Chiefs kicking all these field goals. Get your O-line right. Finish games. Finish games. Let's get people's thoughts on this. Ray, you're up first. You're on 97.1.
Hey, it's Rick. What's going on?
What's up, Rick?
Rick, how you doing?
Hey, and listen here, I just got to say this real quick. Rico, me and your man Bill is good friends, so I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We need to address the secondary. Any team can walk up and down the field on the Detroit Lions. And again, we must address the secondary. And what my man was talking about as far as the Lions wouldn't have won the Super Bowl. If the Lions was playing the Super Bowl, we would have scored more than both of them teams. So it's not about that. It's about can we score, yes, but can we cover? I have seen scrubs walk up and down the field on the Lions. So I'm going to rest my case. I'm not going to be too loud. Address the secondary. Put somebody back there with Branch. Get you a solid corner. Then get you a defensive end because Houston's going to be all right. Let's play this thing right. The offensive line, just pay them, and we'll be all right because don't nobody want to break up the nucleus.
Right,
so
but
I
Rick,
have spoken.
Rick.
I have spoken.
Oh, okay. He's spoken.
I'm sorry, that was incredible.
You know what?
I have spoken.
He turned into Moses. Ramsey.
Rico, I have spoken. Mic drop.
So let it be written. So let it be done. All right.
I will have no counter arguments presented. I have spoken.
None. I am correct.
Case closed.
Rick, I get the secondary.
Case closed.
But between him and Goff, man, what a heck of a morning. Look, if you improve the defensive line, your secondary does not have to cover as long.
Yep, I'm with you.
That's why, you see some of the all-pros. I mean, heck, you look at Lenore and Ward, the secondary for the Niners. They look good because they get a pass rush.
And because there's 7 dudes in coverage.
Right.
Yeah.
If they didn't get a pass rush, look at what they did and look how they looked against the Ravens. They couldn't get to Lamar. They looked god-awful.
Or when, for some reason, your DC decided to blitz late in the game against the Chiefs.
Right.
Those corners don't look as good.
They don't. But when you could get to the quarterback.
That's a lot better. Yep.
And that's why I say, to me, the corner and secondary, I would put that maybe 4th on the list. But if you improve the defensive line, Cam Sutton's not looking that bad.
Okay, Johnny, you take a spin at this. What's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey,
Good.
Johnny. And Johnny finished his call saying, I have spoken. No, I'm kidding.
I will. So I think, and I'm trying to be as realistic of where we're trying to go with the immediate future. I think offensive line in the draft, those players typically develop a little faster than defensive line players. They can make a larger impact. And I want defensive line in free agency all day, every day. We can get corners, down the road, possibly, somebody unhappy during the season trade-wise, but we got to do the interior first. And all I could say is I have spoken.
Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, so some of the fun in this is once you understand what your biggest needs are, then you can go, okay, well, what's the best way to address them? Right. We're not at free agency yet. We haven't gotten to draft talk just yet, although don't worry. Don't worry, it's going to be here.
It's long overdue, but you're happy we haven't talked.
We're happy to delay it. So he says O-line, and if they pay Jonah and Glasgow, sweet. If they don't, then you got to draft the next Jonah. They got him in the 3rd. They've got 2 thirds. As long as they take care of that front, then we get to defense, and you're going D-end, edge pressure, Aiden's buddy, play date, however you want to say it. I'm with you on that. Where is Jeff at? Jeff, you're on 97.1.
Hi. I was going to say, I've heard everybody makes sense. Every single one, that people have said makes sense. And I'm going to go with corner first because I think it's the biggest deficit. I think there's defensive linemen, and yes, we need to add an upgrade. Offensive line, we can sign our own. We've got some options, but I think we have to get a number 1 cornerback. Move Sutton to 2. The safety, we have quite a crowded safety area, but a cover cornerback, an elite cornerback, I think is the thing that we are missing and we don't have access to now. So that's why I would place cornerback at number 1.
I think there's an argument with corner where you don't want to trust a rookie. Sauce Gardner's kind of a rare example of a rookie who made an impact right away. So if you don't feel like you can draft a CB1, that doesn't have to be a free agent, then it might have to be a big priority when free agency hits because it's the only way to get a guy who can immediately step in, right?
Right, because I remember when Sauce came out and I was like, guys, I was like, who's the best? I was like, the best person is a corner, but the Lions don't want to hear that.
Not after Okudah.
Because of Jeff Okudah. Nobody was open to that. I'm like, because I remember telling Doug, Doug, it's actually, because they were like, oh, you just, that's your godson. That was Mike. That's your guy. I was like, he's actually really good. But Lions fans wouldn't be open enough to take him. Now you would.
Well, I still would rather have Aiden. But I think he's better than anybody thought at the time of the draft.
Yes.
Sauce is much better than we thought leading into that draft.
And he's got better commercials with a singing Buffalo. So.
Have I not seen this commercial?
The B-Dubs commercial.
Oh. I don't think I've seen the commercial.
You haven't?
The sauce beat-ups commercial?
You probably don't know that sauce.
I probably have seen the commercial.
Yeah, you probably don't realize, that sauce.
Right.
Yeah. But you got to go out and you got to get a defensive line.
Okay.
I mean, and maybe you take another swing at Chase Young. Because I know a lot of people made fun of him, but once he got the fire lit under him, you saw a different person in the Super Bowl.
Just saying. Rico has spoken.
That's an Aaron Glenn problem. Keep the fire lit under him. You're this top D coordinator. Do your job. I've spoken. I'm done.
97.1. Lions priority list as the offseason officially kicks off this week. 97.1, Jim Costa in for Mike Valenti. My biggest priority for the Lions, the offensive line, the engine that drives the team. You have to avoid any slippage. That has to stay great. Second biggest priority, get Aiden a buddy, get pressure without blitzing, help your coverage. And my third biggest need is the coverage, corner. It's my number 3 need for the Lions. But we ask you guys, because they could use a little of this or a little bit of that, get over the hump, win it. What are your priorities? What's the top priority for the Lions? 248-539-9797. Rico, just reset for people.
Mine is defensive line. You improve your defensive line because there was a reason why the top 3 scoring defenses were left, and it was you. You couldn't stop anybody. Now, when we had a caller saying, well, the Lions would have scored and they would have did all of this, I don't know if they would have. They would have put up some points, but then I don't think they were going to be able to stop the other quarterbacks that were out there.
Correct.
I mean, you did not stop Purdy. I don't think you would have stopped Mahomes.
He's another level, yeah.
And I don't think you would have stopped Lamar because, you played Lamar earlier this year, and you did not stop him. So that's a problem. When you're playing bottom teams, yeah, your defense looks good, but when your schedule next year sets up that you're playing a lot of playoff teams, which means depending on what the Bears do, you're going to be playing 10 to 12 games against a mobile QB. We all know that's the Lions' Achilles heel.
Okay.
A lot of the games they lost this year, common denominator, quarterback who can scramble and run, and you couldn't stop it.
Ed, do you agree with the conversation? You're on 97.1.
What's up, man? I think for this one, Rico is dead on. 1, 2, 3, a couple quick points. Here's the reality. What did Cam Sutton have in Pittsburgh that he didn't have here? A dominant defensive line.
Yep.
The wide, everybody
Hayward,
rushing
Watt,
the passer.
yep.
When you can drop 7 and you can disguise zone coverages, you can have different man blitzes, you can have different things that confuse quarterbacks because you're getting enough pressure consistently. Remember last year when Philadelphia, not this year, just past the year before, when they got pressure before they lost their DT, I think Hargrave, I can't remember exactly, but when they got a ton of pressure, their cornerbacks were in the top 10 in the league. This year, without getting all the pressure, they were a laughing stock. Everybody says Philly can't cover anybody. It's the same crew of people, but they couldn't cover because they no longer dominated the front 4. So when you take care of the front 4, and if you care about Aiden Hutchinson, you have to get him not just the in help, you have to have waves of groups you can bring in. The defensive tackles, you need to have waves. If you want to extend his career and him be an all-time great in the NFL and for the Lions, securing that line, Cam Sutton will look like a Pro Bowler again, like he did with Pittsburgh, why they went and signed him. And we got to remember, we lost a guy from San Francisco the first game, Mosley, the very first game. If we had him, Sutton would have been in a more natural position. But without pressure, listen, nobody but Gardner and Ramsey can literally cover for long periods of time at a success rate without front 4 pressure. So if you think it's anything but DN, first and second, you're completely wrong because no corner can cover for long periods of time with the speed that's in the NFL now. It's just my opinion. I'm done speaking.
and here's to go with that with Mosley coming here.
Yeah.
He probably looked a lot better. The Niners moved. They still, they moved in some new corners in there, and they got the job done. With Ward, led the team in interceptions. When you have the defensive line, Cam Sutton, and he brought up a great point. Cam Sutton looked a whole lot better than he did in Pittsburgh than here.
Rico, how about this stat that backs up everything Ed said and all the stuff we've talked about D-line versus corners? The Lions gave up the most air yards in the NFL this year. That means routes that take time to develop down the field. Well, what do you got to do? Stop giving them so much time. Nobody can cover for 4 or 5 seconds. You're going to give up deeper routes down the field if you can't get home. Yeah, I think if we're looking at defense, the line is where it all starts. Not to say you ignore corner.
No, you don't.
But it's not a bigger priority. And that's what we're trying to decide here, the biggest priorities for the Lions. Sheldon in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, Rico, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
But like I said, sorry, I got to agree with the other call as far as we need a legit shutdown corner. But we are going to have to eventually address that offensive line because I'm worried about Frank Ragnar.
Right.
But we need a shutdown corner so that way the defensive line don't have to work as hard, and eventually Aiden's going to need a buddy. And I think Holmes banked on Houston being back soon. Early, but since he realized his injury took longer to heal, he couldn't come back as early, and he should. And he stood. So that's the reason why. Hey, I can stand pat. I ain't got to make a move at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think what's going to be crazy is we all agree they need a defensive lineman, an edge player. It just everybody's got different order of priority, but they didn't draft an edge guy last year. They didn't trade for an edge guy last year. They didn't sign in free agency an edge player last year. So whether it's by trade, free agency, or the draft, they better address one this year.
Well, that's why I'm not going to hold my breath because Brad Holmes has shown me he's going to do what he wants to do. And if you speak out against him, he's going to keep receipts. Well, Brad, RICO, get the name right. You need to get a defensive lineman, a rush edge. You have to. You've ignored it. It's now Houston, okay? Going and getting somebody late in the day. How about you just take the time and get an impact player now? Or if you have to trade for one. Because I'm sitting here watching in the break. You know who's a top priority for the Niners? Chase Young. They're going to try to bring him back.
Yeah.
They went and got Hargrave. They went and said, you know what? We have Armstead. We have Bosa. We need more. We need depth in case somebody goes down. You need that here. You need to be able that when you have a 17-point lead, you can go and shut the other quarterback down when you know he's got to throw the ball. So we're just going to pin our ears back and go get him.
Brooklyn, you're in Utica. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
How you guys doing? I'm definitely looking at the line, right? I'm thinking about what we could do in the offseason with the defensive line, defensive edge rushing. Like, we are in so much need of our defense to get exploited. I'm really hoping that we can get something here. We haven't had an edge rusher since James Houston, and he's been out all season.
Yeah, I'm with you, Brooklyn, because you got to bring in people depth so that you don't have to. Here's we've been fortunate. Aiden stayed healthy. What if Aiden goes down for 5 games because he rolls an ankle or something? You're screwed. Who are you bringing in? Nobody. You need to bring in depth. Because here's the thing. Jahmyr Gibbs didn't really do nothing for half the year. You had Montgomery. If Montgomery went down, you got Gibbs. You got interchangeable pieces. Okay, Laporta went down, and they found a way to kind of keep this thing going in that first playoff game. He didn't do much, but you won the game. On that defensive line, it's paper thin. You lose one of your key players. Houston was gone.
Yep, great point.
You got nothing. Could you imagine? And I don't wish this on anybody, but it looks a lot different if Aiden ain't lining up out there.
You're right. David, what's the consensus on the ticket text? What have you seen?
Defensive line, we need a bookend for Hutch, then a tackle, then a speedy linebacker. I have spoken. Paul and Shelby. Another person says, I go secondary, then edge rusher from Rick in a cabinet shop. I have text, he said. Dylan in a Subaru says, I think the number one need is the offensive line. That is the foundation of our offense, and Jared Goff is a statue. Another one, Rico.
Did he say build Goff a statue?
No, he said he is a statue.
Oh, okay.
Rico, you're oversimplifying it. Cam Sutton is still bad regardless of whether he has coverage or someone, or whether he has to cover someone for 3 seconds or 10 seconds.
See,
10 seconds.
No, but see, here's where it's recency bias. As the one caller said, did he look that way? David, did he look that way in Pittsburgh?
No, but not for the reasons that people think. Yes, the defensive line was there, but they also played him more in the slot. So that may be what Detroit wants to do.
And he was playing, he wasn't a number one corner. There's
Correct.
a lot of things Detroit's gonna want to throw him away. And then you're gonna be mad because he's gonna go to another team and you're gonna be like, well, why didn't you do that here? Because you didn't ask me to do that here.
Oh, you're right about
it's like,
that.
All of a sudden, like, oh, Darius Slay, he's done. He's no good. Well, wow, he's still good.
Yeah, Sutton is still talented, but if you use him in a different way, like he wasn't supposed to be the number one.
All I'm saying is David Steelers gave us Sutton. Rico's Niners gave us Mosley. Neither one did the job. I blame both of you. David, you can kick your feet up. Rico's got the blitz coming up next. 97.1. David, you can kick your feet back because Rico is going to present this blitz.
Oh, no. Dave is going to participate as well.
Oh, okay. Let's hit it. All right, scoot up, David. Let's get in on this. All right, Rico.
So let's start off. We've been talking Super Bowl. New overtime rule in Super Bowl. Didn't do a great job. Now the Chiefs got it.
I love the rule.
I love the rule as well. There's one thing about this new rule that maybe they need to tweak, and I'm going to ask you guys. Can we just eliminate the clock because it serves no purpose?
It's confusing.
The only thing you need is a play clock.
Yeah.
Because other than that, the other clock, because if the clock hits 0, all they were going to do is put another 15 minutes up there.
And that was confusing because I'm yelling at the TV, timeout, you need to kick a field goal here so you can get to the second overtime. But that's not how it worked. It's weird. Very weird.
So I'm not the only one that just thinks to keep the play clock. But after that, the clock is null and void.
Get rid of it. Like when you watch college overtime, they don't put a clock up.
Because it's going to be sudden
It's
death.
about possessions, yeah.
So after each one gets one, okay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We've talked about this before, but I need to hear your perspective. The Chicago Bears with the number 1 pick have so many options.
Yep.
Where do they go with this number 1 pick?
They draft Caleb Williams and they trade Justin Fields. That's how I'd approach it. You're swinging for greatness, and if Caleb ends up as a bust, at least you made an attempt for greatness. Fields, you're going to have to pay him soon anyway, and I don't know that you feel he's a franchise quarterback.
But see, here's what I look at. If I trade that pick, I'm sorry, David, where are you at?
I would trade back. Make sure you don't trade too far away to get either an offensive lineman or Marvin Harrison. But yeah, you're keeping Fields.
Here's what I would do in a perfect world. I would take Davis to the next step. I would keep Fields because I could take that number 1 overall pick. Watch this. And I could turn it into 3 picks, 3 first-round picks.
You trade back twice?
Trade back twice. If
What are you, Kevin Costner in draft day?
Yeah, here's the thing.
I want my picks back.
There's 3 quarterbacks. So let's just say I could trade with New England. You can jump the Commanders. You get the number 1 pick. I'm sitting at 3. There's still going to be another quarterback there. Try to trade that one with the Falcons.
Or the Giants or something like that.
Or the Giants.
Yeah.
Oh, you take advantage of Mike's team.
And I move back again. You got to give me your number 1 plus the number 1 next year.
Oh, they could build a war chest. My only concern would be Eberflus was on the hot seat, and Fields, if you run it back with both of them and it blows up in your face, you're going to go, we blew it. We had the number 1
right,
pick.
But if you're coming in there with all this draft capital and guys who are controllable, you could pay Fields because the rest of your team is young and inexperienced. It would work. So,
okay,
just my thought.
That's one of the biggest offseason storylines.
Let's stay in the NFC North. Your boy, David, Jay Jetta, Justin Jefferson. They got to figure out what he wants to know. Who's going to be the quarterback before I sign?
Smart.
Who's the quarterback? 1, who's the quarterback of Minnesota next season? And 2, you're paying Justin Jefferson, right?
Yes, you're paying Jefferson. The question, they've inquired, I believe, about Kirk Cousins, right? Seeing if they just keep that train on the tracks. But there's a reason that they're picking in the top 15. They do need to hit a reset on this. If I'm them, I am targeting a quarterback. And there were rumors they tried to trade up last year. Could they try to trade up this year and get one of the big 3 or 4? I think that's the play for Minnesota.
Yes, you definitely play him. I'm not quite sure he'll be happy if Kirk Cousins is the quarterback, though. And I don't know if he'll be happy if there's a rookie there because now that takes time. So, yes, you pay him, but I think he might be traded. I really do.
Really?
I do.
Because here's the thing. Cookies, we talked about this in the break. We love our wide receivers, but GMs aren't married to them. I know, David, we don't pay running backs, but you know what GMs also don't do? We don't keep high-priced wide receivers around. There's a lot of guys that, Jamar Chase, probably going to get franchised because the Bengals get a year to figure out what to do with him. So that's why I asked, what do you do with Jefferson? Is he going to be there? Because it's not like he would be the first big-time wide receiver to get moved from Minnesota.
True.
They've shown we will do that. Speaking of that, moving, very simple question. Where does Derrick Henry play football next year?
Oh, wow. That's a great question.
Well, I didn't even give you the prop bet casino. TJ, if you're listening.
That's a good question, Rico.
Ooh. This is on the fly. How about Baltimore? Ravens. Dobbins is coming off the knee injury or Achilles injury. Mitchell, their other running back's coming off the ACL injury. An upgrade over the Gus Bus? Go to Baltimore, chase the Super Bowl? David, am I missing a more obvious one?
I really can't think of anything. Maybe Cincinnati? I don't know.
The one that I think you guys are missing, the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys. This screams Dallas all over.
Glitz, glamour, star, big name.
God, that'd be annoying. That'd be really. I can picture it in my head. I'm annoyed by it just thinking about it.
It's like, man, come on, man. That was a layup, guys. All right. What do we think of the Jets next year?
Well, we'll see Aaron Rodgers for a full season, right?
Maybe.
Saleh on the hot seat. I think it's great theater. I think the Jets are going to be great theater next season.
It's funny because you had the owner speaking last week, was the NFL Honors Super Bowl week, and he's basically saying we got to make sure we can have a backup. We got to make sure we have a backup quarterback. Do you have a starter? It's the question that I have. Is Aaron Rodgers going to be healthy? I mean, the Jets are all over the place. I don't know what they're going to be.
I don't either. Because I'm looking at this team, and I think the media really wants this to work out. I know the Jets do, but I'm looking at this team, and I'm like, I don't see how he's going to be that great he's going to lead them anywhere. I don't see it. You're not going to beat the Dolphins.
On paper, they got a good defense. Breece Hall was very good at running back at the end of last season. They're missing the quarterback. And if he comes back and he's healthy, I mean, they're going to be enough in it to where it'll be entertaining.
That's still the third best team
But
in
here's
the
what I
division.
remember.
Well, it's not like the Bills are unstoppable.
Here's what I remembered about the Jets, though.
They weren't supposed to win a division, though.
Remember, first 3 plays, he was running for his life.
Yeah.
They don't have an offensive line.
That's the key.
Because when he sat down, I thought he was just ready to contemplate quitting. I didn't realize he was hurt. Because he was just like, okay, seriously, 3 plays, and I've already lost 17 yards. All right, Super Bowl odds are out. How do you want to do this?
What are the Lions?
The Lions are at plus 1,200.
I'd buy it.
Now,
it's got to be what, top 4 or top 5?
Top 5. Yeah. Ahead of the Lions.
The teams that were all in the title games,
I'm guessing Baltimore will be there.
Yeah. Baltimore, hold on.
Kansas City.
Baltimore is at plus 900. Kansas City plus 650.
And your Niners are the number. I saw this.
Niners plus 550. We're missing a team.
Yeah, we're missing a team.
I think we already mentioned him. Is it Buffalo?
Buffalo
again,
plus 950. The Lions are tied with the forgotten team of the NFL. That's your hint.
Cincinnati?
Yep.
Cincinnati Bengals. Lions, Bengals plus 1,200. Just so you know, Eagles plus 2,000. Miami plus 1,700. Packers plus 2,000. The Cowboys plus 2,000. Texans plus 2,200. Which leads to this. MVP. The MVP odds are also out there.
Okay, Mahomes and Lamar at the top, Josh Allen.
Okay, Mahomes plus 750, Josh Allen plus 800, Lamar plus 1,000.
Are those 1, 2, and 3?
No, they are not.
Do we have the
That is
Burrow?
1, 2, and 4. Joe Burrow plus 900.
Okay.
At 5, you get this one, you can drop the mic and say, I have spoken.
Don't tell me this is your guys. Is this Purdy?
Wait, first of all, I need you to put a little bass and respect in your voice. Okay? You've been hanging out in the catio too long.
Is it Purdy?
It is not.
Okay,
I'm going to...
Brock Purdy looks like he's 9th.
Okay, top 10 odds.
At plus 1,600.
Well, that's because the Niners are a good team. And again, I'm not saying he should win the MVP, but the 1 seed,
Brock
the quarterback.
Purdy plus 1,600. Dak Prescott plus 1,500. Jordan Love plus 1,300. Justin Herbert is tied with this other gentleman at plus 1,200.
Tua?
C.J. Stroud.
Wow. Yeah, second year.
Notice a name I did not say?
Yes,
All right.
Rico.
No Jared Goff. That is your Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatments. Opening day is our unofficial holiday, but tomorrow also could be considered one too. Tigers pitchers and catchers report to spring training in Lakeland. Plenty of position players are already there as well, and plenty to keep an eye on too, like offseason additions Kenta Maeda, Jack Flaherty, and Mark Canha. Rookie Colt Keith might have the most eyes this spring, but GM Jeff Greenberg told us last month he's still got to make the club even after that extension. The Tigers will also be sporting some new uniforms this season at Comerica Park. They'll have new City Connect jerseys for 2024, though that design has not been released. They're calling it a season-defining road trip. The Red Wings are out west for 4 games starting tonight against the Oilers. They're red hot right now, winners of 17 of their last 19 games. Robbie Fabry will miss tonight's game for personal reasons. Puck drop at 9 o'clock. The pregame show at 8:45 right here on 97.1. Also out west, the Pistons continue their 6-game trip tonight. They're still in L.A., this time playing the Lakers. Tip off late at 10:30 over on WWJ. And staying on the hardwood this evening, Michigan on the road against number 14 Illinois. That's in Champaign. Tip off at 7 o'clock, also over on WWJ at the Corewell Health Sports Desk.
Give the people what they want to know. How many Punchkis are you down?
Right now, 0. I'm struggling.
You haven't eaten any yet?
Wasn't it? I was eyeing the custard one out there, though. That's my
You're not
favorite.
going to break the record with this attitude.
That is true. For context,
you're
last year's...
We don't care
We already
anymore.
told the story. Go eat Punchkis.
We're done.
All right.
Don't milk
We'll
this.
see how much work I can do here at the Cornwall Health Sports Desk. I'm going to go eat some Punchki. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 3:30 or at 97ontheticket.com.
Well. Rico, you slipped something in there at the end of the blitz. Can we address that? As Doug would say, Jared Goff is not in the top, 10, 12, 15? Where is he in the MVP odds the way too early for next year?
All right. Here's your top 13. We'll go back in order. Josh Allen, number 1, plus 750. No, I'm sorry. Patrick Mahomes, plus 750. Josh Allen, plus 800. Joe Burrow, plus 900. Lamar Jackson, plus 1,000. These are Vegas odds, folks, from Caesar Sportsbook, not from me. C.J. Stroud and Justin Herbert each tie plus 1,200. Jordan Love, Packers QB, plus 1,300. Now, the thing is, these are all quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey is not one of the top candidates for MVP of next year.
It's a QB award.
Dak Prescott is next, plus 1,500. Brock Purdy, plus 1,600. Jalen Hurts, plus 1,800. Tua, plus 22. Aaron Rodgers, plus 2,500.
What are we doing here?
Matthew Stafford, plus $3,000. And then finally,
Jared Goff.
Trevor Lawrence, plus 3,000.
Okay.
Jared Goff is not in the top 13 QBs according to Las Vegas.
248. No, seriously, why is he not? Because the team should be very good next year. You gave out. They're among the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
If your team is very good and Goff has played well basically 2 years now, why would he not be a top 10 candidate to win the MVP?
Here's the thing. The 5 teams that are favored to win the Super Bowl were the Niners, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills, and Ravens, Bills. What was the 5th team?
Niners,
Lions.
Chiefs.
And the Lions.
Yeah.
Of that, 4 of those quarterbacks are on this list.
But not Goff.
Jared Goff, at best, has the 14th best odds. At the best. Josh Allen, he's up there. Mahomes, Brock Purdy.
So what does this actually? So what does this mean?
This means to me that Las Vegas does not think that Jared Goff, as much as we chant his name here in Detroit, Jared Goff.
Yeah. Jared Goff.
And people slander Purdy, it's Goff that's actually getting the shade. Goff is not the quarterback they believe in. Goff is not MVP caliber. Matthew Stafford, heck, Aaron Rodgers off of an injury has better odds to win the MVP. Now, the thing about this, remember, Las Vegas is not biased. They just, only one color matters, green, money. Vegas sets the odds. And they're telling you Jared Goff's not a top 10. He's not a top 13 quarterback in the league. Lions fans, I ask you this. Do you agree with this? Or should he be placed in here? And if so, who comes out and where does Jared Goff go? Out of the top 13, where would you place him? Or you simply say, maybe Vegas knows something. 248-539-9797. Because as of right now, they're saying, no, C.J. Stroud, 5th best odds. Coming off of his rookie year, they're saying C.J. Stroud is legit. Jared Goff, and we all saw this Lions offense. He's got all the pieces in place. Yep. If the Lions are this team that scored a ton of points, if the Lions have the 5th best odds to win the Super Bowl next year, then why isn't Jared Goff's name on this list?
Okay, first blush, I would say there's a lot of value if you want to bet Jared Goff because it is a top 5 offense with top 5 odds to win the Super Bowl. He plays the most valuable position on that team in that spot. What's the catch? Where's the but? What am I missing? And I have been one of the most vocal critics of Jared Goff at the station. Rico, he played well in every playoff game this season. They didn't lose the NFC title because of him. Jahmyr Gibbs fumbled the ball, right? Mm-hmm. The defense gave up the 51-yarder off Vildor's face mask. He threw the ball into Josh Reynolds' hands on the 4th and 2 and on a separate 3rd down. Jared Goff was very good in the postseason. And it's why, personally, I conceded. I think the scales have tipped. He is worthy of an extension. Vegas would tell you differently.
Vegas is saying, no, Jared Goff is not that guy. We don't think he's anywhere close. He's not in the top 10. He's not in the top 13.
What do you think of him? I would say he's probably on the back end of the top 10, where you can win a lot with this guy, especially if you keep him upright. If you're drafting really well the way Holmes has, there's a runway with Jared Goff, a quarterback that
so then we
maybe I was late to the party on, but there he is.
Who do you take out? Who are you taking out in order to replace Jared Goff? Because you can't just say he belongs in there. Who comes out?
I've got your list in front of me just so we don't have to cycle through names repeatedly on the radio. Jordan Love ended the season very well, but I would put him ahead of Jordan Love. Okay? There'd be one I'd immediately kick out. I think he's in the same tier as Tua, and I'd put him ahead of Tua. Is that fair to do?
You're putting him ahead of Tua.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career, I'd put him ahead of Aaron.
Oh, wait. Okay, so of the top 15 people for MVP, he's still not in the top 15. There's a running back, which I think is easy to figure out.
Yeah, McCaffrey.
He's tied with McCaffrey. Justin Fields has better odds of winning the MVP.
Oh, come on.
According to Las Vegas. No, I take that back. Fields, McCaffrey, Goff, all tied, plus 3,500.
248-539-9797. As someone who's been critical of Goff, even this feels like a little much. He should be in the top 10 for odds to win the MVP. Even if you didn't even think he was a top 10 quarterback, the ingredients are there. The offense performs, the team wins, his numbers are good. He threw 30 touchdowns this last year. Three to one touchdown interception, deep playoff run. I'm not telling you he is going to win it, but these odds feel out of whack to me.
So the question is, did Vegas get this wrong? 248-539-9797. Did Las Vegas make a mistake, or is Las Vegas telling us that maybe Jared Goff is overrated and we inflate him here in Detroit?
Oh, don't do he's Detroit good.
I'm looking at this. This isn't me.
I know.
This isn't me. When I saw these numbers.
Well, are you with me that this seems out of whack?
I was shocked.
A little bit, even just a little bit.
Yeah, because I thought, okay, he's at least a top 10 quarterback, but they're saying he's not. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Jackson, C.J. Stroud, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts, Tua. Yeah. That's who they're saying top 10. Followed by, didn't play last year, Aaron Rodgers. Comeback player of the year, Matthew Stafford, your former QB, has better odds of winning an MVP than the current guy. And, let's just throw in Trevor Lawrence, who is iffy, and Justin Fields to boot.
Okay. Lawrence, I get it. There's a big ceiling. Same thing with Stroud, and I suppose Stafford's got the better arm. But Jared, I'd put him ahead of Rodgers, Tua. I'd put him ahead of Jordan Love. How is Brock Purdy so much higher up than Jared Goff? Didn't you guys do those shows leading into the NFC title game, Spider-Man meme? How is one significantly higher than the other one? Goff's not getting balls batted down at the line. They both work in their system on good teams. How does Purdy have significantly better odds than Jared Goff?
Because the funny thing is, they're two Niners, a running back and a quarterback.
What the hell is that?
And before you get to Goff.
Okay, I need to hear another human being speak. 248-539-9797. It's nothing against you. You didn't make these odds, but Lions fans, I see you. We'll hear from you. It's 97-1. Listen, we're not the bad guys here. Vegas is.
Oh, wait. And for those who, would you like to guess the next Lion who's on the list? Want to take a guess?
Gibbs.
I was going to guess Gibbs.
St. Brown.
Kenny?
Yeah, St. Brown.
Oh, St. Brown? St. Brown.
Gibbs.
Wait, which one? Gibbs or St. Brown? Who are you
You
picking?
said Gibbs first, then you said St. Brown.
I didn't know I was locked into one choice.
Yes, you pick one.
St. Brown.
The next Lion.
Okay.
St. Brown.
So these two are saying St. Brown. I'm saying Gibbs.
David is correct.
Damn it.
It's Gibbs.
I know it doesn't mean anything, but damn it.
Gibbs.
Yeah, they're a running team.
Plus 30,000. Now, here's the thing about Gibbs. In between Jared Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs, 8 rookies who haven't played a down in the NFL have better odds.
Okay, let's just slow down for people.
Okay, but
what we brought up, and again, Vegas, not us. We're not the bad guys here. Vegas does not have Jared Goff in the top 12 among quarterbacks to win the MVP for the upcoming season. And I asked the question. Actually, Doug asked it. Why? He's a quarterback.
Top 13.
Top 13. Fine. He is a quarterback. Quarterbacks are valuable. He led a top 5 offense last year, expected to be top 5 again this year. His team is good. They're going to win a lot of games. They're one of the 5 favorites to win the Super Bowl. Why is Jared Goff not a bigger favorite to win MVP? And the only explanation I have to answer the question before we get to the phones, they don't win because of him. That would be the explanation, right? Kind of like Purdy, where you go, well, he's not the most valuable player on his own offense. It's Trent Williams, or it's Christian McCaffrey, or it's Debo. You could say, well, the most valuable player on the Lions offense might be Penei Sewell with the way they run the ball, or Jahmyr Gibbs because they run the ball, or Amon-Ra St. Brown.
But according to that logic, Brock Purdy is 9th in selection for the MVP. He's ahead of Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, then none of it makes sense. You guys explain it.
Did Vegas get this right?
Okay. AC, you're next up. What's up?
Why do you keep saying that they got who's the bad guy? There's no bad guy. They got it right. Goff is not a top 10 quarterback. Like, he's just not. Like, he's very good, and he's won me over. I was here. I thought he was the Band-Aid, the bridge to whoever they were going to draft in the future. He's won me over. He should get an extension. I think he's a very good quarterback. But he's not an MVP. I compare it to, like, a Tim Duncan. Like, he was great. But he wasn't winning MVP every year. He just was consistent. He did his job. He came to work. He was good. But he wasn't like MVP level.
Yeah, but Tim Duncan's a Hall of Famer, and he did win MVPs, right?
Okay. He won maybe one, maybe.
Yeah, I think he has at least
I don't
one.
think that's Jared Goff, though. That's not Jared Goff. He's not that MVP caliber.
I agree that he's not a sexy player. I agree he's not flashy, that he's not sexy. I get the comparison, but like when you win at that level, when you are as good as the Lions are and you play that position and your offense is that good, typically that comes with a little respect. I'm not saying he should be the front runner, the favorite 1, 2, or 3, but Rico, you tell me he's not one of the top 12 or 13.
If I'm a Lions fan,
I raise an eyebrow.
If I'm a Lions fan, there's 2 names on this list that I would be upset about. I look at this, and we talked about it. Him and Brock Purdy are the same quarterback, maybe a 4-year, 5-year difference in between. But they're the same. System quarterback, and they both know how to work the system that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's not denigrating them. That's saying it takes a lot to get it done, the timing and everything. You move the ball, you score the touchdowns.
You're in control.
You work.
Yeah.
It was a reason why those 2 were the last 2 in the NFC. The other one that would upset me if I'm a Lions fan is C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, Rookie of the Year, but Vegas is saying we believe in C.J. more than we believe that C.J. can do this again. We don't think Jared Goff can do this again.
Okay, I think they're saying he will be more responsible for the Houston Texans' success than Jared Goff is for the Lions' success. That's the best explanation I can give you.
But here's where Vegas gets it's contradictory, because Vegas is saying the Lions are the 5th best team next year. They got the 5th best odds of winning the Super Bowl. Just know if you win the Super Bowl, Detroit, it's not because of your quarterback.
That's
your
what Vegas
quarterback
is saying.
not that good. That's Vegas saying quarterback's not that good. You'll find a way to win, but it's not because of him.
We bring this up because, well, this city has adopted Jared Goff as their own. The Jared Goff's chance. We feel like we got a guy who's good, very good. How good? This is one way.
Like you may have stumbled upon an elite quarterback.
And this is part of the measurement. Not the only measurement, but just one way of checking in from an impartial source from Vegas what they think how valuable Jared Goff is on a good team, on a championship caliber team. 248-539-9797. Victor, you're next. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey, Victor.
So, Vegas, like you guys said, Vegas isn't biased, but what Vegas knows and understands is that the NFL is biased. Like, the MVP trophy is, the best player, best stats, but it's also popularity and the sexiest man kind of contest. Like, so that's Vegas isn't giving out the MVP award. The NFL is.
Mm-hmm.
So Vegas is saying that Goff is not going to throw for 1,000 yards more than anybody else to deem a Detroit Lion quarterback the MVP. So if his numbers are comparable to Mahomes, to Tua, to these top 8 or 9 guys, Vegas knows the NFL is not giving Jared Goff the MVP.
Right, but Victor, but at this point, it's saying that he won't even be at the MVP ceremony where they pick the top 5 people because he's nowhere near there.
Well, no, he's nowhere near as sexy as the top 5. His stats for the next 2 years, as long as he keeps on what he's doing, is going to be comparable to the top 6 or 7 in the NFL. We already seen that the last 2 years.
But see,
Vegas just knows he ain't getting the MVP.
But this is why
he's got to go above and beyond.
If I'm a Lions fan, I would be upset because you know who was sitting at the ceremony this year? It was Brock Purdy. He was one of the top 5.
If Purdy can be at the ceremony, so can Goff.
Yeah, but we all know Purdy was the darling of the NFL this year. Everybody was bandwagon San Francisco. Like
No, Victor. Let me stop you there. The Lions.
I knew it.
The Lions became the darling of the NFL. Are you kidding me right now?
No, we are the beautiful girl at the wedding. All right, we ain't the sexy one. Everybody loves the cute girl next door. That's who we were. We were the darlings. We weren't that sexy girl at the wedding. That's the difference between the Lions
Victor
and
says
Goff.
we're not curvaceous enough. Okay, I get what we're doing here.
Hey, Shakira said it. Them hips don't lie, boys. That's a good one.
Okay, but Brock Purdy's not Shakira. I don't know how we got into this. That's your quote of the day. Brock Purdy's not Shakira. I get what he's saying. He's saying, here's a mirror. This is what the NFL thinks of you. Don't blame Vegas, blame the NFL.
Right, but he's like, well, no, Brock Purdy was the media darling. Whoa. Are you serious? Like the Lions, they were doing all types of pieces on the Lions and showing the fans in the crowd. And
but you just said it. That was the Lions.
Not Goff.
That wasn't Jared Goff.
But Goff had, towards the end of the year, became the rallying cry for this team.
For the city, not the NFL. He's not the face of this team. They say St. Brown.
Well, the face of this team
him.
is probably Dan Campbell.
Yeah, there you go.
More than anybody else. Maybe
Ticket
that's part
text.
of this. Yeah, ticket text. What do we have?
MVP award is for somebody flashy, a media darling. Someone else says, I agree with Vegas. I think next year we get the Goff from the first 2 years and not last year. That is from Mike.
Based on what?
I think he just hates Goff.
Ben
probably.
Johnson's back. Offense should still be very good.
Goff is at least number 7. Vegas is useless.
Now, here's the thing. If you say he's in the top 10, who goes out?
I gave you some names.
You did.
Tua and Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers not in the top 10.
Oh, okay.
Top 10 was Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Stroud, Herbert, Love, Prescott, Purdy, Hurts.
I think you could throw out Love and Purdy. There's 2.
Someone says, get it right, Rico. MVP is a media award voted by the media. Vegas is setting the odds based on the media's pushed popularity award. Trevor Lawrence has been bad. Rodgers is toast. Tua is beyond overrated. I would replace Goff with replace Goff over those guys.
Any of them. Yeah, I think he's back into the top 10. And then maybe here's value and go ahead and bet it, but narrative is part of it. And the narrative's what we're talking about.
Someone else says Rodgers. I would take Rodgers out and leave Goff in.
Okay. Rico presents a good question. End of the hour. Stay tuned. Roberto, what not to do for Valentine's Day? I wonder how many of these are personal stories. It's 97.1.
Planet Fitness is home of your judgment-free zone. Look, you said that you were going to get working out and you're going to start doing better. Heck, you probably ate a ton of Punchkis. What better time to hit the gym and try to burn off some of those calories? Planet Fitness is the place for you. now through February 16th. $1 down, $10 a month, and you get access to squeaky clean gyms. A lot of the facilities are open 24/7. You got new cardio equipment at some, new strength training at others. You get all of this. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment, and all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. You said you were going to do this. You promised yourself you were going to do this. We're going to look the other way. We're going to act like it's still January 1st. So head over to your local Planet Fitness right now. Get your membership started. The Big Fitness Energy Sale extended through February 16th. $1 down, $10 a month. Hit up your local Planet Fitness. Do it today.
You want to know why I know Roberto has too much time on his hands? What the hell's that? We give him a Valentine's Day assignment. 3:45, what not to do for Valentine's Day. If you're watching us, you'll notice.
Please go on our YouTube page right now.
You will notice whatever that is. Rico, would you like to describe what that is?
No.
Okay.
Well, Rico's always talking about graphic design. I thought I'd chip in a little bit.
Why? Why am I Cupid Costa? Why do I have a bow and what are the wings?
That woman next to you looks very impressed.
Right. She's saying, that's a guy that doesn't drive a tiny car.
Anyway, we'll get to Valentine's Day in about 10 minutes. Back to the phones. Jared Goff, MVP. He is not in the top 13 for the upcoming season, according to Vegas. Tell us why. My best guess, they don't think the Lions are winning because of him. Who's they? Vegas, the media, the narrative, whatever. But the reality is, Goff's very good.
And just so you know,
and he is a top 10 quarterback.
This is based off of the Caesar Sportsbook. They list in order Mahomes at 1, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud is 5th, followed by Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts. And then it finishes off with Tua, Aaron Rodgers, Matthew Stafford, Trevor Lawrence.
Am I riding a unicycle in that? What is that by my feet?
I'm trying not to look at
what
it.
What is the footwear?
Right here. Look, meet me here.
Okay.
Right here.
Has that been up the whole show?
No.
Okay. I would have felt really stupid 90 minutes in, not even see. It's right there. All right, Bob, Shelby, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. You know, when you look at those names you just listed, there's one common denominator that all those quarterbacks have in common that Goff does not have. And believe me, I'm not saying the Lions can't win the Super Bowl with Goff. I think they can. But one thing Goff does not have that every one of those top 10 quarterbacks has is mobility. You know, when the play breaks down, your offensive line is not going to keep the defense out every single play. You know, sometimes it's going to break down, and when it breaks down, if you have a quarterback that's able to get out of the pocket, run out far enough to either make a pass or throw it out of bounds and avoid the sack. That's the thing that all those top 10 quarterbacks you listed have, and Goff doesn't have it.
They are all more mobile than Jared Goff. He's right, Rico.
He is. And maybe that's it. It's the sizzle. It's the flair. It's the scramble and running around and throwing it.
But I'd make the case, if the Lions are a Super Bowl contender, and they are.
They're 5, according to Vegas. So
one of the 5 Super Bowl contenders.
If you're sitting here saying, well, Vegas just hates the Lions and Vegas is biased, Vegas is also saying in the same breath,
Lions are very good.
You're the 5th best team to win the Super Bowl next year.
But if the Lions are in that mix and they do it because they score a lot of points and their offense is very good and the most valuable position on a football field is the quarterback, I'm not telling you what to do with your money, but that does feel like it's mispriced and maybe it is disrespect. Robert and Flint, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for the call. I feel like Goff has more weapons around him than some of those guys on that list. I mean, you have, look at the offensive line. You got the best right tackle. You got one of the best centers. You got some of the best guard.
Yep.
You got St. Brown. You got Gibbs. I mean, you got 2,000-yard backs. To where you look at the rest of the list, all those guys might have like one really great player or, maybe a one lineman or whatever, but they don't have, multiple positions around them. I mean, every base around Goff is covered. You got a great tight end. You got a great wide receiver.
Yep.
You got great running backs and so on and so on, where I think that's where it comes into play.
Except, Robert, here's the thing. The low end of the list doesn't work that way. Purdy has a bunch of people around him. Jalen Hurts, a bunch of people. Tua,
bunch of people.
So
even to an extent.
I'm not arguing that they don't have a bunch of people, but I would look at as far as Philly. You have AJ Brown. I mean, Devontae Smith's good, I guess, but
Goddard's a really good tight end. The O-line has been considered as good as any in football, right there with the Lions. I mean, maybe the nudge there is that he.
I don't know. I just see two. I mean, it kind of goes back with that, and then the last caller that said like with Goff's mobility as far as. I mean, you add Hurts' mobility into that, and then that's kind of what you're, you two and two together. I think that's the combination that's keeping Goff out of that.
No, appreciate the call. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just as simple as mobility. I didn't think it was that simple, but looking at the top 10, they have escapability.
Yeah, Purdy is more escapable.
Right.
But Rodgers and Stafford are ahead of him, too, and I wouldn't consider them to be fleet of foot.
Top 10.
Yeah, but the top 10 are all guys that can at least extend plays, if not out and out, run for first downs and more.
When you look at it, Stafford, I mean, I'm saying he doesn't have to, but he gets all his yards from his arm. He doesn't need the extra. Those guys that can scramble gain the other yards. They can get almost 1,000 yards rushing. That adds to MVP-type seasons.
Because here's the thing. Here's the quarterback group that Jared Goff is with. He's in the next tier. He's with Justin Fields, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, Anthony Richardson, Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray. He's in that group. That, to me,
interesting.
Very disrespectful.
Yeah, I think there is a bit of disrespect.
Your pick to be the fifth best team, but the quarterback is down in that group. So who's leading the team? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So that's why, if you're a Lions fan, does he belong in the top 10? And if so, who do you take it out?
Yeah. See, I feel like this was a better conversation a year ago before he went and proved things. Like, this feels like
last year.
Yeah.
If you would have said this was last year's numbers,
Yeah, I go, okay, I don't know if he's a top 10 or 12 quarterback. This year in the playoffs, he was clutch against the Rams. He was big time against the Bucks. And they didn't lose the Niners game because of Jared Goff.
No.
Gibbs fumble, not his fault. Josh Reynolds drops plural on a 3rd and 4th down, not his fault. The defense gives up 51 yards.
Hit him in his hands.
Was it 27 unanswered points in the second half? Yeah. Not Goff's fault.
I mean, I guess the 4th and 3 play, the Niners just dialed up the right defense. So
and maybe a more mobile QB keeps that play alive, but I didn't leave that game feeling like Jared Goff's keeping them from going to the Super Bowl. So it's why I changed my mind and said he needs to get paid.
Better not talk to Goff.
Oh, boy. Roberto's going to shine. Coming up next, Valentine's Day Primer. It's 97.1. All right, listen up. Tomorrow, Valentine's Day. What not to do? Who better to check in with? Roberto.
From experience.
How many of these have you
You could
done?
have just ended it. What not to do, Roberto.
In any matter.
Just don't pull a Roberto.
His wife agrees.
Oh. Well, of course, Jim, you're right. Valentine's Day is tomorrow. And I like to do public service. I like to help the guys out there with a little list of what not to do. Everyone's telling you what you should do.
Get her flowers.
If anyone knows what not to do, I know what not to do. Okay?
Okay.
So let's get into a little list here. And you guys tell me on the scale of, 1 to 10, is it important to not do this or do you not really care? Here we go. It says, don't be short-sighted. Valentine's Day is an all-day and evening event. Acknowledging it with little texts, hand-delivered messages, or special deliveries throughout the day is highly recommended.
All day? This is not an all-day event. You do something special, and that's your Valentine's Day. That's it. All day? What do you want from me?
Kenny's going to disagree with every one of them.
You got to send a little text during the day.
Kenny just can't put forth the effort.
I can put forth the effort, but it's not an all-day event. I have a job. I have to work.
Kenny doesn't like foreplay.
Kenny?
It's a text message.
Jesus.
That's it. Right. A text message takes 1 minute out of your life, not all day.
What about a little card at the start of the day?
Sure, yeah,
And then-
that's fine.
Right, but
dinner
let's just
later.
say you send 4 text messages
There
throughout
you
the
go.
day. It seems like I'm constantly on his mind. You can set it up in your phone that the messages just randomly go out.
All day.
Okay, but
Oh, well, you know what? Says the man on the couch. All right, let's go.
All right, Kenny, how about this one? Do not say no to watching a romantic movie. In fact, you may want to recommend it. What do you think, Kenny?
like a rom-com.
Romantic. I'm sorry. That's 80s. They still want to watch those? Because my wife doesn't care.
Yeah, that's a whole category, David. It's called
No.
rom-com.
What I'm saying is my wife doesn't care about to say, oh, I want to watch that on Valentine's Day. It might be her favorite sitcom that's on that she wants to watch.
And that's what I'm going
You
to
got
say.
to know who your partner
Yeah.
is.
Because if David comes in there and says, hey, you want to watch this movie? Who you see this movie with?
Exactly.
How do you know about
How do you
it?
know about this movie?
Yeah.
Who's that? Who's Felicia?
Yeah. Who told you about 50 Shades of Grey?
Right. You ain't tired. No. You take that down the street, brother. Kids, say bye to your daddy.
All right, here's one that maybe you guys have fell into. Do not do what you did last year. Originality is a sign of thoughtfulness.
She doesn't want that again?
Don't be that old stick in the mud that does the same thing. You go out to the same restaurant,
David,
same thing.
3's enough.
Yeah, he did the same thing he did last year.
I feel like a lot of guys just got called out. They like to do the same flowers and chocolates,
you know
the
why?
same box.
You know why? Because it works.
I could just see Dave. Oh, this again? Oh, sure. No, yeah. Either you want to do something different because if not, you then have to one up what you did, which now you just keep raising the bar.
Good thing you mentioned that, because here's another one. Do not buy her a name brand item unless it's original and you plan on outdoing the neighbors. And let me tell you why they say that.
I was about to say, so don't pull a Jordan Poole and take her on a date for $500,000.
Right. And don't buy her a Rolex that says ROLECKS. Because if you can count on anything, count on your sweetheart's friends asking her what she got for Valentine's Day. Make her look forward to answering that question.
If you get her something counterfeit, her friends are going to know right away, and you're the scumbag.
You know, Gucci only has 2 seasons.
3 seasons. And on that angle, too, do not buy her a gift from a pre-owned / resale shop. The idea is to make the gift a part of your story together, not anyone else.
I disagree with that one.
I do too.
What do you mean if it was like an antique or something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, if it's thoughtful,
or
if it doesn't have to be out of the box.
Right. Well, here's the thing. If it was something that she's been looking for and it's like, you know what? I found it. She doesn't have to know where it came from.
Right. It's like if you wrap it up and it looks good as new.
Or if you have,
or she says, "Where'd you get it from?" Well, I got it here. If you need to know,
or if you have,
it was a family heirloom.
Or maybe she's been looking something up from a place like this, and you say, "You know what? I'm going to go ahead and get it for her now."
Okay,
no big deal. Resale shop. What's wrong with that?
Oh, nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that? Well, on that same token, a lot of guys fall for this. You got to get out of this habit. You can't just get flowers, chocolate, or dinner, and that suffices as the Valentine's Day gift.
Why is that not enough?
That's only like a precursor. You have to do something else. That's just a little bonus.
I mean, once again, Roberto,
Well,
I think it depends on the person you're with. Because if you're with this high maintenance person that needs you to get, to swim with the dolphins and stuff, then I question you.
Rico, I got to tell you, it's really difficult to take this advice from you while you're sitting right next to Costa with the boat right
But wait, that's not enough. You said chocolates, flowers, and a dinner, and that's just to get in the door.
Yeah.
So what else?
Well, that's when you have to keep one up on yourself.
Cleaner,
when does it end? Oh, don't.
Well, I'll tell you this. One thing they say for sure don't do with that is never on Valentine's Day do you propose. It may seem like a great idea to get down on one knee on Valentine's Day, but make sure you've thought it out and don't just do it because it's a romantic thing. And also you got to remember
Who just proposes willy-nilly?
Well, you probably plan
Who are
it.
these people that you're talking to?
I don't think
Kenny.
you should even plan it for a day like that. You just shouldn't.
Well, it says also that, if you're going to a restaurant on Valentine's Day, you should assume that other guys might have the same idea as you, and you're going to look like a big dummy.
I didn't think about that.
I know someone who proposed on Valentine's Day.
Oh.
Did it work?
I think it's tacky. Well, she said yes, but I think it's
Are
tacky.
they still together?
Yeah, but to me, it's tacky. I'm with you.
Do they listen?
It is.
Do they listen to our bitch ass show?
It's. I think any holiday is tacky to me. That's just me, though.
Okay.
Now they say
Now, that would be funny though at a restaurant and it's like a line of guys all. Okay, my turn.
It's dessert time and everybody.
Well, I think if someone proposes at the restaurant,
this isn't my ring.
No, sir, it's Carl's turn. You gotta wait.
You brought the wrong. Could you imagine? He brings the wrong ring, and you're like, oh boy, I couldn't afford that.
I think it's one proposal per restaurant. If you don't get yours in first, you can't be the second person to propose at the restaurant.
Gotta have a bigger ring.
Oh, there you go.
Oh. Now here's another one. You got to be real careful with this one. This one I've never dared to do this because it's just I no way I could get this right. Lingerie. A size too small, it suggests you want them to lose weight. Too big, maybe you think they're a bit on the hefty side. Be careful when you're buying the lingerie.
You know what?
No, say what you need to say, Rico.
Yeah.
No, because I don't want to embarrass Roberta.
How do you not know what her size is?
What? Okay, everyone, let's get everyone's size. Go. Your wife or girlfriend's size.
I'm
Go.
not giving that on the air.
We're not doing that.
Roberto, I'm sure you have this thing called a house. And in the house, there's a bedroom. And she has a drawer with things in there. You could take one and, there's a size in there.
What do I bring that into the store with me?
No, you
or-
make a mental note. Could you imagine, Roberto?
How have you made it this long?
I want something about this size. Do you have anything that looks like
Showing everybody in the store when he walks in.
Here's a picture of it.
Like she's got a
Here's
closet.
how she looks in it.
She's got a drawer full of underwear and stuff. It's very simple.
Or you can also do this, Roberto. You could go weeks ahead, months ahead. Take her to the store. Let her look around. Oh, I like this. And you take a mental note, and then you go back and you buy it.
That would mean he has to spend time
It's
with
effort,
her.
exactly.
And planning.
And that would mean she would have to want to spend time with him.
Hence the word mental. Get it? What? I don't know. That just seems very difficult to me.
You're
Having
thinking
a
of all
hard
the ways it
time.
could go wrong.
Wait, it would be difficult to find out the wife's size?
Spend time with your wife.
It's so difficult.
It is difficult.
You know what?
Let me give you one more.
Please.
Do not postpone Valentine's Day. Anybody ever done this?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
Even if your gift's an exotic trip only a few days away, do not allow Valentine's Day to go by with it at least acknowledging it and buying a little token or something until you get, on that trip or something that you have to postpone Valentine's Day for.
Yeah, postponed it a lot.
See, I disagree. Yeah, the idea that you have to do something the day of. People got different schedules, different things going on. Right. You want to roll it into a weekend? I have no issue with that.
Yeah, especially like the relationships that I've been in. I've been with people who work like all day or sometimes at night during Valentine's Day. It's almost impossible to coordinate a schedule. Bump it to the weekend. Who cares?
Plus,
it's not a big deal.
You might be able to get into a different restaurant if you're not going the day of.
There you go. Tomorrow's Wednesday, for God's sake.
Well, they do say that too is frowning upon going to a restaurant on Valentine's Day because it's just insane. You will not have a good time with amount of people in the wait. Just cook at home.
All right. You know what? You've made me sad again.
I ruined Valentine's Day for you.
Yeah. 97-1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. They're calling this a season-defining road trip. The Red Wings are out west for 4 games, starting tonight against the Oilers, and they're red hot. They've won 17 of their last 19 games. Captain Dylan Larkin says it's going to be really important to start fast in Edmonton. The Wings enter tonight at 60 points, holding down the second wildcard spot in the East. Robbie Fabry will miss tonight's game for personal reasons. Puck drop at 9 o'clock. The pregame show at 8:45 right here on 97.1. Also out west this evening, the Pistons continue their 6-game trip tonight. They're still in L.A., this time playing the Lakers. Detroit did have its 2-game win streak snapped Saturday against the Clippers. It's a late tip-off, 10:30 over on WWJ. And staying on the hardwood, Michigan has got a tough road test tonight against number 14 Illinois. It's in Champaign. The Wolverines currently last in the Big Ten with just 3 conference wins. Tip-off at 7 also on WWJ. And the Tigers, they're going to sport some new uniforms this season. They'll have new City Connect jerseys for 2024. That design has not been released, but pitchers and catchers, it's exciting. They report tomorrow to Lakeland, Florida. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, where I've now had 2 Punchki in the last 30 minutes. I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97 on the ticket or Odyssey.com.
Fitting on the day before Valentine's Day. We have a Michigan football question. We'll put that at 4:15. We got to collect some of these ticket texts, David. I imagine people have some thoughts.
Do they ever? Fellas, take care of her on her birthday and Christmas. Screw Valentine's Day. What a farce. Steve in Lansing. Someone else says, y'all doing Roberto dirty. A lot of lingerie comes in small, medium, or large. A lot of clothes size are numbered. How am I supposed to guess what size?
Then take it with you.
Thank you.
The women who work at the shop, they can interpret all of this stuff for you.
Guys, I think you're kind of the weird guy if you show up with panties in your pocket and you're walking around the women's clothing.
Actually, you're not, because they're like, okay, you know what? You're clueless and we can help you.
Yeah.
They're trained for that.
They expect that. Really, they do, especially around this time. Bradford and Howell says, guys, I work from 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., then have a bowling league at 6 p.m. on Valentine's Day. Am I doomed? Probably.
It depends how understanding your partner is.
I was about to say, if she knows that, you know what, this is what he does.
This is his
if
thing.
you have something else set up for another time, because postponing.
Yeah, but part of me thinks he doesn't have anything planned if he sends that text in. It's not like he said, ... we have dinner plans Thursday, or we're going somewhere this weekend.
Some people, they just feel like the day's overrated.
Just push it to the weekend. Why do we got to do this on a Wednesday?
You don't
This
have
is
to.
Stupid.
I would encourage you not to get stuck in the muck with everybody else the day of. If you're with someone understanding enough, bump it a day or two and do it your own way.
And like this text, Kenny's right. Big lines at Subway on Valentine's Day.
Gotta get those sandwiches, Kenny.
Or Kenny, you could switch it up. Hit up White Castle.
Yeah, I saw that. What is that all about? That's ridiculous.
All of a sudden it became a thing, and I don't know why it's a thing, but White Castle and Valentine's Day, you go for a date there. And
yeah, nothing screams romance like a slider.
Apparently they do it up big.
Natural aphrodisiac.
Roberto, you been there?
You been there, Roberto? No. My wife has 2 drawers, one for pre-baby times and one for after the baby. What if I grab from the wrong drawer? From Coop. Well, that means you're dumb. I'm sorry to say this, but you should know which drawer is which at this point, right?
You would think so, but apparently I give people too much credit.
Valentine's Day is just another day, just like Sweetie's Day. It's for the young and the girlfriend, boyfriend, plain and simple.
Yeah. But as far as rather than the drawers, go into the dirty clothes hamper, and you can see right there. This is the stuff she wears. That'll tell you the size.
I mean,
this ain't rocket science.
Thank you, Rico. Thank you.
Well, the way Roberto described it, it was like he had to defuse a bomb. He was like, "Now be very careful. Red wire, blue wire. You're going to go in. You're going to be sweating profusely. You're going to screw it up. Just avoid the bomb altogether."
You know what? David, read something.
I don't know if I should read this next one. Roberto's going to open his wife's drawer and decide to come home with batteries.
You wanted him to read a ticket text. This is part of your fault. You are to blame for that.
You know what? It's probably better than what I was going to say for Roberto. So, believe it or not, that was better. Here you go, honey. D batteries.
Another person texts in and says, "Boys, here's what you do. The rule is save the receipt, never try to guess her size, always buy smaller, and she will love you for it." I guess I understand that, but
Heart's in the right place.
I think proposing in Valentine's Day is smart. Then you can do 2 celebrations in one night, once per year.
No, because you still got to do your actual wedding.
Right, that's just the proposal date.
Well, the proposal date doesn't live on forever,
Thank
right? I mean,
you.
it's a one and done. No one remember. You don't have your proposal date anniversary. I mean, maybe some people do that. Nobody does that, right? Nobody does that.
You're asking the wrong person.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't remember. She doesn't remember. So, no clue.
Yeah.
It happened. I feel bad for you guys that get stuck in this BS. Find you one that realizes what Hallmark holidays are instead of being some average chick that expects the world every year.
Right.
It doesn't have to be high maintenance. It shouldn't be.
To me, it's just entertaining to watch Roberto squirm. Like this is hard work for him. Like, you can't do this. Like, why not? 'Cause stuff, things.
Now this one, this is good. I get lucky my wife's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and she doesn't like going out on Valentine's Day. So he doesn't have to celebrate Valentine's Day. He just worries about her birthday.
So you still have to celebrate a birthday, right?
Yeah.
And you're not getting out of that. But okay. You can hang with that.
Someone else is on Kenny's side, Mike from Whitmore Lake. Subways are very popular on Valentine's Day because that's where most women. I'm not going to read the rest of that.
Okay, you guys are trying to get David in trouble back there.
I was about to say, wait, really? Subway? Okay, never mind.
Yep.
Never mind.
Someone else, Don in Montana, said, I used to manage a Waffle House in Arizona, and we did Valentine's Day big. It was extremely busy that day.
Okay, but Waffle House has its own mentality.
Yeah, it's like a different.
I don't know if you've ever been to a Waffle House. It's an experience. Just any day that ends in Y. It is. Like, wow. The stories are true. You could see anything at a Waffle House.
It's a completely different world, a Waffle House, especially late night, after hours, totally different place.
Or regular hours. Doesn't matter.
Sun's out, sundown, doesn't matter.
Went to the Waffle House once and was like, never doing this again. Nope.
Not for you.
You just went to the wrong one. That's all.
Is there a right
No,
one?
but here's the difference. Know what it is?
Is there?
Rico,
No.
you don't drink. You can't be the sober one at a Waffle House, right?
It was the middle of the day.
I'm not taking back what I said. Because the only Waffle House I went to was at the end of a night of drinking. And I'll tell you, I'm sure it was a much better experience than showing up as the sober one in the middle of the day.
You want to have some fun?
Let's
when
do
you're
it.
bored? No. When you're bored, either YouTube or like go on TikTok and just put in Waffle House and just watch the videos. That's it. Just Waffle House.
All right.
I mean, there's a Captain America Waffle House where some girl took somebody threw something at her and she grabbed it like Captain America's shield and threw it back.
I think I may have seen that one.
See?
All right, guys. We're having some fun. Coming up next, there is a question about Michigan football. Let's have that conversation. It's 97.1. Anybody paying attention to Michigan this offseason? Jim Harbaugh leaves, and he's taken with him 5 other coaches. Rico, ESPN put out their way too early college football top 25. Michigan did not come in 1 or 2 as the reigning champ. They didn't come in the top 4, 8, or even in the top 12, which would put you in the college football playoff. They have Michigan way too early, preseason, number 13. 18 players from the team are going to the combine. We're talking about the best running back, quarterback in school history. We're talking about 6 offensive linemen, couple receivers, and then multiple players from every level of the defense. No one's really talking about it. And I wonder if people even care. Like when you win the national title, do Michigan football fans care if they miss the playoff next year?
Honeymoon period.
Right. That's what I'm asking, because I don't think people have really panicked at all. The program's going to go through a transition here. It's a new coach, new players.
Clinkscale was the latest to leave over the weekend.
I wonder if you even care. Like if winning a national title buys you this next season at least, where you just go, we'll see what Sharon does, no pressure.
So it's next year just a freebie.
Yeah,
Whatever happens, happens.
I mean, you tell me.
Because to me,
Michigan fans, not you, Rico. I mean,
no, because I would say if you're Michigan, you can't go to a regular bowl game.
What do you mean?
Regular bowl game is now beneath you. You don't go backwards. It's like the Lions. You've won the division. You've had a taste of playoff victories. Squeaking in and barely making the wild card, like that's a step back. Like for Michigan, going to an 8-4 Duke's Mayo Bowl, that's not for you anymore. If you're not in the 12-team playoff, what are we doing? 3 straight years in the playoffs. Well, of 4 teams.
Yeah.
Where it was more difficult. A national title. Yeah, I don't think you could take a step backwards. But looking at everything that's going on.
Don't you kind of expect a step backwards? I mean, just to be fair.
I don't think your quarterback's on the team right now.
You don't like Alex Orji?
No. This team is going through a lot. But for some Michigan fans, maybe they're not paying attention.
I don't think they are.
They don't care.
Life is bliss. National champs.
Wearing your hat.
Wake me up when the season starts.
Bet.
And by the way, I'm not judging you either way based on your answer. I'm just curious where Michigan fans are at with this. Like, you may have said, I've waited damn near 30 years to see my team, 25 years to see my team win a national championship. They did. I'm okay if we take a step back this fall. But I feel like no discussion has been had at all. And it is a lot of attrition. Rico, it's Clinkscale, who you brought up. It's the D-line coach, Elston. Their strength coach, Ben Herbert. Jim Harbaugh and Jay Harbaugh are both gone as well. It's 6 coaches in total, 5 plus your head coach. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Minter too. That's another one. That's a lot. Now, Will Johnson will be back, and Mason Graham should be back on defense, but they lose dudes from the D-line, the linebacking room, and the secondary. No Mikey Sanders still. Some key players. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you're okay. Hey, 8 or 9 wins. We'll see what happens with Sharon. But this has them 4th in the Big Ten behind Ohio State, Oregon, who is a Big Ten school now, and Penn State. This has them 4th in their conference after winning 3 straight Big Ten titles.
Yeah, because there's no divisions. It's just the top team. So
is this acceptable?
Michigan fans, how many wins do you see this year? 248-539-9797, because I don't see where your standard that you've set for the last few years, where you ran the Big Ten, you're in the back seat now. You're at the little kids' table, because I don't know so much about this team. I'll leave it to David. You're a Michigan fan. Anything bothers you, or is your fan base still hungover, just waking up, walking down the stairs, looking at the living room and the kitchen is trashed and saying, oh, my God, you know what? Not bothering with this right now.
Yeah, most of the fan base is like that, where Christmas gifts are still all over the floor and everyone's just in celebration mode. We got a national title. But I'm concerned. I'm concerned not only for the coaches that are leaving, but today's news of, and I don't know if he's good or not, but today's news of a 4-star leaving because of the coaches not being there.
Wait, another one?
That's the problem. Yeah, some Jaden.
Oh, that happened over the weekend.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
But that is concerning to me because the reason isn't because, I don't want to play for Michigan because it's Michigan. I don't want to play there because the coaches that were supposed to be there are all gone. Those are the recruiters. That worries me about what this season will look like. And I'm just going to say this, and I know everyone says Orgy's going to be the quarterback. Is he? I don't know who's going to be the quarterback right now, so I can't tell you how many wins we get.
You had Doug Karsh, he's sitting up saying he wants Arch Manning.
And that's it. I don't think the quarterback, and you said it, many have said it, I don't think the quarterback that's starting week 1 is on the roster right now.
No.
So right now, I can't be confident in what I have because I don't know what I have.
And here's the thing, in college football, much like the pros, you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a team. You got a good quarterback. A good quarterback can win you 3 to 4 games just off of his arms or his legs if he's mobile.
Yeah, I think, too, the big thing is the offensive line was so much of Michigan's identity, and you can reload and you can continue to develop, and the O-line coach is now the head coach. But when you put 6 bodies into the combine off of this team, if you were breaking in a new quarterback but you had your offensive line and you were going to run the ball and it was going to be kind of the same offense, you say, you know what, we can get by. We can probably still get to 10 wins and see what happens if your O-line's good. But if there's a drop-off on the offensive line, if your quarterback doesn't have experience, you're probably going to lose a game that you don't want to lose, a game that you didn't think you could lose. You may end up with I don't even know if there's a disappointing season, though, because of the high of last year. Do you almost buy yourself a freebie season?
Does this season even matter?
Right. I ask. I don't know. I think when we get to the fall and you got the games on the schedule like Texas and USC, those games are going to matter, and you're going to care if your team loses. But I wonder in the offseason if you even care that the attrition and your roster is what it is.
Because I don't think they're paying attention.
Maybe.
To everything that's been going on around their school. I don't. 248-539-9797. Michigan fans, have you been paying attention? Are you concerned about your football team this fall? Because a lot has happened, a lot has changed, and you may not recognize it. Fresh off of your national title, I don't know if you're making a 12-team playoff. I don't know if you have the quarterback right now.
And that's what made it so interesting that, again, way too early. Top 25 has them 13th in a year where there's a 12-team playoff.
And here's the
just
thing.
Outside the playoff.
And if by some chance your opponents smell blood in the water, they're going to bludgeon you because of everything that's happened in the past and all the stuff and the allegations.
But I'd expect nothing less. I mean, that's sports. That's rivalry.
No, because sometimes like teams. I'm not trying to rub it in. Case in point. Ohio State for the last 4 years could have destroyed MSU. And every time at halftime, they just kind of say, all right, enough.
Call off the dogs.
We're not trying to embarrass you. We've covered. We're going to go ahead and sit our starters. We're going to put in the backups and the third string players. I don't think that's happening if it's Michigan.
Well, I don't think Michigan's going to be they're going to take a step back. I don't think they're going to be bad enough where teams can.
I said if they smell blood in the water.
Okay. I don't think we're staring down 50-point losses for Michigan this upcoming season.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if for some reason things go south, your opponents are going to feast on you.
I think all's fair then. I mean, Michigan enjoyed being the victor, enjoyed taking advantage of teams when they were better. It comes around, goes around. If Michigan does have a down year, I'd expect nothing less but the rivals to take theirs back.
I don't want any aggrieved fans. Oh, that's not sportsmanlike. No, you don't get to do that. You called a timeout to score an extra touchdown at MSU. Okay, You don't get to do that. You don't get to act like, why did you? No. Remember how you celebrated.
See, but here's what the thing is. I just want fans to be fair. Okay, so say you don't care. And then in 3 years, if it was been a struggle for Sharon Moore, I don't want you going back then saying, well, see, right after Harbaugh left, that first year, the first year didn't matter. So just be fair. If you say it doesn't matter, then give them time.
Are you asking fans to be fair? Why don't you just ask Roberto what size his wife wears? Okay? You'll probably get a better answer there.
Right. Phil, kick us off. You're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for calling or taking my call, you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Phil. So my take is I have actually been feeling the way you guys are talking about since the moment Harbaugh quit. And I feel like this is Harbaugh's final slap in the face to us Michigan fans. It's just like that he just depleted us. And, like, we didn't even get to enjoy that national championship it was only 2 weeks, and then everything was just ripped apart. So it's like Harbaugh's like, here, I got you guys this national championship. Bye. So like it's like we got to look at the cake, have like a bite of it, and then it was gone. So I am a little, I'm nervous I feel like Sharon Moore is kind of being set up for failure too, and I'm really rooting for him to win. Like that guy, like that's our coach. I actually might like him more than Harbaugh already, but I like Sharon Moore is going to have the hardest schedule probably than any that Harbaugh ever had, as far as like we got to play, like you said, Washington, Oregon, Texas. I mean, like
USC. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So did Harbaugh have to go through that? And I don't know. Like,
well, Phil,
that's how I feel.
A couple things. I mean, you shouldn't let Harbaugh leaving stop you from celebrating your national championship. I don't.
Sure.
I don't think Michigan fans should stop celebrating a national title because Harbaugh left. And he took assistant coaches. That's what all coaches do when they leave. I mean, maybe it feels like a slap in the face. I think that's just business. I think that's what happens when coaches leave. They take their guys with them.
Yeah, but see, I can understand what Phil is saying. Hold on, Phil, real quick. But this was your school, your alma mater. You feel like,
and he delivered for him,
right? But I'm going to make sure I leave you guys not just in good hands, but I'm not going to touch the coaching. Maybe I'll take the DC. I think we all saw that coming.
Right, NFL route.
But yeah, he's just like, yep, you and you. Everybody get in the car. Sharon, good luck. He looks like Will Smith at the end of Fresh Prince.
You're making him out to be a villain. He did what any coach would do. He delivered for his school. They won 3 straight Big Ten titles and a national title.
Not any coach is leaving their school with multiple NCAA investigations going towards them on top of doing, I agree. Like he's the one that brought those guys in, so of course he can take them with them. And
right.
They're all trying to do what's best for their career. I absolutely respect that. But it's just like, man, one thing after another, and it's just there is this looming potential, consequences for those investigations. So it's just like, and like you said, JJ is gone, Mikey's gone,
Corum's gone. Yeah,
so
Phil, I appreciate the phone call because I do want the state of the fan base, and you are paying attention. You are focused on the roster churn and the coaching churn and what's ahead for Michigan football. If you miss the playoff next year, you cool with that? Is this kind of a honeymoon period? Where are you at? 97.1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. You want that career in radio. You're a graphics design artist like our Roberto here with the cookies graphics art.
Why did
he
has
up there? You know what? If you want to go, specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. You want to get into TV? Specs at LTU can help you. Classes are starting year-round. Another class is going to be opening up in probably a little over a month and a half. Get your name on the register. What are you waiting for? Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech, with hands-on instructions from instructors who work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? You're going to learn from day one everything it takes to make it in the business. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Michigan football fans basking in a national championship, but life goes on. Jim Harbaugh's gone. He took 5 assistant coaches with him. They're going to put a bunch of dudes in the NFL. You celebrate the national title. Is anybody paying attention? And are you okay with a step back this season for Michigan? Way too early. Top 25. ESPN says Michigan is 13th, which is 1 spot out of the new 12-team playoff. If Michigan finishes 4th in the Big Ten after winning it 3 straight years, if they finish outside the playoff after making the 4-teamer 3 straight years, I'm not judging you. Do you even care? Is this the honeymoon period? An 8-win, 9-win team is not a big deal because you're coming off a national title and you're going to give Sharon Moore some time. Or you got a taste for success, and now you got to be at least in the 12-team playoff for you to feel good. 248-539-9797. No judgment. Like, if you're a Michigan fan who says, we won the national title, I don't care if it gets vacated, I don't care if sanctions come, I'm going to celebrate that title, and I don't care if we make the playoff this season. You tell us. 248-539-9797. But Rico, you and I both know when fall actually gets here.
That's all gonna be different.
And it's Saturday in September, and it's the Texas Longhorns at the Big House. Losing the game is not going to be an option. Losing to USC a couple weeks later, not going to feel good if it happens. So this is just a checkup on Michigan fans as college football's landscape changes, and your roster is going through a major overhaul. You don't know if the starting quarterback's on the roster, your words. Yeah. But where are you going to get? I mean, the portal season has already kind of, I guess it never ends, but the first big wave already happened.
The first wave happened. The second wave happened. Now, in the first couple of waves, all your competitors cleaned up. Ohio State went out there, got fat off of people leaving. Alabama, people leaving Washington, people leaving all the different places where there was head coaching changes or just poaching people. You didn't, because you didn't know who your coach was going to be. Harbaugh hadn't said if he was coming back or not. There's one more at the end of spring practices, but I like to call that the clearance rack portal, where it's everybody who lost a starting job.
Right, yep.
You thought you were going to be the quarterback, but they're telling you you're going to be number 2. I want to go be number 1 somewhere else. So it's the clearance rack portal comes up in a few months. That's where you're going to have to get your quarterback from a quarterback that has lost a job to somebody else.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. And I realize Michigan's title's not going to get vacated. I just mean, like, the specter of everything from the offseason. If it plays into next season, do you even care? Let's go to the phones. We've got Phil and Taylor. Phil, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I want to push back on that Harbaugh delivered. The goal was never, hey, win one championship and then you can go. He got lucky. He ran into one. He was trying to leave for 2 or 3 years prior to that. He left him with a stain of cheating. Then you took all the players. And I surmise he was scared to face the schedule that was coming up. If he would have lost his quarterback and his running back, if they would have left early and he would have stayed, he was scared to face that tough schedule. So, yeah, he's been trying to leave for years. What's this? Oh, he delivered. Let's celebrate him.
Phil, he did deliver. I know what show I'm sitting on, and the narrative is Harbaugh's a villain, but he delivered.
He delivered one, and it took him how many years to do it? He should have been fired probably 3 or 4 years ago when he lost 4 or 5 straight to Ohio State. Nobody else would have got that long window. So you delivered, but one championship, who's satisfied with one championship? Alabama don't got one championship. LSU don't got one championship. Clemson don't got one championship.
Phil, how the goalposts move. In the modern era of college football, Michigan has a grand total of 1 national title until Jim Harbaugh showed up. And it was a half, but I'm not going to be a jerk. Okay, okay, Phil. I think I have a feeling of who you root for. I mean, he won one national title.
I think he actually roots for Michigan. He's just upset. That's just me. I think he's actually a Michigan fan who just is kind of upset. We're in horrible shape starting next year. We just asked, how do you feel about it? We can't attack people who are like, yeah, I'm not that happy.
Well, I'm fine if we're talking about what's coming up in the future, but if we're going to re-adjudicate the Harbaugh years, everybody knows he underachieved the first 5, and then he succeeded at the end, and I don't know why we're rewriting that.
I don't want to speak for Phil. David, you're the Michigan fan. Cookies, you are too. But maybe he's saying because of all the pain he's caused, we should have had more to justify this one title is not worth everything he put us through.
David?
I don't think Michigan focuses on winning national titles, though. So winning one is enough.
It's a big deal.
And Rico, you know me. I don't accept that. Okay. I don't.
Just so we know, and we're clear, I'm not saying any of this, okay? I am not saying it. This is not coming from me. This is coming from David. This is coming from Jim Costa. I have not said any of this. I have spoken.
But I have said for years on these airways how important it was to win a national title, and people shot me down and says, no, we just got to beat Ohio State. We just got to beat Ohio State. Okay, that seems to matter to them. We've did it. We've done it. We won a national title, and they don't seem to care about winning more.
David, 75 years of Michigan football, they won one national title shared with Nebraska. The idea that you'd have someone call in and move the goalpost and say, but he didn't win 2 or 3. All right. Rico says I can't yell at people who call in. 248-539-9797. But the question is, as we look ahead to this upcoming season, a step backwards is all but expected. Not guaranteed, but all but expected. How does that sit with you? We got Rob in Brighton. Rob, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Hey, Rob.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on the looking forward part. Not taking anything away from their team this past year. I mean, a phenomenal team. But you can't ignore what they've lost as far as coaching and, more importantly, players. Their schedule finally is what a lot of people expect U of M's to be every year. Having Texas at home, now having to play Washington and Oregon, Michigan State getting better. Obviously, Ohio State's gotten a lot better. And I'm drawing a blank. There was a 6th game. It's Michigan State, Oregon, Washington, Texas. Oh, USC is the other one that's kind of a crapshoot because of who they're losing. But U of M's schedule is nothing to shake a stick at. And with all the changes on their coaching staff as well as their roster, I mean, I think realistically, 8-4 would be a win of a season. I think 7-5 is realistic, and I think 6-6 is out there. I mean, and that's not even taking into effect them dropping the ball against one of the other 6 teams that they play. So it's the ups and downs of college football, the portal, and their schedule doesn't help, guys.
How do you think 6 wins would be perceived? Because I think even with a step back, that would not sit well with people.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Michigan, but I think 6-6 would be perceived as not acceptable. I mean, I think if I was a Michigan fan, 8-4 is not acceptable. I think the requirement is to beat Ohio State, Michigan State every year, and win a Big Ten title.
Because Rob, you're a Notre Dame fan, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
So you win the national title, and the next year you go 6-6. You're not happy.
I would want I would think Marcus Freeman would be on the hot seat.
Okay.
And before people laugh at that, didn't Ed Orgeron win a national title at LSU? And very quickly thereafter, he didn't keep it up. And not only did he want him fired, he's gone.
Mm-hmm. But I would have been like him. You paying me how much? Just tell me where to sign and what door.
Yeah, I think Sharon will be given. Maybe I'm wrong on this. I think Sharon will be given a little bit of grace.
Nope.
But I don't think 6-6. He's not going to. That is not acceptable. If they won 9 games this year, took a little bit of a step back, I think people would go, okay, he's 9 wins not enough.
No.
In the first year, when you lose all that they lost, staff and players.
Do you think fans care?
I guess I'm finding out.
Enough.
No.
Yes, it is. You
know what, Dave? No. Let me put it like this. It depends who your 3 losses are, too. If, hypothetically speaking, for giggles, okay, you lose to Ohio State, you realize an anomaly is about to happen this year because normally whoever is a first-year coach in the Michigan State game never wins, but you have 2 coaches coaching their first game.
It's unique that way.
The last time that happened was Lloyd Carr and Nick Saban.
Are you saying if he were to lose to both Michigan State and Ohio State?
Michigan State, Ohio State, and let's say Texas.
Sure.
You think fans okay with that?
I hear what you're saying, but that's why I said what I said earlier. I don't want fans then turning around and saying this is a problem when right now they're saying it's not a problem.
Because I promise you, they're not. Yeah, it sounds great. 9 wins. Who'd you lose to?
when you put it that way, it is a good point because it's a tone setter when you're a first-year head coach. And if you are on the mountaintop where you are staring down at your rivals, going lowly Ohio State and lowly MSU, they beat you both the first year, it starts to create a different narrative. Who you lose to? Because I'm thinking, okay, the toughest teams they're going to play are what? The Washingtons and the Oregons.
Washington's not going to, well, I don't think they're going to be that good, but I get what you're saying. You're going to be playing Texas. You're going to play USC. You're going to be playing Ohio State.
Because I don't think it would be some grave injustice if they lost in Columbus and lost to both Texas and Oregon. Like, those are teams that are preseason top 10. If they lost those games, I'm not saying, they made a mistake with Sharon Moore. The MSU one, though, both first-year coaches. Not to already ramp up for that game, but come on now. Come on, it's big. That's big.
Here's your little bit of trivia for you. You know who won it? Other than that anomaly game where you had 2 first years, so somebody had to win, only one other coach won first time around. You know who it was? He's on that board.
I think a lot of buttons on that board. Who is it?
Mel Tucker.
Oh no.
2020.
Yeah, that's enough.
All right, that's enough. 97-1. David, you can kick your feet back because Rico is going to present this blitz.
Oh, no. Dave is going to participate as well.
Oh, okay. Let's hit it. All right, scoot up, David. Let's get in on this. All right, Rico.
So let's start off. We've been talking Super Bowl. New overtime rule in Super Bowl. Didn't do a great job. Now, the Chiefs got it.
I love the rule.
I love the rule as well. Here's one thing about this new rule that maybe they need to tweak, and I'm going to ask you guys. Can we just eliminate the clock because it serves no purpose?
It's confusing.
The only thing you need is a play clock.
Yeah.
Because other than that, the other clock, because if the clock hits 0, all they were going to do is put another 15 minutes up there.
And that was confusing because I'm yelling at the TV, timeout, you need to kick a field goal here so you can get to the second overtime. But that's not how it worked. It's weird. Very weird.
So I'm not the only one that just thinks to keep the play clock, but after that, the clock is null and void.
Get rid of it. Like when you watch college overtime, they don't put a clock up.
Because it's going to be sudden
It's
death.
about possessions, yeah.
So after each one gets one, okay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We've talked about this before, but I need to hear your perspective. The Chicago Bears with the number 1 pick have so many options.
Yep.
Where do they go with this number 1 pick?
They draft Caleb Williams and they trade Justin Fields. That's how I'd approach it. You're swinging for greatness. And if Caleb ends up as a bust, at least you made an attempt for greatness. Fields, you're going to have to pay him soon anyway, and I don't know that you feel he's a franchise quarterback.
But see, here's what I look at. If I trade that pick, I'm sorry, David, where are you at?
I would trade back. Make sure you don't trade too far away to get either an offensive lineman or Marvin Harrison. But yeah, you're keeping Fields.
Here's what I would do in a perfect world. I would take Davis to the next step. I would keep Fields because I could take that number 1 overall pick. Watch this. And I could turn it into 3 picks, 3 first-round picks.
You trade back twice?
Trade back twice. If I
what are you, Kevin Costner in draft day?
Yeah, here's the thing.
I want my picks back.
There's 3 quarterbacks. So let's just say I could trade with New England. You can jump the Commanders. You get the number 1 pick. I'm sitting at 3. There's still going to be another quarterback there. Try to trade that one with the Falcons.
Or the Giants or something like
that.
Or
the Giants.
Yeah. Oh, you take advantage of Mike's team.
And I move back again. You got to give me your number 1 plus the number 1 next year.
Oh, they could build a war chest. My only concern would be Eberflus was on the hot seat, and Fields, if you run it back with both of them and it blows up in your face, you're going to go, we blew it. We had the number 1
right,
pick.
But if you're coming in there with all this draft capital and guys who are controllable, you could pay Fields because the rest of your team is young and inexperienced. It would work. So,
okay,
just my thought.
That's one of the biggest offseason storylines.
Let's stay in the NFC North. Your boy, David, Jay Jetta, Justin Jefferson. They got to figure out what he wants to know. Who's going to be the quarterback before I sign?
Smart.
Who's the quarterback? 1, who's the quarterback of Minnesota next season? And 2, you're paying Justin Jefferson, right?
Yes, you're paying Jefferson. The question, they've inquired, I believe, about Kirk Cousins, right? Seeing if they just keep that train on the tracks. But there's a reason that they're picking in the top 15. They do need to hit a reset on this. If I'm them, I am targeting a quarterback. And there were rumors they tried to trade up last year. Could they try to trade up this year and get one of the big 3 or 4? I think that's the play for Minnesota.
Yes, you definitely play him. I'm not quite sure he'll be happy if Kirk Cousins is the quarterback, though. And I don't know if he'll be happy if there's a rookie there because now that takes time. So, yes, you pay him, but I think he might be traded. I really do.
Really?
I do.
Because here's the thing. Cookies, we talked about this in the break. We love our wide receivers, but GMs aren't married to them. I know, David, we don't pay running backs, but you know what GMs also don't do? We don't keep high-priced wide receivers around. There's a lot of guys that, Jamar Chase, probably going to get franchised because the Bengals get a year to figure out what to do with him. So that's why I asked, what do you do with Jefferson? Is he going to be there? Because it's not like he would be the first big-time wide receiver to get moved from Minnesota.
True.
They've shown we will do that. Speaking of that, moving, very simple question. Where does Derrick Henry play football next year?
Oh, wow. That's a great question.
Well, I didn't even give you the prop bet casino. TJ, if you're listening.
That's a good question, okay. Rico. Ooh.
Ooh. This is on the fly. How about Baltimore? Ravens. Dobbins is coming off the knee injury or Achilles injury. Mitchell, their other running back's coming off the ACL injury. An upgrade over the Gus Bus? Go to Baltimore, chase the Super Bowl? David, am I missing a more obvious one?
I really can't think of anything. Maybe Cincinnati? I don't know.
The one that I think you guys are missing, the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys. This screams Dallas all over.
Glitz, glamour, star, big name.
God, that'd be annoying. That'd be really. I can picture it in my head. I'm annoyed by it just thinking about it.
It's like, come on, man. That was a layup, guys. All right. What do we think of the Jets next year?
Well, we'll see Aaron Rodgers for a full season, right?
Maybe.
Saleh on the hot seat. I think it's great theater. I think the Jets are going to be great theater next season.
It's funny because you had the owner speaking last week, was the NFL Honors Super Bowl week, and he's basically saying we got to make sure we can have a backup. We got to make sure we have a backup quarterback. Do you have a starter? It's the question that I have. Is Aaron Rodgers going to be healthy? I mean, the Jets are all over the place. I don't know what they're going to be.
I don't either.
I don't.
I'm looking at this team, and I think the media really wants this to work out. I know the Jets do, but I'm looking at this team, and I'm like, I don't see how he's going to be that great he's going to lead them anywhere. I don't see it. You're not going to beat the Dolphins.
On paper, they got a good defense. Breece Hall was very good at running back at the end of last season. They're missing the quarterback. And if he comes back and he's healthy, I mean, they're going to be enough in it to where it'll be entertaining.
That's still the third best team in the division.
Here's what I remember.
Well, it's not like the Bills are unstoppable.
Here's what I remember about the Jets, though.
They weren't supposed to win a division, though.
Remember, first 3 plays, he was running for his life.
Yeah.
They don't have an offensive line.
That's the key.
Because when he sat down, I thought he was just ready to contemplate quitting. I didn't realize he was hurt because he was just like, okay, seriously, 3 plays, and I've already lost 17 yards. All right, Super Bowl odds are out. How do you want to do this?
What are the Lions?
The Lions are at plus 1,200.
I'd buy it.
Now,
it's got to be what, top 4 or top 5?
Top 5. Yeah. Ahead of the Lions.
The teams that were all in the title games,
I'm guessing Baltimore would be there.
Yeah. Baltimore, hold on.
Kansas City.
Baltimore is at plus 900. Kansas City plus 650.
And your Niners are the number. I saw this.
Niners plus 550. We're missing a team.
Yeah, we're missing a team.
I think we already mentioned him. Is it Buffalo?
Buffalo again,
plus 950. The Lions are tied with the forgotten team of the NFL. That's your hint.
Cincinnati?
Yep.
Cincinnati Bengals. Lions, Bengals plus 1,200. Just so you know, Eagles plus 2,000. Miami plus 1,700. Packers plus 2,000. The Cowboys plus 2,000. Texans plus 2,200. Which leads to this. MVP. The MVP odds are also out there.
Okay, Mahomes and Lamar at the top, Josh Allen.
Okay, Mahomes plus 750, Josh Allen plus 800, Lamar plus 1,000.
Are those 1, 2, and 3?
No, they are not.
Do we have the
That is
Joe Burrow?
1, 2, and 4. Joe Burrow plus 900.
Okay.
At 5, you get this one, you can drop the mic and say, I have spoken.
Don't tell me this is your guys. Is Purdy?
Wait, first of all, I need you to put a little bass and respect in your voice. Okay? You've been hanging out in the catio too long.
Is it Purdy?
It is not.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to...
Brock Purdy looks like he's 9th.
Okay. Top 10 odds.
At plus 1,600.
Well, that's because the Niners are a good team. And again, I'm not saying he should win the MVP, but the 1 seed,
Brock
the quarterback.
Purdy plus 1,600. Dak Prescott plus 1,500. Jordan Love plus 1,300. Justin Herbert is tied with this other gentleman at plus 1,200.
Tua?
C.J. Stroud.
Wow.
Yeah, second year.
Notice a name I did not say?
Yes,
All right.
Rico.
No Jared Goff. That is your Blitz 97.1.
David, you can kick your feet back because Rico is going to present.
Opening day is our unofficial holiday, but tomorrow could be considered one as well. Tigers pitchers and catchers report to spring training in Lakeland. Lots of position players are already down there in Florida as well, and there's plenty to keep an eye on, like offseason additions Kenta Maeda, Jack Flaherty, and Mark Canha. Rookie Colt Keith might have the most eyes, but GM Jeff Greenberg told us last month he's still got to make the club even after that extension. The Tigers will also be sporting some new uniforms this season. They've got some new City Connect jerseys for 2024. That design, though, has not been released. They're calling this a season-defining road trip. The Red Wings are out west for 4 games this evening. Starting tonight against the Oilers, they're red hot right now, winners of 17 of their last 19 games overall. Robbie Fabry will miss this game for personal reasons tonight. Puck drop at 9 o'clock. The pregame show at 8:45 right here on 97.1. Also out west this evening, the Pistons continue their 6-game trip tonight. They're still in L.A., this time playing the Lakers at Crypto.com Arena. This is a late tip-off, 10:30 over on WWJ. And also staying on the hardwood this evening, Michigan on the road against number 14 Illinois in Champaign tonight. Tip-off at 7 o'clock, also on WWJ. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Luke brought up the Tigers. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, and I would like to get the Tigers into a situationship. We'll do that tomorrow.
A situationship?
A situationship. Not necessarily a relationship with long-term commitments, but a situationship, using each other.
So friends with benefits.
That's what I want to propose for the Tigers tomorrow.
Okay.
Millennial.
Situationship.
We talked Michigan football. I want to get into the Lions' offseason priorities. Let's check in with Steve first. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. Hi, Cookies and your buddy Rocco.
Hey, Steve.
What's up?
Hey, just to answer your original question that you started this topic with, I have been paying attention. There's just, I think David hit it really well earlier, where it's been hard to keep track of all the ins and outs, so I don't know what to expect this year. My just Michigan fan expectations, I expect 10 or more wins.
Okay.
I know that's probably high, but I think you talked about it. They were 4th. I think there's really only 2 teams in the Big Ten that I put ahead of them, and that's Ohio State and Oregon right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think Penn State, Washington, USC, Michigan's in the same boat as them or same category.
Fair. That's fair.
Right now, I mean, talk to me in July and let's see how it all plays out. As far as expectations going forward and where the program's at under Sharon Moore, your 2 and 3 is going to be the critical factor, right? That's going to be when I want to see this team back in the top of the Big Ten and on the level of the Oregon and Ohio State and beating Texas or whoever else they play non-conference.
Yeah, I think, Steve, you're pretty level-headed about this. I mean, Sharon Moore, O-line coach, OC, if you keep that continuity, that identity, you shouldn't fall too far off. But the Big Ten's getting better. You are losing key defensive assistants personnel-wise. You're still going to be all right, but defensive assistants that you lose, this will be a very interesting year 1 for Sharon Moore. And he may get a partial pass, right? But it's not going to be long before Michigan fans expect postseason success, making it postseason success and Big Ten success.
See, I don't know if he gets a partial pass, depending, like I said, who he loses to.
Yeah, that matters.
He loses to MSU, you forget about it. His honeymoon, over. Michigan fans, angry. If he comes out the gate and they lose 2 to Texas and USC, so you're looking at a 2-2 team right out the gate, knowing you still have other teams to play?
Yeah, creates tension.
Honeymoon. Done. Over.
Okay. That's, to use your analogy earlier, you come down the stairs, the stains are in the rug, you got to clean up.
Mm-hmm. Right. Like dishes all over the place, like trash, garbage. What the heck happened last night? Yeah. What did we it was like the scene out of The Hangover. Is there a lion in the bathroom? Oh, my goodness.
There's a tiger.
Yeah, there's a tiger. Oh, I'm sorry. I heard a roar.
Okay, so the Michigan stuff is there. Lions, congrats, people. The offseason is underway, and this is the most exciting offseason we've ever had as Lions fans. Super Bowl is behind us, everybody is into the offseason. The goal is simple. Win the Super Bowl. What is the top priority for this football team? We can go through 1, 2, and 3, but what is the biggest, most important thing for Brad Holmes to do for the Detroit Lions to be Super Bowl champions? To me, I think you have to have your house in order first. I need to get this offensive line squared up. You have 2 guards who are free agents, Glasgow and Jonah Jackson. When all 5 guys played this year, the Lions were 9-1, and the only loss was the Dallas Cowboys. This team is driven by their offensive line. It's the engine. Without it, you don't convert 4th and 1, 4th and 2s. You don't run the ball. Jared Goff is under siege. Instead of being an elite quarterback, he looks like a guy you're contemplating moving on from. That's how important the offensive line is. So if you don't get your house in order first, you don't get to look to defense yet. So if you have a plan where you're going to draft a guard in the 3rd or pay your 2 guards, get that squared up, and then we look to defense.
Now I look to defense first. I think there was a reason why the number 1, 2, 3 scoring defenses were in the NFC title game and the AFC title game, and the Lions. You got to be able to stop. You got to be able to stop the opponent. You have to be able to stop the team. You got to be able to stop a team from coming back on you when you're up 17 points.
Well, you do that by running the ball.
Or you put pressure on their quarterback to make it not so easy for him to slice and dice and go down the field. You need a defensive line so that you don't have to dial up a blitz 40% of the time and exposing the Cam Suttons out there one-on-one deep. If you can hit home with just 4, that's allowed. Blitzing is fine. But if you can get Aiden a playmate, another rush edge, and add depth to this defensive line, you can win. Okay? Yes, offense looks great. It's fun when you see, the reverse plays and the jet sweeps and Jahmyr Gibbs and J-Mo and all that. Laporta, it looks fun. But you don't need all of that to win. Because if that was the case, I'd give you the Miami Dolphins. Okay? They're a fun team to watch. Can't play a lick of defense. And they were gone. You have to be able to defend. And here's the other problem. Knock on wood, you have not really had – James Houston was your significant injury on the D-line.
Yeah.
Wasn't that other guy. I'll leave him nameless.
Yeah.
That other guy goes down.
Uh-oh.
Your defense is over.
Yeah.
You need depth. You need people there. If you have a defensive line, your secondary gets better. Your linebackers get better. Everything gets better with an elite defensive line.
I'm not going to shout at you. We're not going to fight about this. Just to make it clear, 1, 2, 3, I go O-line, D-line, then corner. D-line second. I'm right there with you. Get Aiden a buddy.
D-line, O-line, kicker.
Oh, okay.
14 of 17 games next year for the Lions. I don't know the dates. Indoors. What does that mean? What do we need a kicker for? We go for grit. 3 points. That means you're indoors. Anything 50 yards and in for a kick.
Got to be money.
Take those 3 points. Stack the 3 points. Because there's no wind. There's no weather. You're indoors, perfect condition for 14 of 17 games.
I don't think the kicker is going to make the difference you think it is. I think it's important. But Dan Campbell's still going to go for it on 4th and 2, whether he's got a kicker or not. 4th and 3, even if he has an upgraded kicker, he's still going to. Where it helps you is the 4th and 5, 6 in between. Now you feel like you can kick it.
Or you just feel like, because here's the thing, cookies. Okay, yes, Mahomes won the game on a touchdown. Look how important field goals were in that Super Bowl. 2 records were set. 54, 57. Kickers, they're important. I know we like to think that, they are. You're indoors. It's okay to take points sometimes early in the game and make the other team chase you, make the other team have to make mistakes.
Okay, in the world where the Lions are facing Kansas City, they're the dynasty, they're the big kid on the block. You get to that Super Bowl game. I need you to be able to finish drives. Mm-hmm. Don't settle for field goals. The O-line being strong and reinforced will go a long way. And then the other thing, what you said, Mahomes, he's so good if you blitz him. It's a death sentence to blitz him. Aiden can't be alone. You have to be able to drop 6 or 7 into coverage against elite quarterbacks. And Rico, the other
early in the game, Bosa, they had him contained.
Yep.
That was Chase Young coming in there. It was Armstrong. They were able to hit.
The Chiefs scored 2 touchdowns. One, aided by a muff. The second, Mahomes went supernova in overtime.
Right.
But you're right. The Niners defense, where you don't have to blitz, is one of the best ways to slow down. You can't stop, but slow down Mahomes. Here's the smoking gun for everybody who wants to make corner the top priority, because I've seen a lot of that. The Lions gave up the most air yards in the NFL. What does that tell me? That means plays are taking too long. Routes are allowed to develop down the field. You need to get to the quarterback before the routes 15, 20, 30 yards develop down the field. You will help these corners if you can get to the quarterback. You will help your team avoid those big chunk plays down the field if the quarterback doesn't have time to let it develop. Think about Purdy. There were plays to be made if he had just a little more time. Just a little more time, but Kansas City was able to heat him up.
They don't kick the field goal in overtime.
Right.
If Chris Jones is not there, Ayuk is wide open in the end zone for a touchdown. But they were able to bring the pressure. That's why I think defensive line for the Lions is so important because, you don't have to blitz all the time.
Why are we having this conversation? Well, once you identify your priorities, then you get to look to how do I address it? Free agency, the draft, all that stuff still to come. But just work with us today. What are the priorities for the Lions? Most important positions that they need to address. It's 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. You know what it is. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Look, rev up and drive to Hamilton Chevrolet right now at 14 Mile and Mound for unbeatable deals. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings, sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And Hamilton has all of them ready for you to go out and get, from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Right now, take advantage of the February Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT, $269 a month for 24 months. Guys, you heard that right. A 2024 Chevy Blazer LT, $269 a month for 24 months. Just walk in with $995 down. You drive out for 10,000 miles a year. Head on out to 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Chevrolet, find new roads.
97.1. We will have Roberto Valentine's Day advice before the hour ends. What not to do for Valentine's Day from the expert himself. We're talking Lions. Before we get to free agency, before we get to the draft, Rico, when you go to a grocery store, it helps if you have a list. Mm-hmm. We are building that list on the show today. What are the top priorities? What are the essentials when Brad Holmes has 4 picks in the top 100? When he has $50 to $60 million to spend? You don't just show up and start buying stuff. Like if you go grocery shopping when you're hungry and you don't have a list, it's a disaster. Mm-hmm. Let's build the list together. I said interior O-line. You said let's make sure an edge rusher is on the list. You threw a kicker in. Corner, maybe lower priority, but you can't ignore it. David, what do the ticket texters say?
Brad wants an edge, and then a cornerback 1, and then O-line, but he constantly says edge, so I agree with him. We need an edge rusher.
Okay.
Aiden needs a backup dancer. We definitely need someone next to Aiden.
So he's out there doing Thriller?
Right. He does.
Someone's
it takes
moonwalking
the heat off of him. And, you saw what happened when Houston went down. This line wasn't the same. And Glenn had to adjust on the fly. And he had to, we got to start blitzing because we're not hitting home with just 4.
Okay.
Gents, O-line. For one, they say Ragnow is great at 80%, but Decker is great, but Sewell gets paid, so we need young replacements for some of those guys.
Think about it. Jonah Jackson, they took him in the 3rd round. Can they draft another Jonah Jackson this year? Keep that unit strong. They have 2 third-round picks.
Offense still wins championships. The 49ers were the number 3 offense, and the Chiefs have Mahomes, so we need to focus on offense. And then let me read a couple of these.
But I would say it was defense.
They also both had top 3 defense.
It took to overtime to get to the over in the over-under. Like, neither team was scoring a lot. They were in the teens.
Well, it depends on when you got the over-under, because if you had 47.5, like some people.
It was 19-19.
Rico's point, low scoring.
It was rough. But let me read a couple of these that came through, okay? The Lions need a better head coach, because I don't think he's going to improve in his game management. It's been 3 years, guys. He is who he is. Another one, they need to address the head coaching position because they're not going anywhere with Dan.
Okay.
We're doing this.
They're not going anywhere. Sign the team that just played in the NFC Championship. And I know the rebuttal is, but they lost because they didn't lose because of Dan Campbell in the NFC title game. Even if you disagree with the 4th and 2. Or the 4th and 3. The bigger swing in the game was Gibbs' fumble, was the Vildor off the face mask 51 yards to Brandon Ayuk. Those plays were more instrumental in the Lions losing than anything Dan Campbell did. That was a collective collapse.
Fair.
Then I'll throw this one in here. Someone says Chris Jones is what we need. Throw the bank at him.
Do you think he ends up? Because here's the question we'll need to ask in the next couple weeks to a month. Do they even hit free agency? Because we start to get really starry-eyed with some of these names. Like last year, it was Daron Payne. I know Gator loved Daron Payne. Yeah, one problem. He never hit free agency. Chris Jones feels like a guy Kansas City's going to do everything they can to try to keep, right?
I think Chris Jones' stock went up. Kind of like I think Kirk Cousins' stock went up. You saw what life was like without them. And sometimes that's the best way. I don't have to say anything. You go ahead and try to replace me. Oh, wait, you couldn't. You need me. And Jones can say, you know what? How about we watch this 3rd and 4th play? Tell me how valued I am.
Well, let me give you some news here because I think the Chiefs have already made their decision. Yes, I know they haven't even had their parade yet. But there's a little bit of news here. They have re-signed Isaiah Buggs. So I think they've chosen Buggs over Jones. So Jones is available now.
Case closed. He has spoken. The Lions did add a pass rusher today, Rico.
Yes.
For people who missed it, they added a CFL defensive player, Matthew Betts. 42 tackles, 18 sacks, and 4 forced fumbles for the BC Lions last season. The 18 sacks broke a record for a Canadian-born player. Okay, not enough. Gonna keep adding. Can never have
Everybody
enough.
on the text is saying they already got their guy.
Okay.
Are we being serious right now?
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
No,
People have been
they're not
texting.
being serious.
Yes,
No,
they are.
David, you can't tell intent on text. They're not serious.
You need to go out and get a defensive lineman. And here's the thing, maybe you take a chance because here's what always gets me when it comes to free agents. Oh, but this guy, we're so much better than this guy. Are you? Because you can probably go get Chase Young. You missed on him. Jadeveon Clowney, going to be available. You can bring him in on a year deal.
Danielle Hunter.
Like, there's guys there that aren't going to break. But I'm saying Clowney's not going to break the bank.
Rico, I mean, we'll get into the best way to do it at some point, but I don't really care. They have the draft. They have free agency, guys who want to be traded. You have to address the defensive line. They didn't do it at all on the edge last offseason.
Yeah, we like our guys. Well, guess what? So did the rest of the league.
You don't want to have to blitz to get pressure. No matter how likable your locker room is, you don't want to have to blitz to get pressure. So whether it's the draft, whether it's free agency, whether it's a trade, they didn't do any of those things last year, and they were still so close, but now you got to get over the hump.
And here's the other thing about that, too. It's okay to address your strengths. So when we feel like our line is good, then bring in more people.
Right.
Just like with the offensive line.
Don't let it drop
off.
off.
We feel our line is good. Great. We're going to bring in 3 more guys just in case something happens.
Because if the O-line takes a step back, the team will. There will be slippage. And for a team that wants to continue going the right way, and the fear of what if you never get back, if the O-line drops off, that's the fastest way back down.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, let's get to Anthony. You're on 97.1, Anthony.
Every time a team has third quarter woes, it usually gets blamed on the coach. I mean, I don't understand why Dan Campbell gets a pass here. You usually say the coach isn't making the correct adjustments. I mean, the team had third quarter woes all season, and it cost them, along with his mistakes, cost them a playoff game. I don't understand why no one is asked that. No one has said anything about that.
Anthony, it's interesting. Doesn't it feel like it all got pinned on Ben Johnson?
As far as
like slow third quarters.
Third quarter?
Yeah. I felt like most of the third quarter woes got assigned, right or wrong, to Ben Johnson. I mean, unless I'm missing something, that's kind of how it felt. Maybe that's not fair or right. The head coach is ultimately the most accountable, right?
Yes.
Rico, would you agree, though? It felt like a lot of that fell on Ben Johnson's shoulders, those third quarters where they were sluggish and didn't really move the ball and couldn't score. I mean, it's because they didn't score in the third quarter. If they did...
Well, it's also because we got to the point where Dan Campbell was untouchable. You couldn't criticize him because he was God in this city. Whatever he said worked. It was grit. It was toughness. He was everything that we wanted out of a coach. So that means you can't criticize him. You got to go criticize somebody else.
Okay, I don't want to be careful about this. We shouldn't have to be careful about this. Dan Campbell is an infinitely likable coach. Mm-hmm. He's a successful coach. He is not a deity. He is not a god. The same goes for Brad Holmes. So I've got news. As a station, there will be critique of these guys as successful as they are, and it's okay. They're not gods or deities.
No, but people calling it was all, our offensive coordinator, we need to do better coming out there. Yeah, Campbell's calling the shots. I mean, think about it.
If it's a recurring problem, eventually it's his problem.
What were you talking about yesterday? It was Kyle Shanahan. You weren't talking about the offensive coordinator. You weren't talking about the defensive coordinator. Right. You said it's Kyle Shanahan.
The buck stops there.
But for the Lions, no. Campbell was untouchable last year. I mean, you had some people angry at the final game, but look what it took for fans to say maybe it was on him.
Well, he did buy himself a lot of goodwill. I mean, let's not act like it was a surprise. They had the best season that Lions fans have seen.
Right, but I'm saying because of that goodwill and because you've never seen this before, he could do whatever he wanted to do.
I'm not willing to go that far where you can't criticize a guy. But you are right. There is that dynamic in this city.
And I'm not saying you.
No, I know. We're just speaking about it. But yeah, it is a thing. Speaking of a thing, Roberto Valentine's Day. Guys, what not to do from the expert, 97.1. All right, listen up. Tomorrow, Valentine's Day. What not to do? Who better to check in with? Roberto.
From experience.
How many of these have you
could have
done?
just ended it, what not to do, Roberto.
In any matter.
Just don't pull a Roberto.
His wife agrees.
Oh. Well, of course, Jim, you're right. Valentine's Day is tomorrow. And I like to do public service. I like to help the guys out there with a little list of what not to do. Everyone's telling you what you should do.
Get her flowers.
If anyone knows what not to do, I know what not to do. Okay?
Okay.
So let's get into a little list here. And you guys tell me on the scale of, 1 to 10, is it important to not do this or do you not really care? Here we go. It says, don't be short-sighted. Valentine's Day is an all-day and evening event. Acknowledging it with little texts, hand-delivered messages, or special deliveries throughout the day is highly recommended.
All day? This is not an all-day event. You do something special, and that's your Valentine's Day. That's it. All day? What do you want from me?
Kenny's going to disagree with every one of them.
You got to send a little text during the day.
Kenny just can't put forth the effort.
I can put forth the effort, but it's not an all-day event. I have a job. I have to work.
Kenny doesn't like foreplay.
Kenny?
It's a text message.
Jesus.
That's it. Right, a text message takes 1 minute out of your life, not all day.
What about a little card at the start of the day?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right, but
dinner
let's
later.
just say you send 4 text messages
There
throughout
you
the
go.
day. It seems like I'm constantly on his mind. You can set it up in your phone that the messages just randomly go out.
All day.
Okay, but...
Oh, you know what? Says the man on the couch. All right, let's go.
All right, Kenny, how about this one? Do not say no to watching a romantic movie. In fact, you may want to recommend it. What do you think, Kenny?
Like a rom-com.
Romantic. I'm sorry. That's 80s. They still want to watch those? Because my wife doesn't care.
Yeah, that's a whole category, David. It's called
No. But what I'm saying is my wife doesn't care about to say, oh, I want to watch that on Valentine's Day. It might be her favorite sitcom that's on that she wants to watch.
And that's what I'm going to say.
You got to know who your partner is.
Because if David comes in there and says, hey, you want to watch this movie? Who you see this movie with?
Exactly.
How do you know about it?
How do you know about this movie?
Yeah.
Who's that? Who's Felicia?
Yeah. Who told you about 50 Shades of Grey?
Right. You ain't tired. No. You take that down the street, brother. Kids, say bye to your daddy.
All right, here's one that maybe you guys have fell into. Do not do what you did last year. Originality is a sign of thoughtfulness.
She doesn't want that again?
Don't be that old stick in the mud that does the same thing. You go out to the same restaurant,
David,
same thing.
3's enough.
Yeah, he did the same thing he did last year.
I feel like a lot of guys just got called out. They like to do the same flowers and chocolates,
you know
the
why?
same box.
You know why? Because it works.
I could just see Dave. Oh, this again? Oh, sure. No, yeah. Either you want to do something different because if not, you then have to one-up what you did, which now you just keep raising the bar.
Good thing you mentioned that, because here's another one. Do not buy her a name brand item unless it's original and you plan on outdoing the neighbors. Let me tell you why they say that.
I was about to say, so don't pull a Jordan Poole and take her on a date for $500,000.
Right. And don't buy her a Rolex that says ROLECKS. Because if you could count on anything, count on your sweetheart's friends asking her what she got for Valentine's Day. Make her look forward to answering that question.
If you get her something counterfeit, her friends are going to know right away, and you're the scumbag.
You know, Gucci only has 2 seasons.
Yeah. 3 seasons. And on that angle, too, do not buy her a gift from a pre-owned / resale shop. The idea is to make the gift a part of your story together, not anyone else.
I disagree with that one.
I do too.
What do you mean if it was like an antique or something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, if it's thoughtful,
or
if it doesn't have to be out of the box.
Right, or here's the thing. If it was something that she's been looking for and it's like, you know what? I found it. She doesn't have to know where it came from.
Right, it's like if you wrap it up and it looks good as new.
Or if you have,
or she says, "Where'd you get it from?" Well, I got it here. If you need to know,
or if you have,
it was a family heirloom.
Or maybe she's been looking something up from a place like this, and you say, "You know what? I'm going to go ahead and get it for her now."
Okay,
no big deal. Resale shop. What's wrong with that?
Oh,
nothing wrong with that.
What's wrong with that? Well, on that same token, a lot of guys fall for this. You got to get out of this habit. You can't just get flowers, chocolate, or dinner, and that suffices as the Valentine's Day gift.
Why is that not enough?
That's only like a precursor. You have to do something else. That's just a little bonus.
I mean, once again, Roberto,
Well,
I think it depends on the person you're with. Because if you're with this high maintenance person that needs you to get, to swim with the dolphins and stuff, then I question you.
Rico, I got to tell you, it's really difficult to take this advice from you while you're sitting right next to Costa with the bow right there.
But wait, that's not enough. You said chocolates, flowers, and a dinner, and that's just to get in the door.
Yeah.
So what else?
Well, that's when you have to keep one up for yourself. When does it end? Oh, don't.
Well, I'll tell you this. One thing they say for sure don't do with that is never on Valentine's Day do you propose. It may seem like a great idea to get down on one knee on Valentine's Day, but make sure you've thought it out and don't just do it because it's a romantic thing. And also you got to remember
Who just proposes willy-nilly?
Well, you probably plan
Who are
it.
these people that you're talking to?
I don't think
Kenny.
you should even plan it for a day like that. You just shouldn't.
Well, it says also that, if you're going to a restaurant on Valentine's Day, you should assume that other guys might have the same idea as you, and you're going to look like a big dummy.
I didn't think about that.
I know someone who proposed on Valentine's Day.
Oh.
Did it work?
I think it's tacky. Well, she said yes, but I think it's
Are
tacky.
they still together?
Yeah, but to me, it's tacky. I'm with you.
Do they listen?
It is.
Do they listen to our bitch ass show?
It's. I think any holiday is tacky to me. That's just me, though.
Okay.
Now they say
Now, that would be funny though at a restaurant and it's like a line of guys all. Okay, my turn.
It's dessert time and everybody.
Well, I think if someone proposes at the restaurant,
this isn't my ring.
No, sir, it's Carl's turn. You gotta wait.
You brought the wrong. Oh, could you imagine? He brings the wrong ring, and you're like, oh boy, I couldn't afford that.
I think it's one proposal per restaurant. If you don't get yours in first, you can't be the second person to propose at the restaurant.
Better have a bigger ring.
Well, there you go.
Oh. Now here's another one. You got to be real careful with this one. This one I've never dared to do this because it's just I no way I could get this right. Lingerie. A size too small, it suggests you want them to lose weight. Too big, maybe you think they're a bit on the hefty side. Be careful when you're buying the lingerie.
How hard? You know what?
No, say what you need to say, Rico.
Yeah.
No, because I don't want to embarrass Roberta.
How do you not know what her size is?
What? Okay, everyone, let's get everyone's size. Go. Your wife or girlfriend's size.
I'm
Go.
not giving that on the air.
We're not doing that.
Roberto, I'm sure you have this thing called a house. And in the house, there's a bedroom. And she has a drawer with things in there. You could take one and, there's a size in there.
What do I bring that into the store with me?
No, you
or-
make a mental note. Could you imagine, Roberto?
How have you made it this long?
I want something about this size. Do you have anything that looks like
Show
something?
everybody in the store when he walks in.
Here's
Some
a
of
picture
these.
of it.
Like she's got a
Here's
closet.
how she looks in it.
She's got a drawer full of underwear and stuff. It's very simple.
Or you can also do this, Roberto. You could go weeks ahead, months ahead. Take her to the store. Let her look around. Oh, I like this. And you take a mental note, and then you go back and you buy it.
That would mean he has to spend time
It's
with her.
effort, exactly.
And planning.
And that would mean she would have to want to spend time with him.
Hence the word mental. Get it? What? I don't know. That just seems very difficult to me.
You're
Having
thinking
a
of all
hard
the ways it
time.
could go wrong.
Wait, it would be difficult to find out the wife's size?
Spend time with your wife.
It's so difficult.
It is difficult.
You know what?
Let me give you one more.
Please.
Do not postpone Valentine's Day. Anybody ever done this?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
Even if your gift's an exotic trip only a few days away, do not allow Valentine's Day to go by with it, at least acknowledging it and buying a little token or something until you get, on that trip or something that you have to postpone Valentine's Day for.
Yeah, postponed it a lot.
See, I disagree. Yeah, the idea that you have to do something the day of, people got different schedules, different things going on. Right. You want to roll it into a weekend? I have no issue with that.
Yeah, especially like the relationships that I've been in. I've been with people who work like all day or sometimes at night during Valentine's Day. It's almost impossible to coordinate a schedule. Bump it to the weekend. Who cares?
Plus,
it's not a big deal.
You might be able to get into a different restaurant if you're not going the day of.
There you go. Tomorrow's Wednesday, for God's sake.
Well, they do say that too is frowning upon going to a restaurant on Valentine's Day because it's just insane. You will not have a good time with amount of people in the wait. Just cook at home.
All right. You know what? You've made me sad again.
I ruined Valentine's Day for you.
Yeah. 97-1.
All right, listen up. Tomorrow, Valentine's Day. What not to do? Who better to check in with? Roberto.
From experience.
How many of these have you
done? You could have just ended it, what not to do, Roberto.
In any matter.
Just don't pull a Roberto.
His wife agrees.
Oh. Well, of course, Jim, you're right. Valentine's Day is tomorrow. And I like to do public service. I like to help the guys out there with a little list of what not to do. Everyone's telling you what you should do.
Get her flowers.
If anyone knows what not to do, I know what not to do. Okay?
Okay.
So let's get into a little list here. And you guys tell me on the scale of, 1 to 10, is it important to not do this or do you not really care? Here we go. It says, don't be short-sighted. Valentine's Day is an all-day and evening event. Acknowledging it with little texts, hand-delivered messages, or special deliveries throughout the day is highly recommended.
All day? This is not an all-day event. You do something special, and that's your Valentine's Day. That's it. All day? What do you want from me?
Kenny's going to disagree with every one of them.
You got to send a little text during the day.
Kenny just can't put forth the effort.
I can put forth the effort, but it's not an all-day event. I have a job. I have to work.
Kenny doesn't like foreplay.
Kenny?
It's a text message.
Jesus.
That's it.
Right, a text message takes 1 minute out of your life, not all day.
What about a little card at the start of the day?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right, but
dinner
let's
later.
just say you send 4 text messages
There
throughout
you
the
go.
day. It seems like I'm constantly on his mind. You can set it up in your phone that the messages just randomly go out.
All day.
Okay, but...
Oh, you know what? Says the man on the couch. All right, let's go.
All right, Kenny, how about this one? Do not say no to watching a romantic movie. In fact, you may want to recommend it. What do you think, Kenny?
Like a rom-com.
Romantic.
Right.
I'm sorry. That's 80s. They still want to watch those? Because my wife doesn't care.
Yeah, that's a whole category, David. It's called
No. But what I'm saying is my wife doesn't care about to say, I want to watch that on Valentine's Day. It might be her favorite sitcom that's on that she wants to watch.
And that's what I'm going to say.
You got to know who your partner is.
Because if David comes in there and says, hey, you want to watch this movie? Who you see this movie with?
Exactly.
How do you know about it?
How do you know about this movie?
Yeah.
Who's that? Who's Felicia?
Yeah. Who told you about 50 Shades of Grey?
Right. You ain't tired. No. You take that down the street, brother. Kids, say bye to your daddy.
All right, here's one that maybe you guys have fell into. Do not do what you did last year. Originality is a sign of thoughtfulness.
He doesn't want that again?
Don't be that old stick in the mud that does the same thing. You go out to the same restaurant,
David,
same thing.
3's enough.
Yeah, he did the same thing he did last year.
I feel like a lot of guys just got called out. They like to do the same flowers and chocolates, the same box.
You know why? Because it works.
I could just see Dave. Oh, this again? Oh, sure. No, yeah. Either you want to do something different because if not, you then have to one up what you did, which now you just keep raising the bar.
Good thing you mentioned that, because here's another one. Do not buy her a name brand item unless It's original, and you plan on outdoing the neighbors. And let me tell you why they say that.
I was about to say, so don't pull a Jordan Poole and take her on a date for $500,000.
Right. And don't buy her a Rolex that says ROLECKS. Because if you could count on anything, count on your sweetheart's friends asking her what she got for Valentine's Day. Make her look forward to answering that question.
If you get her something counterfeit, her friends are going to know right away, and you're the scumbag.
Gucci only has 2 seasons.
Yeah. 3 seasons. And on that angle, too, do not buy her a gift from a pre-owned / resale shop. The idea is to make the gift a part of your story together, not anyone else.
I disagree with that one.
I do too.
What do you mean if it was like an antique or something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, if it's thoughtful,
or
if it doesn't have to be out of the box.
Right. Well, here's the thing. If it was something that she's been looking for and it's like, you know what? I found it. She doesn't have to know where it came from.
Right. It's like if you wrap it up and it looks good as new.
Or if you have...
Or she says, where'd you get it from? Well, I got it here. If you need to know.
Or if you have
it was a family heirloom.
Or maybe she's been looking something up from a place like this. And you say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get it for her now.
Okay.
No big deal. Resale shop. What's wrong with that?
Oh,
nothing wrong with that.
What's wrong with that? Well, on that same token, a lot of guys fall for this. You got to get out of this habit. You can't just get flowers, chocolate, or dinner, and that suffices as the Valentine's Day gift.
Why is that not enough?
That's only like a precursor. You have to do something else. That's just a little bonus.
I mean, once again, Roberto,
Well,
I think it depends on the person you're with. Because if you're with this high maintenance person that needs you to get, to swim with the dolphins and stuff, then I question you.
Rico, I got to tell you, it's really difficult to take this advice from you while you're sitting right next to Costa with the boat right
But wait, that's not enough. You said chocolates, flowers, and a dinner, and that's just to get in the door.
Yeah.
So what else?
Well, that's when you have to keep one up in
vacuum
yourself.
cleaner,
When does
what?
it end? Oh, don't.
Well, I'll tell you this. One thing they say for sure don't do with that is never on Valentine's Day do you propose. It may seem like a great idea to get down on one knee on Valentine's Day, but make sure you've thought it out and don't just do it because it's a romantic thing. And also you got to remember
Who just proposes willy-nilly?
Well, you probably plan
Who are
it.
these people that you're talking to?
I don't think
Kenny.
you should even plan it for a day like that. You just shouldn't.
Well, it says also that, if you're going to a restaurant on Valentine's Day, you should assume that other guys might have the same idea as you, and you're going to look like a big dummy.
I didn't think about that.
I know someone who proposed on Valentine's
Whoa.
Day.
Oh.
Did it work?
I think it's tacky. Well, she said yes, but I think it's
Are they
tacky.
still together?
Yeah, but to me, it's tacky. I'm with you.
Do they listen?
It is.
Do they listen to our bitch ass show?
It's. I think any holiday is tacky to me. That's just me, though.
Okay.
Now they say too.
Now, that would be funny though at a restaurant and it's like a line of guys all. Okay, my turn.
It's dessert time and everybody.
Well, I think if someone
Sir,
proposes at the restaurant,
this isn't my ring.
No, sir, it's Carl's turn. You gotta wait.
You brought the wrong. Oh, could you imagine? He brings the wrong ring, and you're like, oh boy, I couldn't afford that.
I think it's one proposal per restaurant.
Joe
If you don't
Rodriguez
get yours
next.
in first, you can't be the second person to propose at the restaurant.
Gotta have a bigger
They're out
ring.
for
3 hours.
Oh, there you go.
David, a couple ticket checks before we pass this off.
Did you say 3 hours?
Now here's another one. You got to be
rigorous.
real careful with this one. This one I've never
Rigorous 3
never
hours.
dared to do this
That's
because
what I
it's
was
just
surprised
I
about. All
no
right.
way I
It's
could
the
get
late
this
game
right.
tonight.
Yeah, Pistons
Lingerie.
on the West Coast or Wings on the
A
West
size
Coast.
too
on
small,
the
it
West
suggests
Coast. I
you
don't know
want them
which
to
one
lose
it
weight.
is,
Too
but
big, maybe you
figures
think they're a
on it.
bit on the hefty side.
Trenches
Be
win
careful
games.
when you're buying the
Defensive line and
lingerie.
O-line always need to be taken care of.
No, say what you need to say, Rico.
Yeah.
No, because
someone's listing.
no, I don't want to embarrass her.
They're free. How do you not know what her size is?
What-
Jalen
okay.
Johnson at corner.
Everyone, let's get
Brian Burns,
everyone's
edge,
size.
second.
Go. Your
Gabriel
wife or girlfriend's
Davis.
size.
I'm
Go.
not
doing that.
giving
We're
that
not
on the
doing that.
air.
We're not doing that.
Roberto, I'm sure
thing.
you have
You
this
go
thing
out and get
called
the
a
best
house.
corner
And in the house,
in the
there's a
world.
bedroom.
This
And she has a
defensive line.
drawer with I don't
things
think
in
that you're
there.
going to,
You could take one.
He's going to be that person.
Oh, there's a size in there.
What do I bring that into the store with me?
So you make a mental note. Could you imagine Roberto?
How have you made it this long?
I want something about this size. Do you have anything that looks like
Showing everybody in the store when he walks in.
Here's a picture of it.
Like, she's got a
Here's
closet.
how she looks in it.
She's got a drawer full of underwear and stuff. I thought about going. It's very simple.
Or you can also do this, Roberto. You could go weeks ahead, months
so
ahead.
long as they don't sing,
take her
you're
to the
okay.
store.
Let her
look
around.
around.
We'll
see.
this.
And you take a mental note, and then you go back and you buy it.
That would mean he has to spend time
it's
with her.
effort, exactly.
And that would mean she would have to want to spend time with him.
And the word mental.
Dave's the only one
Get
that
it?
didn't like Alicia Keys.
No.
She screwed up one
She
note.
started off the wrong note. When you start off wrong, you lost me. I'm done. I walked away.
Then earlier this morning, he called.
You're thinking all the ways it could go wrong.
It would be difficult to find out the wife's size.
Dream time with your wife.
Hate that difficult. Hate everything about that movie.
I didn't hate the movie.
You know what?
Let me give you one more.
You
just
hate
do not
dreaming.
You hate Beyonce.
Postpone Valentine's Day. Anybody ever done this?
The Beehive or whatever.
Even if your
Yes, I
gift's
can't
an
stand
exotic
Beyonce.
trip only a few days away,
actor?
do
Or
not
actress,
allow
I should say?
Valentine's Day to
As
go
a
by
singer.
with at least
Anything
acknowledging
she
it
does.
and buying a little
Anything
token
she
or
does.
something
David, I don't want to
until
get
you
you in
get
any more trouble.
I don't
on that
care.
trip or
Let
something that
people
you
come
have
after
to
me.
But I care
I'm
about
right.
you more than you care
I'm
about you. I
right.
don't need you to do
No,
that.
I
to
was
you.
just like,
See,
wow,
I just
David,
the idea that you have to do something the day of. People got different schedules, different things going on. You want to roll it into a weekend? I have no issue with that.
Especially like the relationships that I've been in. I've been with people who work like all day or sometimes at night during Valentine's Day. It's almost impossible to coordinate.
I understood that after
Bump
watching
it to
it,
the
'cause you
weekend.
go into the movie
Plus,
thinking,
you might be able to get into a different restaurant if you're not going the day of.
Wednesday, for God's sake.
Well, they do say that too is frowning upon going to a restaurant on
don't think
Valentine's Day
Campbell
because
likes
it's just
using
insane.
a kicker
You will not have a
regardless
good
of
time
who
with
That
amount of
he
people in the
isn't
wait.
as
Just
bad
cook
as
at home.
people make him out.
You know what? You've made me sad again. You have 14
I
of your
ruined
17
Valentine's
games
Day
we
for you.
played in a dome. 97-1. You need to be able to
All right, listen up.
kick 50-yard field
Tomorrow,
goals and not
Valentine's Day. Well, Joe, help me out. What not
What's
to do?
wrong?
I
Yeah.
feel like
better
even
to
if the
check
Lions
in
had a
with?
better kicker. Campbell's still going for
Roberto.
Yeah,
From
for sure.
experience.
Yeah, why not?
How many of
Let's
these
go for
have
it.
you
You could
done?
just
By the way, I
ended
heard
it.
your
What
little,
not to do, Roberto.
Valentine's Day segment there. We got
Any man.
Roberto,
Just
the
don't
king of
pull a
love,
Roberto.
His wife agrees.
basically giving advice. There's
Well,
only
of course,
one
Jim, you're right.
thing,
Valentine's
or two
Day is
things
tomorrow.
that women want
and
on
I like to do
Valentine's.
public
and
service. I like to help the
Nope.
guys out there with a
peck and
little
a poke.
list of
That's
what
pretty
not
much
to
it.
do. Everyone's telling you what you should
Right?
do.
Get her flowers.
If anyone knows what
Can we
not to
talk
do,
about
I
something
know what
very,
not to do. Okay?
What?
So let's get into a little
I got to
list
bring this
here.
up.
And
I
you
think
guys
it needs
tell
to be
me
brought up on air.
the scale of
Nothing but
1 to 10,
vultures
is it
work here.
important to
Nothing
not
but
do this,
freaking
or do you not
vultures.
really
I was
Here we go.
nice enough to loan my headphones
don't
to
be
Daniela Bruce for
short-sighted.
the
Are you
Tiger
really
Show
gonna start
yesterday.
yelling
Valentine's
about
Day
it?
is
And
an
I asked her,
all
did you just
day
hear
and
what your
evening
radio
event.
partner said?
Acknowledging it
They'll
with
catch
little
her. I
text
hear you because
hand-delivered
yeah.
messages or
No,
special
why
deliveries
is that
throughout the
bad?
day
Why
is
is that
highly
bad?
recommended.
What are you upset about?
All day? This is not an all day event.
Yo,
You do something special, and that's your Valentine's Day.
Dude, if you haven't
All day? What do you want
I'm
from
not even
me?
acknowledge what you said. What'd you say,
Kenny's going to
Rigger?
disagree with everyone.
nothing. He was just
Send
rambling
text during the day.
nonsensically.
So
Everybody's
the-
a vulture that
Kenny,
works.
you're saying Danella stole your
I
quarter.
can put
No,
forth
she
the effort,
was
but
nice
it's not
enough
an
to leave my
all-day
headphones
event. I
back
have
where
a
they were.
job. I
Somebody
have
else
to
processed.
work.
So it's a
Kenny
doesn't
doesn't
like
like
foreplay.
Kenny, they have cameras going. Took my
Right, a text message takes 1 minute out of your life, not all day.
Is that what
What
you
about a
call
little
that?
card at the start of the day?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Right, but
Dinner
let's
later.
say you send 4 text messages
There you
throughout the
go.
day.
Didn't know you had
It
that much to
seems like
spare.
it's, I'm constantly on his mind.
Yeah,
You can
thanks
set it
for
up in your
derailing
phone
the
that the
whole
messages
show,
just
Rigger.
randomly go
You guys have to
out.
start your show with an
Okay, but-
investigation.
I'm disgusted by the people that work here.
Between that and what you said and Roberto giving his wife a package of D-cell batteries.
Well, yeah. Whoa.
Happy Valentine's
Wait, you know
Day.
what though? Whoa. It's a true story.
That is
Costa's
so out
new
of
radio
line.
partner,
They make
Jansen?
USB-C now. Okay, no
you're
more
right. You're right.
What's the Jansen deal? What am I walking into?
Never mind.
Okay. You can tell me off air then.
Thing?
Roberto's neighborhood, the lights dim, and
I feel we have two different conversations going on. I can't hear what you guys are talking about, so I'm just going to opt out.
You know, why don't you
We're
just
right here, Rieger.
Okay.
What are you not hearing?
But Rieger can't hear behind the glass.
They're
Just
not
set your
saying
show
anything.
up. Just set your show up and let's go.
Why don't you take it?
Why don't you plug in your headphones like a
Is
professional?
Rieger
I
even
can't!
part of the show? All right.
Then you know what? Opt out. Hit the portal.
Did you guys eat any of the big donuts out there today?
They're called Punchkis.
I know. I'm working my way up to one.
You know what? I had a quarter of Kenny's.
A quarter of one. Okay.
Yeah, we started the show. We realized everybody in here is washed because you can't put down the Punchkis like you used to.
It's a young man's game.
Yeah,
like
no,
Luke is trying to eat 6. The update. You're like, I'm going to do 6. I'm like, yeah, it's a young man's game. Back
Who
in the
did
day.
it? Didn't somebody put him in a blender once? Was that Kenny?
No, that was
somebody put him in a blender.
That was Sully.
Sully.
Yeah,
That's right.
Wow.
He drank them.
It's like
Ooh,
6
that
of
was
them.
Sully. That's right. I remember that. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he vomited afterwards.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did too. By the way, we're going to find out who the new, since Jared Goff is no longer really polarizing.
Not at all. Not even
I think
the
people
cookies.
have accepted him, right?
Yeah.
Well, not Vegas.
Well,
yes, you're looking at
even
me.
the Cookie Man has.
Even I have.
So who is the most polarizing sports figure in Detroit now?
Yeah, so what polarizing thing do we have left to
Yeah.
solve?
It's still him because we did. Did you see the Vegas MVP?
Yeah, but that's Vegas. We don't care what they say.
And then all of a sudden, a lot of people said, "Yeah, he doesn't deserve to be an MVP candidate."
Yeah, but they still
the glow
like
wearing
him
off?
There's a difference between liking as a quarterback
Most polarizing
and MVP.
is still Goff.
I don't think so.
Is it really?
it's
See,
still
I think there were Jared Goff chants everywhere
Okay.
Yeah.
in the grocery stores.
Okay.
No, you know who it might
Outside.
be?
Is it a tiger?
It might
Well,
be
we were
becoming Cade Cunningham.
No.
Might be.
But enough people
would
have to care.
actually
That's
go
the
down
thing.
to the game.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they
Tree
look at
falls
the
in the
stats.
forest.
Yeah.
If I have a vote, it's still Goff.
Okay, you have a vote, but we are going to nullify it, I'm afraid.
Wow.
He's been embraced. He's beloved.
So much for Black History Month.
Yeah.
My vote doesn't count. Disenfranchised. Wow.
Well, I enjoyed the cookies and milk show today.
Yeah. Okay.
Cookies and
You want to go further?
milk?
I know you want to. Go. Just say it.
No,
Just
what?
say it. Say what you said out there.
Everybody judges me. I'm not going to be judged.
Just say it.
It's Wojo and Rieger. They're
I'm
next.
outta here.
97.1.